matter, and they weren't finding
I
nothing
haven't
happened to
heard
them.
them saying it. I know somebody like Don Sterling who owned the Clippers. He made some offensive remarks, and they took his team away from him. Or the guy who owns Papa John's Pizza, he said the N word, even though he said it as in the context of you're not supposed to say it. He wasn't using it. He was saying this is a word that you shouldn't say, and they kicked him off the board. There are a lot of examples of that. So society does this stuff. The wrong thing. You say the wrong thing at the wrong time, and you get in trouble for it. What can I say? If it were truth, you'd have to have. Look, we're a people with a land, which is this Jewish state of Israel, the eternal capital of which is Jerusalem, and a founding document, the Torah.
Colonization is a thing.
And a language.
So just because somebody's
right.
on the land
but in our case, it's decolonization.
They're native.
In this case, it was decolonization, right? Because
it was colonized.
Well, the Ottomans were colonizers, and the British were colonizers. But because the Jews are indigenous, it's decolonization. So again, there are we're a people with a land, the Jewish nation of Israel, and a Torah, the founding document, like a constitution, and a language, Hebrew, and a calendar, the Jewish calendar, and holidays, and food, and we're a people with practices and everything. So, and we're home in our land of Israel. So
I know so many people who went to Israel, and they had pictures of the not pictures, but paintings of the people there who were originally black in that land. And for some reason, these people, they were black, but whenever they returned back to the land, for some reason, the melanin was taken away, and now these people are white in that land for some reason. So it's kind of
just don't have this idea of white. That's a European idea, this whiteness idea. Like, I'm pretty dark. I'm not, that's in the middle of the winter. In the summer, Jews have a lot of melanin in them, and we get dark in the sun. Some people don't want to get wrinkles and so forth. I'm sorry?
Did you just say some Jews got dark over the...
No, I didn't say some Jews. I said Jews have lots of melanin in them, and we get dark in the sun. Like most people. The sun potentiates melanin, so we get very dark. So I pass for Latino or Arab, which is, that's the Levantine look of people who are indigenous to that land. And I look exactly like if I go to Saudi Arabia or Israel or, I don't know, some other country, Portugal or Spain, we're dark people. We're a Mediterranean people, I guess you could say, with various levels of skin color. Yeah. And we get dark in the sun.
Okay. I just want to ask you this one question, and then...
Sure.
Because the Egyptians, throughout times, Egyptians and Israelites, every time they were around each other, people could not be able to distinguish which one was which because of how they're very similar in skin texture and everything. And what happened is the Egyptians, at least the original ones, were very, very dark in the sun, and in the region where they're at, the sun is so harsh that the only skin that can take it is darker skin. And this is why now there's problems with skin cancers. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Well, you can look at the pictures of people who are in Egypt now. They were very diverse people of various skin tones, and the same thing with, say, the people of Bethlehem. Go take a look at. You can use Google Images and go see what do the people who are in Bethlehem right now look like, and you'll find that they look like me, and a little darker in the summer. Huh? What's that? Like Arabs come up to me all the time and ask me if I speak Arabic. What were you saying? I don't know. You went out of lost the signal or something.
Go ahead and.
I don't hear anybody.
Hey, Joey, you in the Matrix. Joey, you in the Matrix.
Wait, hold on.
What I can respect about the Jewish man do study a lot. You know what I'm saying? They do study a lot. You know what I'm being sincere when I say this. But what I can't respect, if let's say that you guys are posing as a true Israelite, I mean, I can't respect that. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not trying to jump the gun. You know, I don't want to attack a person before I know, but I can't respect that you guys are using this info to pose as the true, you know, if you know.
Why would we do that?
You know, that's a good question. Joshua, hold on. Okay, he went down. I was gonna ask Joshua. He put his thumbs down when I said what I said.
It's the smallest country in the region. It has no oil. I mean, it's about a third desert, and people are always attacking us. We have to serve in the army. Like, what's the upside? When we got there, it was a malarial swamp. People were getting malaria and stuff, and we actually had to work to drain the swamp and build a nation. It's a lot of hard work. You know, I'm not sure why anybody. You think we're knowingly posing, or somebody told us something? I mean, it's a very weird premise, you know.
Black Hebrew Israelites are not being attacked. Clubhouse is in real life. Nobody cares about them enough to even consider them or attack them.
So I didn't say Black Hebrew Israelites. See, this is the ignorance that people just come up here. Israelites in general, we being attacked. You know what I'm saying? But I think Joshua, he dropped out of the room. Superman, did you want to respond to El Normo, or no?
There may not be an actual response other than, I guess, I think that we all kind of know what Ashkenazi Jewish really means, which is descendants of Europeans rather than descendants of Israeli.
Oh yeah, we have tons of it. No, that's not what Ashkenazi means. We have tons.
Yeah, Superman, I have documentation. I mean, it's called the Hebrew language. I know who you are. You're Clark Kent.
You guys. By the way, Superman was created by Jews, just so you know. Jewish comic book writers and artists. And, you know, Kal-El is like Moses. He's found in a basket, you know, and he escapes from a planet where everybody's dying. There are a lot of parallels there. Anyway, and you're wrong about Ashkenaz. The weird thing is when somebody is not a Jew and they somehow think they have like two little microspecks of information, and then they put the two little microspecks of information, and they come up with a silly story, you know, about what they think is
Superman. Go take your super body and go back in time to the year 1900 and ask the Ashkenazi Jews then in 1900, show me your papers and prove you have lineage to the land of Israel. They got the documentation in 1900, but in 2024, not everybody keeps it on them. You know what I'm saying, Superman?
No, but what's substituted now is DNA, and the links in our DNA, interestingly, through the men, that's the Y chromosome, goes all the way back to the original people. There was actually, I mean, in scientific terms, there were several Abrahams, not just one. Or sort of original Jews. And the Jewish, in fact, the Ashkenazim, which is doesn't mean European, it just is a way of worshiping. There are black Jews who have become Jews, and they're Ashkenazim. It's just a way of worshiping and a way of practicing Torah. We have certain tiny little laws that we obey differently. They can eat rice on Pesach. That's a famous one, Kitniot. And they wrap their tefillin slightly differently. But the Torah is the same. The laws are the same. The kosher is the same.
You guys don't follow your own laws. You know this.
I'm sorry?
You don't follow your own laws, Norma. You know this.
Well, I think you don't know this. What does that even mean?
You know you don't follow your own laws.
What are you talking about? What do you know about our laws?
Hey, I had a question.
Wait. What do you know? What do you know about our laws and how we practice them? Tell me.
I'm saying you individually, you do not follow your laws.
Oh, me personally, you're judging me. So a non-Jew judging a Jew. That's it. And what would you think would put you in that position to judge a non-Jew to judge a Jew? Who gives you this standing?
How do you know he's a non-Jew?
Because he identifies as a non-Jew.
Elohim gives me the right to judge you.
Say again, Elohim.
Yeah, Elohim.
I see. So
Yahweh.
you consider yourself some sort of priest? A judge?
I don't consider myself a priest.
Oh, so
I consider
who?
myself
So who gives you the right to judge? Or to
How dare you, as a
non-Jew, judge a Jew?
אתה מדבר בעברית, סופרמן? אתה מדבר בעברית? What is he talking about? I'm about to drop you down. Speak.
He asked you if you spoke Hebrew, and he asked you in Hebrew. I mean, it's silly what you're saying, Super. I mean, even the name is silly to begin with. I mean, you don't know how many laws or how we practice the laws or who our rabbis are. If you want to know about law, you talk to a rabbi. Rabbis are like our lawyers and Supreme Court justices. The Torah is like the Constitution. And we have rabbis.
It's easy.
Oh, no, shut the fuck up. You don't even keep kosher.
Well, you don't know how I eat, and our rabbis are like Supreme Court justices. So you take the Constitution and you do an interpretation.
And that's what the Talmud is, yes.
The Talmud is a discussion of those things. The Talmud isn't the law itself. The Talmud is a jumping off point for a discussion of the law. See, you don't even know what the Talmud is. You can't pronounce it correctly. So you're wandering in the darkness with a baseball bat.
When you've been wandering, remember, you are wandering. That's your people. You people.
No, I mean on this subject, you're wandering. No, I'm saying on this subject, you're wandering in the darkness.
You don't know this?
Well, you're talking over us now.
No,
Is this so
you don't know
threatening?
this?
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you and your knowledge of.
You continue to wander.
I'm talking. Well, we're home now. We're home now. I'm talking about you. You're wandering in ignorance about Jewish law, and then you've never met me.
Well, I'm
but now
saying you. I'm saying you. You don't follow the law.
You in what way?
You don't follow the laws.
Which law?
The laws that.
Which law
Multiple
specifically?
laws.
Tell me.
Multiple laws.
Tell me.
Yeah, you're not supposed to discuss or debate with goyams when it comes to the Torah. And
Who
you
said
do it
that?
consistently.
Who said that?
This is in the Talmud.
And who said that the Talmud?
And this is
What is it
from
that
the
you
law
think
from
the Talmud is?
This
Okay.
is from
The Talmud is racist.
Where in Leviticus does it say I'm not supposed to discuss Torah with a goy?
Yeah. Well,
Where does it say
this is what
that?
your rabbis. This is what your rabbis discuss, and they all come to the same.
What rabbi? You don't know. Again, you're just talking through your chapeau, sir. You don't know what you're talking about.
The Talmud is racist.
I can post this.
Well, I just asked you a question. You spoke so confidently, but then when asked for
I
what,
can post this in the chat.
and then when asked for what you were talking about, you just changed
I can
the
post
subject.
it. I can put. I didn't.
So where does it say in Leviticus that I'm? Where does it say?
Source.
I know. Where does it say in Leviticus that a Jew is not supposed to discuss Torah with a non-Jew? It's nonsense.
Yeah, no.
It's not
It's not a non-Jew. It's a goyim. Say it how it is.
What's a
It's
goyim?
racist.
What's a goyim? You don't know. You see, you're being silly. You're
The
talking
Talmud
through
is
your. You're talking through your hats. The Talmud doesn't deal with race. You're talking about stuff you know nothing about.
Yeah, I mean, don't you know that
We study Talmud. We don't study Talmud till we've mastered Torah. I, for example, have never studied Talmud because I'm not advanced enough. You have certainly never studied Talmud, so you're in no position.
the two biggest ad hominems you hear on this app are "you're stupid" and "you're racist"?
What are you talking about?
I am far from an atheist.
One mic policy. I'm just gonna moderate right quick. We gotta have one mic policy. Can we please try to keep it to one mic at a time? I understand that we're debating, but that's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
So this is an important rule of debate. I'm not telling you what you believe or what you think or what you do because I don't know you. I've never met you. I don't know your real name. You've never met me. You don't know my real name. So it is a sin to bear false witness. And the rules of witness are very strict. There must be at least two people witnessing something. You've never met me, so you have no right to describe what you think I do or don't do. That's number one. Number two, Talmud. Talmud is a lifetime of study. It's not some little fragment that you got from your Nazi website. So again, don't talk about stuff you don't know about. Stick with what you know. If you're a Christian, then you're a Christian. And I support you. Good for you. It's terrific. It's good to, as a Christian, you get exposed to Torah, and that can only be for the good, as I believe Rambam said. Enjoy it. We give it to you free.
Can I just say that, if you don't like Jews, or you think this person's not following this law, or this person is a hypocrite, or that there's a Khazarian conspiracy and all these white people living in Israel are not indigenous and they're transplants, your opinions are moot in terms of the debate about God or about the study of God or the education of God. I don't understand why you waste your time on ad hominems. And I know why you do it, because it tickles your fancy and gives your feather a little prickle. But
well, it's an important question why people are obsessed with Jews. And I think it's because they are concerned that the persistence of Jews somehow undermines the validity of their belief system. But it doesn't need to, because they're separate entities. Our belief system and yours are separate. There's some overlaps, and I should point out we all worship the one God, and that's an important thing, and we can deal with each other and do business, and you can have your beliefs and I can have mine. That's one of the principles of an enlightened society. That's very clear. If you're not enlightened, then what do we really have to talk about if you're closed-minded and judgmental of things that you know very little about? When somebody judges somebody, they should have all the evidence. That's for sure, whether you're talking Torah or Constitution. You first must consider the evidence. You don't go from some app to judging somebody, right? Some app like Clubhouse. Yes.
Do you believe in the belief that to study the Torah requires the observation of all 613 commandments? Do you believe this?
That to study, it's impossible to observe all 613 commandments. You know very little about these 613 commandments.
I'm asking you if you.
Hey, so he the Jew? So El is the Jew? I'm just sorry for interrupting, but El, you the Jew, so-called?
Sorry?
He is, but can we please keep it to the one mic?
Yeah, so I'm.
Yes, sir, no problem.
Yeah.
Y'all, if you don't mind. Excuse me, y'all. Good morning to everybody. Put me in the queue if you don't mind.
Yeah. So it was Superman, and then El Normo's gonna respond to Superman. Then you can go, Jenny. That's how.
So, and I agree, El Normo, that 613 commandments, right? You can't observe all 613. It's impossible, at least for a non-Jew. But for a Jew,
No,
right?
for a Jew. So you don't really know what they are. You've never even taken the time to learn what these commandments are.
Can you name me all 613?
Of course not. Why would I?
Okay. So why are you expecting the same for me?
I'm not. I'm not. I'm just telling you don't know them.
I know I don't know them. I don't know all.
So then how did you say I don't observe them if you don't know what they are?
I did say that. Do you observe them? I don't think you understand my question here.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm saying the requirement to study the Torah. And this is based off.
We start studying the Torah as young as we are, and obviously we don't know everything. We start as 5 years old, and we study it for the rest of our lives. So yes, you can study the Torah without knowing anything, because everybody has to start from knowing very little, obviously.
Okay, so and what the verse from the Talmud that I am quoting is Sanhedrin 59a.
Okay.
Which says a non-Jew, goyim, who engages in Torah study is liable to death. However, the Noahi laws, the 7 universal laws, are their portion, and they may study those.
So this is Sanhedrin what?
This is Sanhedrin 59a. Sanhedrin, however you want to pronounce it.
Right.
And they take this. So let me tell you
a little bit about what the Talmud. Hang on. I want to respond to that before you go. Before you make your next point. Hang on 1 second. We can go to that.
of the
Hang on.
Hold on,
It's
Superman.
not
We're
pronounced
gonna,
Talmud.
I'm gonna take y'all right quick. Just let
Okay.
Elmo respond right quick.
Well, yeah, but he's responding to something. I just need to finish the point here. That's from
Okay,
Deuteronomy 33:4, which says, and this is what they quote, right? Moses commanded us a law, a heritage of the congregation of Jacob. The Talmud interprets this verse to mean that the Torah is an exclusive inheritance of the Jewish people, which I, of course, believe that El Normo agrees with. Not meant to be shared or taught with the entirety
This
of
is,
non-Jews.
what you're saying is entirely incorrect. I don't know where you've gotten this, but
from your rabbi. But continue.
what rabbi?
I'm reading this from literally Jewish websites. But
But what? Yeah, but what you've done is what many people do is you take a line from something from 15 volumes, you pull it out of context without knowing what. Like for example, what is the topic of Sanhedrin 59a? Do you know? You
Do I
don't.
know the topic of
No.
what?
The topic of Sanhedrin 59a.
Yes,
you
I
don't know. So, what is the
know.
topic? Tell me what the topic. Tell us what the topic.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. What's the topic?
As Rabbi Shmuley Yatzkak, whatever, in his commentary of Sanhedrin
Yes.
59,
Right.
It's discussing the Torah as a unique inheritance to the
Right.
Jewish people.
Right.
So
So there are some opinions that say this, and there are some opinions that say that. And that is the nature of rabbinical Judaism. It's a discussion. It's a conversation. It's an argument. It's even filled with jokes. It's like a Reddit thread. This rabbi says this, that rabbi says that, and now we have to decide how we should interpret this. The Talmud is not, as you could say in contemporary law, black letter law. It's a conversation. It's not like, oh, you can't discuss Torah with a non-Jew. Not true. We're doing it now. We have ecumenical panels and circles all the time. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's also because you're allowed to lie to go in.
Superman, you should.
No, this is also silly. We're supposed to deal honestly and faithfully with all human beings. It's one of our guiding principles. This is just, again, you're just sort of you're cherry picking nonsense. And then say, oh, your rabbis say this.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the bell right here. Jay, did you have something to say to El Norman? I think they're gonna go back and forth and continue if they keep this. So I'm just gonna go ahead and.
Yeah, I was trying to see. Is he claiming to be a Jew? A Jewish?
Yes.
No, I'm just a Jew. I don't claim anything. I'm just a Jew.
So let me ask you this: what makes you a Jew?
Well, I was born a Jew. I entered the covenant. I was bar mitzvah. I was married as a Jew. My parents are Jews, and their 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 parents are Jews. Totally. And,
Okay, so let me ask you something now. So let me ask you something, right? So the biblical Jews, right? Did they look like you?
yeah.
The ones we read about in the Bible, did they look
Yes.
like you?
100%.
Okay, give me one that looked like you. Anyone in the Bible, name that looked just like you, because I don't believe you. I'm going to just tell you straight. Go ahead. Moshe? Okay, so Moses was from what tribe?
I don't recall.
Oh, so you don't recall. So you made, so hold on, Saul. You don't know your history? Hold on, wait a minute. This is something you're supposed to know emphatically. Now, I'm going to help you out.
Wait, who am I supposed to know this?
Excuse me.
Hold on, Jay. Let me finish my statement, though.
Who am I supposed to know? You?
Moderation. Let me finish my statement, because he was attacking people earlier about knowing not knowing anything, right? And I didn't like that, right?
Hold on,
Hold on, Sam. Let me ask. Hey, hold on. Point of moderation. If I'm in the middle of asking him a question, whether he likes it or not, right?
Yeah. You asked the question, I answered
Sit
it.
back and hold on and wait till I'm finished, and then you answer me so you can hear clearly everything that I'm asking you. Now, I actually don't know what tribe Moses is from. No, stop, sir.
Yelling, sir. Why are
You
you
do not know what tribe Moses is from. Hold on, man. Why you saving him, bro?
Why are you?
No, I'm not saying.
You saving him. You know he lying.
Sir,
Hold on.
why are you threatening?
Okay.
So, Aaron.
Hold on, y'all. 1 second.
your face.
Come on, man. Dang.
It don't matter. You know I'm a crack.
Hold on. Give me 1 second to speak. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let y'all go at it. But just give me one. He did, honestly, he did respond to your question. He said he did not recall. Now, he was about to ask you a question. And
No, I wasn't finished with my question.
So
I wasn't
you
finished.
can't just hold. I know you want to finish. Just hold on to it.
So I
Just
didn't-
hold on what he's going to say. Let him ask his question. It wasn't going to, I know what he's about to ask. Just respond to his question.
Hey, my skin white too. You can give me white privilege. My skin white too. I just sound black.
Okay. So
Alright,
no
go ahead.
place in the Torah does it say that the way you look determines whether or not you're a
That's
Jew.
not answer. That's
No
a question.
place. No place. And there is no description of what people look like for the most part in the Torah.
Now that's a lie.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess we disagree on that. Nor does
We
it
gonna
say
use
I
the
have
Bible
to
to
know.
do it though.
Nor does it say that I have to know what tribe Moshe was from.
Oh.
Although, of course, his brother Aaron was of the priestly class. He became a Kohen, something you may or may
What would
not
that
know
make
about.
Moses, sir?
Well,
Listen, okay,
I don't think he functioned
okay,
as
I
a
got you.
Kohen.
I got you. You
Well,
don't
why
know.
you cut me off?
It's cool.
Why,
It's cool
why,
because
why
you
are you
cut
cutting
me
me
off.
off?
Because you cut me off,
I'm
so you
not
can see
cutting
how I
you off. I
feel.
haven't.
You don't run this world, sir. You've
I'm
been
not
made
trying
to
to run
believe that.
anything.
Hold on,
I'm
Maurice, I
trying
got
to
you.
have
You don't run the
civilized
world.
conversation.
You've been made to believe like you run the world, but you
No,
don't.
I never.
Now,
Nobody's
let me
talking
hold
about
on.
running the world.
Let me get back to where I was at.
Feeling you have difficulty
Moses.
having a normal conversation with
Moses.
another man.
Let me teach
Why do
you
you yell?
something that you do. Let me
Why do
teach you
you
something you
yell
don't.
over people?
Sir,
Well,
hey,
no.
sir,
Why
I'm trying to
do you
show
yell
you
over
something that you
people?
didn't know. I'm trying to show you something that you didn't know. Don't divert
No,
into
I
going
don't think you're
into other
trying to
things.
tell me something.
Okay, so
I
the
think you're
book of
trying to
Exodus-
yell over me.
Well, we
So
gonna
now
see.
we have to go. Now we
Listen,
have to go.
I speak like
Now
a
we
man
have
of
to go
God.
back
I don't speak like a female. You speak like a female. I speak like a man. Let's get the book of Exodus chapter 2.
No, that's an accusation. I speak
Okay,
as much like a man.
so why you still talking?
Because I
Thank you.
haven't finished and you're interrupting me.
Well, wait on
And
it.
you're acting a little belligerent.
Y'all
here.
gonna have to let someone talk. Y'all gonna have to.
When you don't let me speak, bro, I'm trying to address what he said. He didn't know.
Someone gonna have to give the space.
Why did I'm a mute up? Why did?
So the question is, who do I look like? Which is a weird.
No,
question.
that was not the question. The question
Who do I
was,
look like
what
in the
tribe?
Torah?
Hey, moderation. The question he supposed to be answering, what tribe Moses came from? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so
I'm supposed to be answering. So the question was, who in the Torah do you look like? And I
No
said,
one wasn't. Why do you? Moderation.
Well, you
Yeah,
asked.
hold on.
Yeah, you did ask me that.
Tell him
Then you
stop.
said,
Hold on,
which-
Jay. He's going back to the beginning.
And I asked him, what color was the biblical Jew? That's what I asked him. That's what I asked him. So all that trying to divert into other things, just answer the question, bro.
Hang on. You said, what Jew
Just
do I
answer the
look
question.
like? And I said, Moshe. And then you said, what tribe was he from? And I said, I don't remember offhand, although he was, his brother Aaron was obviously the Kohen Gadol. And we passed the priestly class. I don't know what na means. And we passed the priestly classes passed through the father's generation. So again, there is no indication in the Torah the Jews looked this way or that way, nor is there anything in the Torah that says how you look determines whether or not you are a Jew. But if you go and look at the other people of the Levant, whether they're Jews or Arabs, I look exactly like them. And people come up and talk to me in Arabic. I get extremely dark in the sun. And in the winter, of course, we get lighter because the sun activates the ample melanin that we have in our skin. Not that that means anything in terms of the Torah. Now I'll mute up and you can go.
All right, good. Because according to the Bible, right, in the Torah, Moses' mother and father was from the tribe of Levi.
Yes, I would have get.
Hold on, I ain't asking you to respond yet. Mute back up. Mute back up like I did. Mute back up like I did now.
Hold on,
I ain't asking you to
man.
respond.
Respectfully let you go. And so we don't have,
He feel like every time somebody say something, he got to speak. You don't know it. He don't know it, dog. I'm showing you that right now.
The tribal Levi.
Mute back up bro, till I'm done.
Yes,
Mute back up till I'm done, Elion. Get your ass up.
The tribe of Levi.
I don't need you to agree with nothing. Come on, let me finish making my statement.
Levi is also a class of Jews. It's a priestly class.
Look how he being disrespectful to the mod now.
No. He did respectfully
This the
let
devil.
you
Well, he
communicate.
took a lot of did a lot of correcting.
Look, hey, now the devil gonna tell you how to run your room. Check him out.
He did give you the space. We're gonna give Jay the
After a lot of interrupting and arguing.
Yeah, I manifestly make the devil reveal himself. Now check this out. Watch this. The biblical Jews, according to the Bible, were black. Let's get it. Hold on, mute back up and hey man, shut your long nose up. Shut it up. Shut that toucan up.
Now you're being racist. Now you're being a little
Yeah, bro, it's an audio out. What you mad about? I'd never see you in real life. I'd never see you in real life. It's an audio out. Shut your ass up. So let's go see what color the biblical Jews were. Because they damn sure don't look like a liar. Hold on, everybody.
Racist.
I show everybody what color the Jews look like.
If this is going to be a racist room, you should go be racist with your friends.
Hey, point of moderation. What we gonna do? Can I bring out what color the Jews look like?
Well, what's the long nose thing? Why are you going to that?
Why your nose long? Why your nose long? The fuck? I didn't do it.
What's that
I'm
now?
not your mother or your father.
Right.
Right?
Why are you? But you are a racist. I'm asking why.
What are you talking about? God is racist. How about that?
Don't blame God for your shit.
Hold on.
Don't blame God for your
Let's go to the Bible now, and let's see what color the Jews are.
So should I assume you want to apologize for your racist remark?
Hey, wait on it in your dream. If I ever apologize to you. Hey, so this is the book of Jeremiah.
Is this going to be a racist room? Is that how
Hey, listen, man, get your panties out of water. You were just in here telling people that they don't know that. No, hold on, fuck that. I heard you telling another brother, oh, so you don't know? So you don't know? Your ass ain't know what color Moses was from, and this your forefather, you lying. Hey, hold on. You ain't even no Israelite, man. You ain't, watch this. Let me just show you something. Let's go see what color the biblical Jews was, because they damn sure don't look like you.
Yes, there's a picture of them.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 14 and verse 2. Let's get this picture, motherfucker. Judah morning.
Did you wait a second?
Hey, shut up while the word of God coming out, bro. No, you ain't gonna. Hey, Mark, you ain't gonna mute him up?
Are we calling
Like y'all was doing me?
Are we calling it?
every time I try to mute, it breaks the mute. I'm gonna have to start removing and going down hell normals. You know, let him respond. Just let him respond.
If he's gonna say fucker, then I'm gonna. If he's gonna say fucker, then we can leave the room. There's no point.
Well, you already in here lying to people. Talking about you a damn Jew. No, you ain't no Jew, bro. You ain't no damn Jew, bro. I'm a Jew.
Oh, I see.
I'm a Jew. You ain't nothing about you no Jew. From your nose to your top lip. Man, let me read this, man.
Except that
This is the book of Jeremiah. Hey, man, mute up, man. The book of Jeremiah, chapter 14, verse 2. Let's see what color God says his real people look like.
this whole.
Look at the devil. Look at the devil now.
Man, like what's going on? Like you can't let him just read the scripture.
He the devil.
Read the scripture, but you can't call me fucker.
He the devil.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just, you know, I know he insulted you, but can you just let it roll off your back?
Well, only if there's a promise that it won't continue.
Because if he was a real man of God, he wouldn't even be worrying about it. Look,
Only if there's
he ran about it.
only if there's a promise that it won't continue. So it's up to you guys.
I don't make promises with heathens. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 14, verse 2.
So in other words, you're going to continue to call
Every
people
time you go to read the Bible, you see what he do?
Well,
Heathen. You got heathenish ways.
Why did you blaspheme the Lord?
Hold on.
Why did you dare
I'm going to read this, and I'm going to show everybody that you're not a Jew. Okay? I'm going to show everybody. As soon as I read this, your face going to turn red, just like it is. It's pink now, but it's going to be red when I'm done with you. Whenever you done.
Like that.
Whenever you done.
Like that.
No. See, I'm not gay. I like women. I have a wife. I'm not gay.
Why would you like to be a Jew?
Why would I like? Hold on. Let's prove that you're not first.
What is
The
it?
book of Jeremiah. Stop doing that, man.
You are.
Hey, El Normo, we have to let him at least present his argument.
I read one scripture.
If he does it without her, it's not gonna go anywhere. I mean, the conversation is not gonna go anywhere. You said something about, you know what I'm saying, we can do business and all this other stuff.
That's correct.
And
but we don't call each other fucker, right? That's something we don't do. Right?
Shut up, fucker, and let me read.
I think he wants me to leave or something.
Hey, my man. Hey, man, they had a fucking devil. Hey, look. The book of Jeremiah, chapter 14.
I think this low life.
Look, every time I call the Bible verse,
this low life son of a bitch is a little afraid of me. Is that true, sir? that true?
That's how your nose got that big. Cause you
Sorry.
always lying. You never shut up.
Well, how do you know how big my nose is, sir?
That motherfucker. Hey, I bet you won't turn to the side and take a picture of that bitch.
How big is your nose?
That bitch look like a snow slope. That motherfucker be going.
How come you're so focused on
Jumping off the goddamn thing. That's what your nose built like. Man, I'm trying to bring it out to you. You won't let me look. The devil won't shut up.
Is this a gay thing where you talk about men's looks? It's a little weird, right?
Bro. Alright, I'm gonna chill tomorrow. I'm gonna chill tomorrow. I'm gonna chill, bro.
You good. I know what you're trying to bring out the scripture, but not letting you, so you might.
Okay, so you're gonna be a gentleman now, right? Good. Now you've improved behavior. Go ahead and be a gentleman now.
I don't know about it.
All right, read something from your King James Bible. Read something from your
Hey, I ain't gonna watch this moderation like you. I'm telling you, I ain't gonna tell another joke and watch it. But I don't compromise with either. I compromise with my brother, the moderator.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The hell with heat. Right? I'm talking to you though, moderation, right? And you know,
Yeah.
So you're going to read from a book now, right? And that book is the King James Bible written by a white guy in the 16th century, right? Okay. Ready to read. Read to us from your King James Bible. I'm ready.
Now, let's get it in. The book of Jeremiah, chapter 14, verse 2. Judah mourning, and the gates thereof language. They are black unto the ground. Well, that's Jeremiah telling us the Jews are black. Jeremiah himself was a Jew from the tribe of, I bet you don't know.
Would you read it again slowly?
I bet you don't know. No. What I want you to do is mute your filthy mic, you dog. Right?
Okay.
Mute your filthy mic. I ain't talking about the four-legged kind. I'm talking about one from another nation. Go in.
Right.
Why you gotta talk to him like that, dog? That's some racist shit. He could call you an N-word. You a fucking racist. You an angry bitch ass motherfucker. You an angry bitch ass motherfucker. That's what you is. And you read the Quran. You read the Quran, bro. You talking about you read the Quran. That's from the motherfucking. Anyway, let's go to another scripture showing and proving that the biblical Jews are black and not red like his motherfucker.
One second. Before we do that,
I ain't done yet, Frankie. Let me get this one out, Frankie.
Let's read it in the original.
Let me get this. I don't speak the original. No one speaks the language that Moses spoke. That language, they get it. They spoke today. It was created by Eleazar ben Yehuda. That's a new language.
He's talking a lot. Listen, don't act like a bitch ass fella. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, y'all.
Oh, there we go. Hey, y'all heard it? Don't act like.
All right, so Jay.
We know you don't like black people for real.
Jay,
If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be nothing. Let me get out on it.
so Jay,
You wouldn't be shit.
I'm gonna allow you to finish your point.
Low down, dirty dog.
Everyone jumped on him. Jay, you said you weren't gonna make.
So can we hear that?
Yeah.
From
Every time I show the Jews black, every time you know why I heard him, moderation, know why I heard him? Cause I'm exposing that lie he telling. You ain't never been nothing according to the Bible. You ain't never gonna be nothing according to the Bible.
You're
Now let
talking
me
a lot.
finish reading.
You're reading from the King James Bible, right? You're reading from the
Like
Christian
I
Bible, correct?
said, matter of fact, I'm finna read something that's gonna make you hurt for real. Now let's go to Revelation.
Well, I haven't heard yet. So what's the first?
No,
thing that you read?
shut up. The book of Revelation, chapter 3 and verse 9.
Hang on.
Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan,
For the sake
which
of the
say
room, let's
they
go
are
to your
Jews
Jeremiah.
and are not, but do lie. Hey, that's their Elion bitch ass up here right now talking about he a Jew,
I don't know.
but he don't do
like
nothing but lie. The biblical Jews, according to the Bible, were taken out of their land, right? The biblical Jews, according to the Bible, were black. Taken out of their land, spread across the whole of the earth. They were not returned back to their land and to their Messiah. Hey, Mark, I don't know why you just won't drop Elion. Cause that's the one that doing it. This little motherfucker with the Quran, he ain't talking about shit. He just talking, bro.
Let's go.
I'll boom his ass
Go to
too.
the Jeremiah thing because I want to look it up. And I guess
I ain't done yet. You gonna be go to everything after I'm done. What are you talking about? I got 3 scriptures. Hey man, shut your bitch ass up. Hey, I got 3 scriptures. Hey, moderation, I got 3 scriptures that I wanted to bring out. to moderation. I had 3 scriptures I wanted to bring out to prove that the biblical Jews were black and not red and pink like him. Right? And he not allowing me to do that.
All right, so
Let's go one at a time.
You ain't shit black about you. Shut your lying ass up. Hey, the day of the Geechee is over. Your time is coming short.
It's Jeremiah.
Your ass gonna get burned up with fire.
Yeah, I understand.
God. That's real talk, bro. So I ain't gonna play with too much
Let's
longer.
go to the first
I ain't gonna
quote
play with too much longer, right? I ain't gonna play with too much longer because I got some more shit I gotta go flip.
I understand.
Let me read my next scripture to show you that the biblical Jews
drown us in a
black.
fire hose of bullshit.
Hold on. Hey, listen, I read 2. All I got is one more Elion.
man. I'm gonna ask you this one time, bro.
So I want to
bring out his point.
I want to go to the first scripture.
Down to the audience.
What was the first? Could you just tell me though what was the first scripture? Then
Yeah, when you stop being rude, I'll tell you.
What was the first? What was the first verse in Jeremiah? I keep asking.
Okay, wait till I'm done with everything, and then
I want to look at the first one before we skip to 3.
Okay, well, wait till I'm done with everything, and then I'll
So
give
you don't want to
what
discuss the Torah?
After I'm done. Thank
Okay,
you.
we don't read from Revelations. That's not
Okay,
relevant.
shut
to
up.
Jews.
Okay, so shut up.
Well, no. Okay, shut up is not your way
Get your
of
ass,
conversation.
get your head out your ass and shut up.
Right. Well, I think you should maybe you should get your head out of yours, fella.
Okay, so whenever I get to reading the Bible, I'm gonna prove that you're another liar, you dog.
Okay.
Hell no, this is your last warning.
Okay.
Just
What do
drunk his ass.
What
He would have
what
been
do you
here
want?
like that in the room with full of heathens. He would have never even invited us on the stage, without his little people up there looking like a bunch of pigs.
Why is he ranting like a maniac, like a crazy person?
Because oppression surely make it the wise man mad. That's why.
Jay, we please, Jay.
Let me go ahead to my last scripture.
Let's go over the original. No, let's go over the original Hebrew for Jeremiah 14:2. Why you
thing I know, I'm making all these fake ass Jews mad. I'm making them Jewish motherfuckers mad.
I know you're scared. I know you're lying. But stay on topic.
I'm happy
Stay on topic.
that anybody come in here and thresh this shit real quick. Cause you gonna feel this all day when I'm finished with you.
Jeremiah, I don't think so. I doubt
Finish
that.
with who?
Jeremiah 14:2, right?
Let's go to the book. Okay, so let's go. I went to Revelation and showed you anybody calling themselves a Jew today are liars. So them people over there in the land, they liars.
I can't
Because the
speak to
prophecy was,
I can't,
shut up.
I can't speak to your Christian book.
So shut the fuck up then.
I
So
have
shut the
no
fuck up.
familiarity with
So the biblical
Christianity.
Jews, according to God in the Bible, were taken out of their land and spread across the 4 corners of the earth. Would not be put back inside their land until their Messiah, which is Jesus Christ, not everybody, their Messiah would come back. Yeah, sis, you already know that where I was going. Now let's go to the book of Song of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 5. Because David was his father. David was his father. David was a Jew. Now let's go see his son, what he was. Let's go to the book of Song of Solomon. It's evident, man. I can show y'all at least 10 scripture these Jews black, man. Song of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 5, and it reads, I am black, but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, and the tents of Kedar as the curtains of Solomon. Now, anybody know about the tents of Kedar? This one of Ishmael's son. They also were a dark-skinned people, just like the Egyptians, just like the Israelites. Verse 6. Verse 6, look what he say. Look not upon me, because I am black. So Solomon again is referring to his, and let me make this. It's not about the color, right? It's all about nationality, ethnicity, right? What makes one an Israelite is they descend from Jacob, whose last name was changed to Israel, who had 12 sons, which make up the 12 tribe of the children of Israel, right? That's what makes you an Israelite. What the word Jew derives from the land Judea that was given to the Jews. Out of the 12 tribes, you only have 3 that are considered Jews. That's Benjamin, Judah, and Levi. All 12 tribes ain't Jews. This man talking about he a Jew. The prophecy is the people of God would not be put back into their land until Christ returned. If Christ ain't came back yet, and you got people in the land calling themselves Jews, in line, right with Revelation 2:9, 3:9, they imposters, and they all gonna die. Our land, according to the Bible. Now our land.
All right, Frankie, do you have something to respond to that?
Yeah, that's the most blatant racist shit I've ever heard, saying that these fake Jews are gonna die and that he as a black man is the real Jew because he what he's reading says that they're black. I mean, are you mentally ill? Go take some lithium, check yourself into a psych ward.
Hey, prove me wrong that the Jews ain't black.
I'm here.
Oh my fucking! Why did you bring him? Hey, Mod. Hey, moderation. Now
I want to respond to the
Hold on. I was just doing that so you could finish the point. So
I thought Frankie was going. Even the list, Frankie and L. I'm gonna tell y'all for real. I don't dislike y'all. I'm just it's a lie. Hold on, L. You have to hear so you can understand. L. You gotta hear so you can understand. Listen to what I'm saying. I got a problem with the doctrine that you teach, right? You teach lies. You sitting here telling the children, you sitting here telling the real children of God that you're a child of God and you don't even know where your ancestors come from, bro. You didn't even know where Moses come from, bro. You sitting up here trying to talk about another man when your ass don't know nothing. I put you to shame, bro. Right? Why? Because unto us was given the oracles of God. You ain't never been a child of God, neither will you be. Our land.
Probably wouldn't need to yell at real Jews. Let's go to Jeremiah.
Bro, you ain't no real Jew.
Well, I think I am. Let's go to Jeremiah.
Right, I know. Okay, cool. I go with that. So say Jewish. Say Jewish.
Well, I'm a Jew, not Jewish.
No, you're a fucking Jewish. You ain't no fucking Jew. What makes you a Jew? Hold on. No. I'm gonna prove you a lie. What makes you a Jew?
Now we're gonna go to the scripture.
Yeah, stupid ass. You can't even tell us what make him a Jew, dumbass.
Now we're gonna go to the scripture. Jeremiah 14:2. Now I'm assuming you were reading from a Christian book, the King James Bible. I assume you haven't told.
Hey, look at the devil. Hey, it's the word.
So let's read
whether it's King James, whether it's NIV, it's the word of God. You motherfucking devil.
Yes. And
yeah, so read it, devil. Yeah, I know. And your mom, you know what she do. I heard your mom like black men. Your daddy might be black. Hey, Bill, your daddy might be black.
Thank you. So I'll read to you Hebrew and then English.
I heard. She like it 9 or better. If the shit ain't 9 or better, your mom don't eat shit. What the fuck you gonna do if I don't? What you gonna do if I don't?
I'll read the Hebrew.
So shut up. That's what I'm saying, man.
He doesn't know Hebrew, so I mean, Jay, you don't know Hebrew. So
do you want to read it, or you want me?
You don't know Hebrew.
I'll just read it.
You don't know Hebrew.
Continue. You don't know Hebrew.
Only kind of white guys I know is ones that's gay and ones that don't know they gay. Which one of y'all? Which one of y'all?
Shut up! I'm reading the scripture.
The only white boys I know, ones that's gay, ones that don't know they gay.
Shut up
and
listen.
Which one of y'all?
Black guys that I know.
Listen to the word of God.
Shut up and you've made an exception.
Okay, so Avla Yehuda v'Sharei Umlelu
I got it.
Kalbei Haaretz v'Tzvachat Yerushalayim Alta. Okay,
so nobody know what he said.
Now
hey,
give it to you in English.
You ain't taught nobody shit because don't nobody give a fuck about that.
Now let me give it to you in English.
You ain't taught nobody nothing. Hey, read to me what color the Jews are. That's what you do, motherfucker.
Now
Why don't you do that? Go read what color the Jews are and then look at you and know you ain't a Jew.
Just shut up.
I think this.
Go read what color the Jews are and then look at yourself and know that you're not a Jew. You've been lied to your whole life. Now, hey, guess what? You don't even have a God to serve. God is black. The God of the Bible is black. You serve a black God.
Do you want to send him down so we can discuss scripture?
He's going to respond to this, Jay. How are you going to respond to this? You're saying that the
I got to give what they gave me, bro. I got to give what they gave me.
Let's
tell me that the King James Version Bible is not true.
No, I'm telling you the translation. I'm telling you that what he said is inaccurate.
Nah. Look at all the ones who saying the Bible fake. Look at what. Hey. Look at them. Ain't nothing but heathens. Everybody claiming to be what we are, right? Everybody who's saying, everybody who's saying King James Bible fake, look at them.
Are you afraid of the scripture?
This other long-nosed dog. Bring your ass off the mic too, Frankie. Don't try to hide behind that motherfucking picture.
You want to send him down so we can read some actual scripture?
Nah, I know how to shut up. Why?
He sounds very afraid of the scripture. Okay, so you read the Hebrew, and now I'll read you the English. Judah mourns, and her cities are cut off. They have become blackened to the ground, and the city of Jerusalem has risen. So that's the correct translation. So you read it incorrectly. So
No,
you
no,
were.
the word for black here.
So you still ain't telling us what color the Jews are?
Just listen. Just
No,
listen.
Jay, can you please listen? I'm explaining something to you. You will learn something now. So,
Man, a cracker ain't
Yeah,
never
you
taught
will.
me nothing but
Just
a
shut up and you
motherfucking
will.
lie.
you will
A
learn
white
something.
boy ain't never taught me nothing but a lie and showed me how gay he is, right? Like real talk. Y'all shut the fuck up.
You will just continue screaming. You will never learn. Just
You
shut up.
right. You know why? Because the Bible commands that. Cry loud.
If you continue screaming,
That's
you
what
will
the Bible
stay
say.
stupid.
I
Stop
think
being
this is.
stupid.
I want you to show me what color Moses was.
Stop
I
being
think he
stupid
converted
and
in prison.
listen to the
think
translation.
What? Hey, listen, y'all can do all the insults. All I did was come up here and show y'all ain't the people y'all say y'all is. Now y'all mad.
Now it's your turn to mute him.
This is impossible. I mean, for people in the room,
Impossible. He's trying to make it.
All I did was come up here and call them lies out they was saying, and I let y'all know. I even had Bill come up from the audience. I had the other dude come up. Look at
Why are you
y'all.
still talking? Why are you?
Because I
he's
can.
not talking. He's
I don't
screaming.
respond.
Why are you yelling over? Send him down. Send him down. If you wish.
Hey, which one of the heathens gonna respond to me though?
Send it over.
I'm trying. Hold on. I'm talking to the mod. Which one of these heathens gonna respond to me? I don't need to hear Bill. I only want to hear L. Hey, to moderation, Bill don't need to be saying shit. L do, because that's what I was addressing. So Bill, you can shut the fuck up.
Okay, so I'm going to explain the translation, and you're going to listen, all right?
Moderation.
Learn something.
Why is he speaking? L needs to be addressing what I said. See what I'm saying? He just in the way because he's mad. Get your panties out of water, Bill, and shut the fuck up.
Because I'm a native speaker in Hebrew, and I will
What's
be
wrong
able to
with y'all? I
translate
man, talk like
for
a
you.
to me like a
If
man.
you don't know Leviticus,
Speak to me like a man.
and the grammar.
Oh, Jay, no.
This is something that you can learn.
Man, shut your ass up.
Hey, it's a open mic.
Yeah, you dumb asshole.
Is this
Man,
what ghetto
shut your
prisons
ass up
about?
looking like
It's an open
fake ass Conor McGregor.
respond, man. So that's what I'm saying. Let them respond, because the conversation's not going anywhere if you keep this cussing out. Just let
Which
them.
one of them gonna respond? It's supposed to be L.
Either one can respond. It's open mic. It's not.
Let L respond.
I just want to ask that one person at a time speak, man. Just one person at a time speak. The argument's gonna make the conversation go nowhere if you keep arguing.
There's no argument. He's just
They need to be showing what color the
Hear what we
Jews
have
are.
to say.
Hey, show me what color the biblical Jews. I showed that they was black. He's saying he a Jew. He need
And you
look,
just
look, his mom, his dad, all of them was Jews. Why he look like that then? Because you ain't no fucking Jew.
Well, I'm sure you would like to believe that, although I'm sure you don't believe
This
it.
guy is
But you
so
wouldn't be
uneducated.
screaming. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're such a
Oh.
screamer.
Y'all mad that y'all ain't got a God to serve? That's what it is.
With all
You serve a black God.
You're screaming like a bitch, and you need to shut up.
Okay.
How's that? Go
You're
ahead.
screaming like a bitch, but you serve a black God.
All right. So, the word.
Really, I had no idea God was black, white, purple, green, yellow, pink. How do you know what color God is, Jay? Do enlighten us with your supreme wisdom.
All that college education you got didn't lead up this is about the motherfucking thing. If you ain't know what
Man, all right. So this was next. Oh, this is what I want to hear next. I want to hear the response to the Bible. That's all I want to hear next. I don't want to hear no more argument.
Good.
all right, bet. So go ahead and address Jeremiah 14:2, Revelation 2:9, and Song of Solomon 1:5.
We're supposed to hear the response, not you, Jay. All right. So I'm quickly going to explain the translation.
Jeremiah 14:2, Revelation 3:9,
I'm going to continue.
Song of Solomon 1.
That's what we're on.
That's impossible. So, okay, Jeremiah 14:2. The word that is being used here is kadru.
Read him the Hebrew again so they hear
Okay,
it.
I'm going to read the Hebrew again. Avla Yehuda, Judah is in mourning. Veshareya umlelu kadru. His settlements languish. They bow to the ground. La'aretz. Vetzavchat Yerushalayim alta. And the outcry of Jerusalem rises. Now, the word,
Beautiful.
it's not using here the blackened because it's actually not the correct use of the word. The word black in Hebrew, shut up. The word black in Hebrew is shahor or shachar. Okay, shachar is actually the rising of the sun, but shahor is the.
Oh, so he looks like the rising of the sun.
Now the word that is used here is kadru, which is a verb. Okay, it's a verb. And
Man, just break it down with everybody can understand. Stop doing that Hebrew shit. Don't nobody know if you lying or not.
Shut up. Shut up.
Oh,
This word is also used in Jeremiah 8:21, also as a verb. And the only thing that it means is being in mourning, being black. I mean, like wearing black, or being black in your soul from the tears or something like that, right? So the only translation that can come from this is the verb that means to be in mourning. Okay, there is nothing about the color here. Nothing. All right, now El Normo can continue.
Well, that's the disproving number one. Now you want to go to Song of Songs? Let's go to that piece. We don't read from the Christian text, so I can't help you with Revelations because it's not our book. It's not a Jewish book.
I don't think he was quoting the Song of Songs. I think he was quoting the Christian document, which is called the Song of Solomon, which is not.
Oh, Song of Solomon.
Right.
Oh, this is from the Christian book.
Yeah, it's not in Hebrew.
Okay. So we don't deal with, we're not Christians, so we can't help you with Christianity, but I wish you good luck with it.
65.
That's your religion.
We can do
You
60.
follow
Fantastic.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
That's a
you
different
heard
religion.
now, so she's ready for the next pickup.
No offense. But again,
More power to you, man.
with that, it's the same that Jews don't on Christians. Well, we're pretty happy about it.
Hey, moderation, did you get your answer?
Snip, snip doesn't get hurt.
Disgusting, Al.
My answer.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so there's a number of problems. Problem number one is mistranslated. And you don't know the Hebrew, but the translation is easily available. You can just look it up. Problem number two is you're using a Christian text outside of the purview of the Jew. Problem number three is you're picking and choosing little snippets here and there instead of reading something from the beginning with the title of the parsha all the way to the end to understand the point of the parsha. So if you're making like a ransom note, like somebody who's kidnapped somebody and you're cutting words out of a magazine, you cut a few words over here, you cut a few words over there. If you ever want to see your dog again, you will pay, you're like making, cutting and pasting to create a new document. It's not the way the Torah was written. You read one chapter at a time, and then you discuss the meaning of the chapter with all the thoughts and commentary on it. So your interpretation, your sort of creative and unprecedented way of misreading the Torah in order to justify your religion, it's okay. I don't really mind. It doesn't make you any more or less Jewish than me. If you don't want to know what religion or what faith or what tribe you are, ask your parents. The parents will tell you who you are. Same way I learned from my parents. Door to door, generation to generation. That's what makes us Jews. Very simple.
I did ask my parents, and they had no clue where they came from. So it's kind of hard to do that. But
Wait. Aren't your parents Christians?
No, my mom did not know. My dad.
That's a religion, bro.
And my mom was she kind of not a Christian. I guess she's a Protestant, but she's not really.
That's a Christian.
But
That's religion,
she's not really a Christian. Like she don't really follow Christ. My dad not Christian either.
Well, you said she was a Protestant. That's a.
Well, I don't think she really believes in Christ. Like she don't believe in God.
Well,
Right.
you have to work on that. It doesn't come
Right.
like that. You don't get like
She's a Edomite, by the way.
So it ain't, you know what? It ain't, you know what? This spirit ain't never to be there.
Because she comes from a white man.
Right.
Her great grandfather raped one of the slaves that was on the great grandfather.
Hey, so what? Hey, what's your father, bro? You on Alright, so if your father is so-called African American, your father?
Yeah, so-called African.
Alright, you're good. I'm gonna add you. We got to talk about it.
My granddad was so-called African American on my father's side. But that's
Now watch what the Bible says. The Bible says in Numbers 1:18. I'm gonna show you something, bro. Hold on, L. Let me address the moderator, please. Bye. Everybody tell L he's on, y'all. Damn, like somebody gonna make a like I'm saying. Ain't no bands gonna play. ain't none of that gonna play when you leave. You just gone.
I agree.
No,
But
man.
you're doing a nice song and dance. I
Okay,
have to
so
say.
the book of Numbers. Hold on, let me address the moderator again. Cause for some reason, no, it ain't no hang up. To the mod, can I address you? Why you think like your stage all about him? Your days over, bro. Go find you a Yama to go to.
Hell no, I got one more question after he go there. I got one more question.
Why don't you ask before so I don't have to listen to
So why
crazy ranting?
The book of Numbers chapter 1. I know, see, you hear it? He hates the Bible. The book of Numbers chapter 1 and verse 18.
Wow, he's got
And
to
they
get it out. He
assembled
can't control
all the congregation on the first day of the second month. And they declared their pedigrees. This your bloodline, right, Mark? This your bloodline. Your pedigree is a bloodline. They declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers. So look, bro, whatever your dad is, that's what you are.
Right.
See, these heathen dogs on the stage, they all know that they father are kings, right? So they all know they ain't going into the lake of fire. Their job is to teach us. Hold on, watch this. Their job is to teach us to follow them, so we'll go straight to hell with them. Come out of that, bro, right? That's why the Bible says, come up, separate yourselves, right?
All right.
Look how Rudy is. Hey, Lauren, who you talking to?
That was interesting. Okay,
Y'all better put some respect on motherfucking David. Man, I'm back on this out and I ain't doing nothing but slinging out while I'm here. To the
What was your question?
and to the Israelites who ain't keeping the laws and commandments of God.
Right? I have a disorder.
Real talk.
Some kind of disorder.
All right, I got it.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
guys.
I got a
Okay,
question.
listen, you can insult me all you want, right? One thing I know, you gonna get a reward at the end, and it's the lake of fire.
All right.
Me and the Mars, if we keep the commandments of God and if we keep the commandments of God and have the faith in Christ, hey Mars, we'll be in the true religion, bro.
I understand.
It ain't for everybody. I'm only speaking to the Mars. Hey Mars, the kingdom of heaven is not for everybody. You hear people in here talking about they the people of God. Oh, we don't read Revelation. Oh, we don't read what. Oh, we don't read. And you a motherfucking devil, that's why, right? You don't read, but you're sitting here and you'll philosophize to the people to get them to believe your words and not God. That's what the devil does. To get you to believe in what he's saying and not what God is saying, right? So you can get the same reward that he's gonna get. To the mod, I'm telling you, right?
Yeah.
Watch who you keep company more.
Yeah. No, I already understand. My next question to them was gonna be basically, since they have so much financial influence and so much financial power, why is everything so goddamn corrupt? Why is Hollywood corrupted? Why is the music industry corrupted? They have the most influence in it. Why is politics corrupted? They have the most influence in that too. Why is the banking system corrupted? They have the influence in that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the biggest red flag right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they wanted everybody to be equal, because earlier he was saying that everybody needs to be equal and all this other stuff. If they want people to be equal, then why are all these industries not? Why are they so corrupted? Right? And then, I don't know if anyone can answer that question, really.
No. Hey, SGT44, come on off your mic. You do see your little partners done left you now, right? You ain't got shit to say now. Come on, Conor McGregor, come on. What's up? That's what. Yeah. Okay. Go address the question. The brother want to answer. Go ahead. Address that.
I didn't hear what you guys said. Sorry, I was just pulling away.
If you know what I'm saying, because and I really wanted El Normal to answer this because he was the one saying that we all can do business together and we don't have to bash each other. But what I was saying is like, why is every industry so corrupted? And we know that the Jews have the most influence, or the Jewish have the most influence over the music industry. Basically every field that you can think of. So why are they? Why is everything so?
Why is that?
Yeah.
It's called America.
Well, no, obviously, I mean, it's just true. Like,
Called America.
I don't know what it is, man, but they're able to thrive in every society. They're a small minority in comparison, and they're able to do better than
pretty soon they're in politics, or they're not dumb. I mean, look at Adrian here. Fucking Adrian, he's a Jewish dude. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's got like a couple of fucking rentals and shit like that. You know what I mean? He's about my age. There's just a difference between Jewish people and. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
It's got nothing to do with being Jewish. And, talk to Migzet. He's a lawyer. El Normo's a successful producer, director. Jews are creative people. People like Jay are ignorant, angry, and profane, vulgar people, Jay.
I'm not. Come on now. I mean, but anyway.
We don't have to cast aspersions.
Listen to me. I'm just being honest, man. Like,
You had a question for me on some are successful, some aren't. It's life. There's successful black folks too. There's Quincy Jones and.
Yeah, I know, but let's be honest, Normal. Like, mostly, dude, like, Jews can go to any fucking neck of the woods, any part of the
young man
world,
noticed a few people sleeping in the sewer. Realizing the danger, he hurried to warn them. The homeless man woke up suddenly, grabbing a cane to protect himself. He was wary, having faced mistreatment before. But the young man's urgency and concern were clear as he explained the approaching heavy rain. The homeless man listened carefully as the young man explained the dangers of sleeping in the sewer during a storm. He realized that the water could rise quickly and put their lives at risk. Grateful for the warning, the homeless man began to prepare to leave with the girl. The homeless man told that had lost everything after his business failed, leaving him with nowhere to go. The girl wasn't his child, but someone he had found lost and alone on the streets. Despite his own struggles, he had cared for her like a daughter. With the young...
No, I was just saying that the corruption that happens. I understand that you guys do study. You guys do study a lot, but the thing is, it seems like it's to the demise of every other nation on us, especially the Black Americans. You know what I'm saying?
Let's look at that for 1 second. America has to study.
On paper, they
actually did.
Really see how
on paper,
they actually had a $50 million growth. 2 human beings out of a boat. Catching these cops.
That's what I'm saying. How it is.
They're simply put it's an art.
How you going to
Quality of your canvas.
That's not exactly how it works.
He was asking me a question.
The most important thing.
This is the Hagrid you saw in the movies. Actually, it's an animatronic head, which can move, talk, and is controlled by an engineer. This animatronic head was designed for the body double who was brought in to match the Luke Hagrid's enormous height. Most of the scenes where Hagrid is standing were filmed with this head, and if you look closely, you might just notice it as well. This is the Hagrid you...
Longer than our parents. We have the highest rate of the highest most amount of all of these creativity, whether it's movies or music or computers, technology. I mean, we created more wealth. We have these magic little tools in our hands to learn what NASA, the rockets You've got electric cars, you've got artificial, it's unbelievable where we're at. We go on airplanes, my parents do on airplanes. Now I take airplanes every other week. I mean, we just America's very prosperous. It's the biggest military power. Economy.
It's good to get some fresh air.
I have to say, it's not to the detriment. In fact, we make contributions. We've won 25% of world Nobel Prize medicine, for literature, for physics, for biology, for mathematics. We contribute to the world. We contribute more to medicine. We create the medical techniques to save people's lives. We write the books, we write the plays, the movies. I mean, we contribute. People don't do worse. We create in Hollywood. So you're right. We have a certain moral corruption because we're human and we're fallible and we lose our way. And that's kind of the story of the Torah. The Jews, we do well. And then sometimes we get away from God. Sometimes we get closer to God because we're human. We're fallible. We make mistakes like anybody else. We're not godlike. We're just another bunch of people.
Well, the Bible say that you are the children of God, right? And what
Everybody is a child of God.
Right, but what governs the Jews are the laws, statutes, commandments of God. This is what makes them perfect. This is what makes them perfect according to the Bible.
So no, we're not perfect. We're not perfect.
No, but Christ is the example for every man.
Yes, that's a Christian belief.
Hold on. And just to make another statement, right? Christ wasn't the only one who walked perfectly, right? Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, Jeremiah. You had several men in the Bible who walked perfectly. Meaning, when I say walk perfectly, meaning this. We can't go in the Bible and identify the sin that they were in, right? How we can do David, how we can do Samuel. You can't do that with Daniel. You can't do that with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. You can't do that with Ezekiel, right? These men kept the law. That's what made these men upright. So if the children of God are supposed to be living upright, and they got all the porn industry. Hold on, last statement. They got all the porn industry. Last statement. I ain't interrupt you. They got all the porn industries, right? They got all the news. They got everything that corrupt. Listen, yes, they do, bro.
Who does?
Yes, they do own the porn industry. Yes, they do, bro. The Jewish people, the Ish people do own the porn. They own the media, fam. They control what we see and what we don't see on TV. You can agree or disagree with it all you want, but that's the truth of the matter. That's why people on this side of the world. Bro, stop being. I didn't interrupt you when you came back up.
Oh yeah.
Don't do it. No. Okay, so if you want the same respect, for sure.
So we were talking about
that's
one
a lightweight.
point.
Hold on. Okay, so for you to make the statement to the brother, right? For you to make the statement to the brother, you're incorrect, right? Because morally,
When I said that we're not
morally that you're corrupt people. No, the children of God, right? Everybody ain't a child of God, right? We know for a fact the one, right? Because we know for a fact the one that Moses led out of the wilderness. When we read the Bible, those are the children of God. The Israelites are all them other nations. They're just goyim, and you know that. Don't even sit in here in front. You know that, bro. That's how you look at us, like goyim. But you're the goyim.
Okay, so just a second. Hold on. Can I give you some information here? Okay, you guys were talking. You did a lot. All right, so it's the World Competitiveness Ranking. Somebody was talking about like the United States. Okay, so if you look at like some metrics, you actually look up something, read something. I know Israelites don't like to do that, but if you look at the competitiveness rankings, I think the United States is like the number 2. Yeah, the U.S. is the number 2 economy in the world, and I think that Switzerland is number 1. And the U.S. has been number 1 in competitiveness rankings on and off for many years. Okay, so that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, I think
we're bigger, but you take per capita in Switzerland because it's such a tiny country.
Well, I'm giving 2 different metrics. The first one is like competitiveness rankings, which doesn't depend on economic size. And then if you talk about GDP per capita, the United States is up there in the top 10. If you talk about the total GDP, like the gross domestic product, it don't adjust for per capita. It's number 1.
Right.
Okay. That's correct. Okay, and so like competitiveness is things like it's a lot of different things that go into that metric, but it's essentially just how competitive is the economy, how easy is it to get things done, how strong are such and such industries. Okay, it was somebody here that was talking about like the thing that sets like Jews apart from other people, and this is what makes it such that Hebrew Israelites will never be able to close the gap. And I think it is that Jewish people actually read. They pick up books and they do read them and they analyze them. And if you go to any of these Hebrew Israelite rooms, it's the same thing over and over and over again. First is that they don't have any interpretive framework for whatever they're talking about. And the second thing is that instead of like trying to read and address a point intelligently, they'll do a bunch of like gish galloping or sea lion and try to shout you down and things like that. And that works very well for Clubhouse, okay? But for the real world, yeah, for the real world where people like need like things done, products like generated, it takes like that type of Jewish intellect, and because they're willing to learn things and study things and develop like frameworks and organize their mind, of course they're very helpful to a lot of people. And the last thing I'll point out and I'll finish is that, like the Jewish viceroy, that person that's so technically skilled that the emperor needs him. This is a very old thing. It goes all the way back to the time of Joseph, where he was like a viceroy, where, he just knew what he knew so well that Pharaoh just needed him. And you can draw the line all the way through to people like, Larry Rubin and Greenspan, Alan Greenspan, and so on and so on, because they know very technical things. And people need them. And it's also like if you look in Poland, okay, I was reading a book about it talked about Jewish physicians. Right. They were like physicians for a long time.
Yeah.
So they had that brain power. And one more example, because there's so many I like to give them, but I can't do them all because there's not enough time in the world. It's a guy named Robert Moses, or there was a guy named Robert Moses who was like a parks commissioner in New York for like 44 years. He was in that position. And
he is.
That's correct. He was one of the greatest builders in the history of humanity.
He was. And Robert Caro wrote a book about him.
That's correct. It's called The Power Broker. That's correct.
And right, 1,200-page book, and I read it. I read it just this year, actually. And so what you look and you see, this guy, he was not the nicest guy, to be sure, but he was so good at what he did that it was just nobody to work with except him. And one of his techniques was to say, okay, I want to manage this project, and if it's not like done in the right way, then I have to resign. I can't have my name associated with any way. And he was so good.
Another question.
He got his way in a lot of situations because people needed him. So back to what this guy Yama is talking about like the reasons for Jewish success. It has to do with, like, among other things, picking up a book, being able to read, and being willing to read. Which is the exact opposite of any of these rooms that are run by Hebrew Israelites, by the way. So that's all I can do. So that's the point. If you want to know, then pick up the book and read it. And if you pick up and read, like, say, 20 books per year, okay, for the mod here, that'll put you at like the top 0.1% of all Black people in the United States. If you can just do 20 books a year, that's like 40 pages a day. You can just do that. So there you go.
I think that's that jump the gun. But if you look at a lot of the evidence, it do point towards the Jews, and I understand where they're coming from when they say that, these guys over here are fake. But like I said, I feel like I'm not a person that's going to jump the gun, until I actually know. So I'm not going to persecute or, anything like that until I actually know what's going on. But wait, you trying to say something?
Yeah, I have a different explanation than they're smart and they read. I do think that other civilizations have attempted to be smart and read. They have imposed it upon themselves, sometimes just centers of universities. Sometimes they have effects, sometimes they don't. In terms of like the way the Jews are surviving, and let's also highlight America being #1 globally. Let's highlight that as strange. America is young. It is an offshoot of an offshoot of an offshoot of a long dead empire, right? It is a strange construction. And why did the Jews do well there, right? Okay, so these are related. A, the Jews were in Europe. They functioned together with them. In the Middle Ages, there were court Jews. They had to petition for rights of existence for many eras before they gained citizenship in the era of Napoleon. Right? So they knew this civilization. That being said, the people of Europe had been percolating with their ideas of civilization while they were often pretty much under control. America posed an amazing, exciting new laboratory for their ideas. And some of their ideas were good, some of their ideas were bad. Mostly they wanted to preserve the laboratory space. And that's why there is a lot of freedom here by design. The Jews, being part of the oppressed peoples of Europe, thinking and tinkering about how Europe could function in a better way, found ample protection in a more free laboratory of European ideas in the new Americas. The Jews do well in Europe because they had to. Like, that was just, I don't know how they're surviving, whatever deals they struck and habits they had to impose upon themselves and others, they made it. And when they got to America, mostly, a lot of them Americanized. They all just started looking like all the Americans because they were modernizing Europeans, just like the Americans were, with an English that no longer cared about the pronunciation of the Queen, right? And America. Why are the Jews doing well? For a couple of reasons. I'll say it further. Because America is young, and the reason it is doing well is because it actually exists on the backs of Britain and Europe and Rome. The Jews are doing okay within that because they've always been surviving, just like the oppressed minorities, the Scots that came to settle in America, and then all of the melting pot that occurred, the Germans, and the Swedes, and the French, and the British, and the Dutch, all in this one large landscape with the singular liquids and interstate commerce, right? It is, by design, a laboratory for Europeans, right? Every name I think I said was European, Spanish too, Portuguese, right? All of them in this laboratory space for how to find better. And in that space, the Jews do well because part of the narrative is disavowing the prior structures and approaching the world as ideas and elaborate failures to stuff up with it. And we have ways of penalizing it, but we also penalize your failure.
The season of giving
People in America
is
feel harder than in Europe because that being said, the Jews do well in America because it's closer to the actual meritocracy. And they're competing, and they're doing it in strange
Wait a minute, eat it how you live it.
and that is
10
great.
toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big step.
They are just able to provide even in Europe. I can go further, like Abraham,
Wait a minute, eat it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big step.
that traveled around many peoples, probably not that dissimilar to the Gypsies. So there is a different ethic of humanity within Jewish ethos of surviving out of the wild. Also, the country itself was in the desert at its formation after they left
I wish I could tell
slavery.
every driver before they get behind the wheel.
The Jewish people have their own cultural laws and how they survive in multiple other nations that they don't have any control. But the other people also adopted all of this with a constitution. If you look at the Indians or the Asian, Japanese in America or Mexico, they are able to increase civil capacity. Sometimes my topics are done like
This guy's a genius, but almost everybody
what the Jews are engaging in. Sometimes they are not at a disadvantage, often from linguistic heritage. Japanese and Chinese have more difficulty integrating in, except if they come from like wealth, which you can always just buy in. Than do the Indians because of the colonialism, making them more native to English speakers. So you see Hindu advancement at a rate probably surpassing and beating Jewish advancement in American society if you check the numbers. All of this day, these cultures are interacting with each other much like children that either understand each other or not. And it's based on how large the language is, how many it's and how easy it is for a naked African to understand his African friends, and how difficult it is
This
for a
footage
native
captures the gut-wrenching.
Connecticut man to understand that person in context to someone from Alabama. The Connecticut man will understand the person.
You're going on and on in the sentence. Why don't you give us somebody? Why don't you state your
The Jewish people should not be looked at as individuals. They should be looked at as a community, and they have survived within and through Europe, and also irrelevant from Europe, which is why they do well in America because it's free here, and anyone can do well. And the Jews are not unique. Everyone.
Well, we survived in many countries. Europe is one continent, which is not all one place, by the way. And
No, but
there's also
America is
North
mostly
Africa.
Europe.
What?
America is mostly the offshoots of Europe.
Okay, you're all over the place, Michael. You say why we thrive in America. We've thrived in many environments, America being one of them.
And America is a European construct.
It's descended from
The
European
Americans,
principles.
the Italian map makers, had figured out it was a new world. Columbus Day, Columbus coming.
Okay.
But Italy, maybe Jewish.
Okay. It's different than Europe. It has some things in common with Europe and some.
Of course, it's different from Europe, but it is a European construct of Scottish.
It's not a construct. It's actually a rebellion against Europe. Is what it really is.
In English.
And what other language do we speak?
If you wanted to really rebel against your European overlords, develop your own language. Use the native.
Why would we want to do that? English works perfectly well. What does that have to do with rebellion? The rebellion is in the construction of the society. The rebellion is the Constitution. The rebellion is the rejection of the monarchy. The rejection, the rebellion is the.
You're not reacting to Africa.
The rebellion. Hang on, Michael. The rebellion is the adoption of Enlightenment principles, such as all men are created equal. The rebellion is the rule of law. The rebellion is the Constitution. The rebellion is the Federated Republic. It's different. It's not Europe. It has some European roots, for sure, of course, but it's a different entity entirely.
Literally rebelling from Europe.
Against Europe.
Okay, so Yama, if you want something more concrete, okay, let's because Norm asked for something concrete. If you want an example of like Jewish people who, what particular Jewish people who had like a great deal of success, okay, I can recommend at least 2 books. One of them is called The Age of Turbulence by Alan Greenspan, and another one is the one that I mentioned before called The Power Broker by Robert Caro. And like the Robert Caro book is not an easy book, but it's done by somebody who was not part of the events. And it talks about like, you know, the way that this guy was strategic, and it talks about all the people around him. If you want to see that, then those are some excellent examples of concrete strategies. I mean, as far as, you know, talking about like Hebrew Israelites, I mean, if you just like run the numbers and things like that, you know, for them to be the same thing as Jewish people, that's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, as in not before the heat death of the sun, you know, based on, you know, where they're coming from or where they're starting. So that's just that.
I mean, they could definitely like supercharge the process by studying the writings of the Jews.
What are you doing?
Track all of their
in my office. Did you tell you to help yourself to tea while we were here? No, she didn't. She obviously didn't tell you what a joke was then either, I guess. Was she supposed to? Who are you? A mathematician. I've guessed. Didn't you just put it on that piece of paper? Mother says I can go
Okay, and if you want something to be as secret as nuclear code, then you just put it in the book, and then it'd be that big of a secret from them. So, I mean, you expect them to read. Good luck with that.
I'm supposed to decrypt German communications.
I don't expect anyone to read, but I do expect the Jews to
Well, I'm really quite excellent at crossword puzzles. Margaret! I love it, God. I'm a pleasant trip back to Cambridge, Professor. Enigma. Of course, that's what you're working on. You need me a lot more than I need you.
But let's say,
the Americans, the Russians, the French, the Germans, everyone thinks Enigma is unbreakable.
Okay, The Age of Turbulence by Alan Greenspan, okay, which is an autobiography of how he started out as like a consultant and how he eventually became the chairman of the Federal Reserve. And that shows how you like leverage ideas, how you leverage like knowledge. And then the other one is a much better example, but it's a much harder read, is The Power Broker about Robert Moses by Robert Caro.
So when Solomon said don't
to the idiot who broke into my car and is trying to use my credit cards at the local gas station, I'm actually getting like real-time notifications like your card was declined.
No, I'm talking about
Capital One was
okay,
declined.
knowledge. Okay, so let me see. I don't want to like synopsize
to know that you broke into a car of
like
someone
this
who's
guy,
more broke than you.
Robert Moses. Okay, he was
the idiot who started out
like.
My car.
He started out.
Price of the books. Go to the library.
Yeah, it really is true. I mean, it's the best. It's like I said, it's not an easy read, but like he started out like he actually read all the legislation that talking about like how things are done in New York, and then he wiggled his way into a job as like a parks commissioner, and that's where he started. And so he ended up managing the New York some type of authority there that they have. And so just like in 2 or 3 more sentences, authorities are things that exist in states such that they have a limited job to do, and then once they do it and the funding is going out, then the authority should theoretically shut down. And what this guy Robert Caro knew is that as long as the authority has like money outstanding and it has projects to do, then he will always have a job. And so he figured out a way to make it such that they always had projects to do and they always had money outstanding. And that's how he stayed in that position for 44 years. And when it came time for him to be put out of the position, it took like the entire banking might of the J.P. Morgan Chase empire to get him out of that position because they bought up all of the outstanding like debt of the authority or some leisure domain, some type of legal leisure domain. But the point is, he was able to do this because he understood how things works because he read, he read all the laws, all the bills, all this boring stuff. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but this guy had unmatched power during the time that he was a relevant. So as far as like Hebrew Israelites reading or not, let me just modulate real quick, okay? I've talked to these guys like a lot, and I asked them questions because they had this idea every time you ask something, book, chapter, verse, book, chapter, verse, book, chapter, verse. That's their favorite expression. And so what I pointed out to them is that I think in like the Hebrew scriptures, it's like 23,198 verses. And if you took that 5 verses at a time, the total number of combinations that you would come up is a number of something like 10 to the 17th power. So nobody has enough breaths left in their body in order to go through all of those possibilities. And so if I say to them, if you keep trying to do this like 1 verse at a time, you're not going to get anywhere. And just to understand the difference between like, say, combinations, permutations, or like combinatorial inflation, stuff like, okay, if you have like, some number of things, the number of possibilities goes up exponentially depending on how many of the elements you take. None of them understand that. And that, like I said, it's top secret, even though you could look it up in a simple statistics book. And if they understood that, they would not always, book, chapter, verse, they would stop that. But you don't expect them to ever stop it. So they're going to be what they are and what they have been. So it is what it is.
Are you saying shit in, shit out?
You know what I said?
Well, I mean, you could say that. The argument
Are you saying shit in?
Shit out. I mean, some people have said that,
I get it. So this is what I've said. The story of the redemption of the Jews, our story, is so powerful that it moves people and they see themselves in the story, which is what it's meant to do. It's meant to be a light unto the nations. So people look at the Torah, the story of the Jews. They see we were slaves once and now we're free. And God gave us the Torah and our suffering has meaning. And the Torah. And yes, your suffering, whoever you are listening in this room, whatever faith you profess, your suffering does have meaning. And we offer you this story for free. It doesn't mean that the story is about you and it's not about somebody else. It means this is a human story and that God is telling us that, yes, your suffering does have meaning, your life does have meaning, and this is the story of the Jews. And do with it what you will. That's all there is to it. They misunderstood. They take a book and they say, oh, that sounds like me. So it must be about me, and then it's not about you. And then they mismap this nonsense of it has to do with the color of your skin. The Torah is not about the color of your skin. The Torah is the story of the Jew. It has nothing to do with skin tone and black and white. Black and white, these are European expressions. These are expressions invented by white men in order to subjugate people who look differently than them. This is not what the story of the Jews is all about. So unfortunately, I think the people who believe this stuff have actually fallen into the white man's trap of seeing the world in racial terms. It's a mistake.
Well, it's true, but then, okay, if you like take it to its logical extreme, let's say that the story is about you. Let's say somehow it's something that's figured out and you can convince yourself and everybody else that this really is your story, okay? Then what if you convince that person on Monday, what happens on Tuesday? I mean, your house note is still due on Tuesday, so is the car note. You still have like the same boss to answer to. And so these guys like overweight WEIGHT, like the significance of what it would mean if this story really was about them. They seem to think that all good things will happen if they can just convince themselves that this story is true. And it's just not helpful. I would say it helps in the way that makeup helps a corpse. That's what the expression is, I think.
Well, if they do the right thing, if you defer to God, if you treat others well, if you follow already with society, if you have a wife and a kid and a job and you go to school and you obey the law, you're going to have a great life. That's absolutely true. If you go to church or synagogue or mosque or whatever you do, and you behave honorably and peacefully, you're going to have a fantastic life. That's the promise, I think, of the Torah, as much as it is the promise of the New Testament, which is for the Christians, or the Quran, which is for the Muslims. All that stuff is true. You don't have to say, oh, this is about me and it's not about you, in order to have a good life. The good life is yours. It's there for the asking, and all you have to do is be a righteous person, which is not that hard.
Get us back to specific things. I think the moderator of the room talked about like the music industry. Okay, if you also pick up like biographies of people like say like Ray Charles, you pick up biographies of people like Michael Jackson. If you just like pay attention, what you'll notice is they have the music industry set up in this way, and the people who do the most, like, dancing and shuffling and so on and so on, think about like Michael Jackson, or think about the events around Cadillac Records. They actually end up without any money. You look at Michael Jackson, and he had like this huge selling album, a series of them. And after it was all said and done, the people that ended up the wealthiest were Quincy Jones, number one, and Rod Temperton is number two. You never heard of Rod Temperton, but he was worth hundreds of millions of dollars when he dies. He was the songwriter to Quincy Jones. Okay, these guys who are running like these musical industries, they're so interested in being like performers that they don't deal with like the business aspects of it. And so people who actually do learn and get educated and read and learn about the nuts and bolts of the business aspects, they are the ones who end up taking the best amount of money out of these performers. And it's nothing sinister. It's just that the performers choose not to read. If you look at like postmortems of Michael Jackson's finances, he had no clue what was going on that whole time. And lawyers had to sort it out for him afterwards. So just something to think about. It's nothing, no conspiracy. It's just that guy refused to learn how to read. So.
Also,
he bought the entire Beatles songbook at one point. He was doing better than the Beatles at one point.
Well, he bought it, but then you had to subtract out all of these debts that he had from Never Neverland, the estates and whatnot like that. So by the time you got finished subtracting out all of the people owed money to, okay, and this was only tabulated after his death. Okay, then it was like a lot of what he got.
He did overspend.
Well, he did. Okay, so you look at somebody like Ray Charles, who didn't sell as many albums, but he didn't die broke because he made sure that he balanced his expenses and he got paid for every gig that he did. You look at somebody like Quincy Jones. Nobody's ever heard Quincy Jones play a note, even though he's a trumpet player, by the way.
I've heard. Okay, he did the soundtrack for The Pawnbroker. He played on that. I've heard it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a Miles Davis, Quincy Jones album in France. They're playing in France together.
Well, yeah, he was a trumpet player, but the thing is, he was, okay, compared to like the other musicians in that, like Miles Davis, Quincy Jones died a lot richer because he understood like the business aspects of it. And if you notice, when he put out albums, he would get together people to sing songs that he didn't even write, and then his name would be on the final product. So you look at like his greatest hits album, or like the Brothers Johnson, the Brothers John or Quincy Jones featuring James Ingram, Quincy Jones featuring the Brothers Johnson. He didn't do anything but put the people together, and they did the singing, and he took the money. So it can go both ways. You can't have a black person do that.
There's publishing rights and there's performance rights. And he figured that out really quickly, the same way Michael Jackson figured out when he bought the publishing rights to the Beatles song. That was very clever.
Look at Phil Spector. I mean, he's a maniac, but, as an organizer, somebody who knows audio engineering, he brings the talent in. He put out supposedly the best Christmas album of all time, and he was an absolute madman. But, he was very independent, very aggressive, and it's the people, it's the organizers who bring the musicians together. And then back then you had real distribution. Now it's all just Spotify payments.
Well, it is, but I'm willing to bet you whoever it is that set up Spotify knows about those payments. He saw this coming, and whoever it is that invented Spotify, he's not going to die broke. This is like light years away from these rappers like Lil Wayne or whoever, whatever. They're like playing, somebody like Lil Wayne is playing like checkers with like several pieces missing, and whoever invented Spotify is like playing like 4D chess.
Well, it's so stupid to say everything has a Jew at the end of the tunnel, no matter what business or category. I mean, it's insanity to say all or nothing statements like that.
There are older civilizations. The Hindu, the Asians. Maybe they're at the bottom of everything.
Well, it ain't news if it ain't Jews.
I'm just saying, we're all humans. We've charted the exact amount of us on the planet, right? There's no secret cabal. Every individual is accounted for.
Well, it's not a secret cabal, and I'm certainly not saying anything like that. But I'm saying if you want to like imagine that it's disproportionately more, okay, who end up on the right side of things, then the best choice, instead of trying to convince yourself that they're fake and you're real, is maybe to just study some of the things that people know, and maybe you can benefit from the knowledge too.
Yeah, because that's all humans do. They just observe how other animals are succeeding in the environment that we all share, and then they copy them. And like, we do it best against each other. I'm speaking English. I'm doing that because all the humans around me were speaking English. I thought that before I understood what Judaism meant.
Well, Lee, going back to what you said, if you read 20 books a year, I mean, let's be honest, real success happens because of intelligence and genius. And the fact that Jews start studying Torah at such a young age, they basically become lawyers at 13 or illuminated men or women of God. So that's a big...
I will firmly and eternally recommend everyone stick to the Jewish reading structure, the schedule, and just read the 5 books annually. That alone will get you to be more of a reader. Even the Jews only pretend to read it.
Well, right, okay, and it's about the reading thing. Okay, give you a little bit. People, I know something that like these Hebrew Israelites like to foam at the mouth about. They are just so worked up about the Gemara, and it's like maybe only like 2 or 3 dot in that whole thing of 2,711.
By the way, I love using the Gemara. I was using the Gemara the other day because someone was referencing that the story of Shimon HaTzadik appearing in the dream of Alexander was recorded in the Gemara. So I was like, ooh, where? They gave me a citation in like Yuma. They had like 2 other ones, Rosh Hashanah and Shabbos, because they referenced this Megillus Tinus. Do we like have a copy of Megillus Tinus or just references Megillus Tinus? Lee, do you know this? You ever heard of this, the Megillus Tinus?
Yeah, I know it's the one that's with Tractate. Oh yeah, I have heard of Megillus Tinus. That's right.
Because they say in Megillus Tinus is Hanukkah. You're not allowed to have a Tinus on Hanukkah, right? So, and why? Because on the 25th of Kislev, the Jews were miraculously saved from Alexander because he said that Shimon HaTzadik in all of his priestly vestments, which by the way, they brought this up in Purim Gemara style. You're not allowed to wear the vestments outside of Yerushalayim, obviously. Of course not, right? It's set aside for the Mikdash. But we have this brisa about this guy that showed up to Alexander in full priestly vestments, and then Alexander said, exactly like this is how he showed up to me in a dream. And thus we're all friends. And then they promised to name all their kids Alexander. But I don't know where Megillus Tinus is. And what's interesting, I saw some commentary on it in the Schottenstein. The Megillus Tinus, it was a Megillah because they couldn't write down the oral law, but they needed to track some of the rules.
That's a database, and Jews have a large data set to work from. Words rule and men. God rules the world.
So it's like an unofficial Gemara, kind of. Like a little halachic text that they weren't allowed to write, so it has a little of Megillah. So I was wondering if you'd ever heard of Megillus Tinus. But it's not that interesting.
Yeah, I did actually. I did heard of Megillah Tinus when I was doing like a Tractate Megillah. And so that came up like, as a side note, so I'm aware. But I was saying to the person who's read the Gemara, okay, and it's once about like a 3-year-old, like what happened about, and they talk about that to the exclusion of all of the other 2,710 other like folios, and it's like if you actually sat down and like read like a blot of Gemara, okay, or you did like a daf or something like that, you have to learn what is the learning process that goes with it, and so they're like so obsessed with these 1 or 2 things, okay, that they like miss the entire systematic way of like organizing large amounts of knowledge that you would get from learning Gemara. So you want to talk about missing the point. So this is why I say if you want something to be top secret, okay, then you just put it someplace where it has to be read, and it will be. Because a lot of people will say that, like, the purpose of Gemara is how do you organize your mind, okay? And how do you, if you look at books like, say, like Mishnah Berurah, I'm working on that right now, and it really is very laborious. But you go through this, and you have to organize your mind in order to read it and organize and understand the text. That's good mental exercise. You can use that anywhere.
That's an excellent point, Lee, that if you just pull a quote out of something, you have no idea what you're talking about. And if you try to study Gemara, or if you try to study Talmud without having learned Torah, then it's meaningless. All you're doing is cherry picking a phrase here and trying to generalize based on a phrase. And you're guaranteed to miss the entire point. As we've seen in this room.
And I'll give you a little bit more. This is for Yama. Okay, when you're talking about learning how to read Gemara, if you pick up a very traditional copy of it, it's like this large book with really small lettering, and it's all these letters that are just vomited up onto the page with no punctuation, no period, no nothing. Okay, it's like an E. Cummings poem, except that it's 75 volumes long. And what you have to do is read through this and make sense of it, and you have to organize it as you read it. Okay, so that's a very useful skill for a person's analytical ability. But somehow, these Fakeolite guys, they miss all of that. They take their go-to pages or their go-to cases, and they'll make a room bleeding about it for hours and hours on end, ever since the beginning of Clubhouse. And it's you want to talk about missing the point. So that's just something to think about.
So what's the psychological explanation for a Black Hebrew Israelite with a self-esteem issue?
My fault, y'all.
Okay,
I was, I just wanted to let y'all know really quickly that I'll be in and out. So if I don't respond on the mic, just text it in the chat, and then I'll respond when I can.
So the psychological explanation. Adrian was asking.
Adrian, I have one. It's a combination of things, and we touched on it earlier, and I'll repeat it. So the plight of Black folks in America has been horrendous, historically, not necessarily today, contemporaneously, but historically. And part of that horrendous plight has been the separation from one's identity, which happened when they were taken from their homes in one continent and brought here and forced to adopt a new identity and a new language and a new way of worship. So that's number one. So you have that trauma. Now, you then add in the imposition of Christianity. So for the most part, the Black folks who were brought here under conditions of enslavement, they were compelled to become Christians, which was the dominant religion here in this country. So, okay, it's a pretty rewarding religion. And I think the Black folks added quite a bit to the practice of Christianity in this country in a lot of ways. And it was an organizing center for Black life and Black politics, still is to a large extent. But then some of them began to feel, well, wait, I like this Christianity, but this was forced on us. This isn't our real identity. Everybody knows that they were compelled to become Christians. So who are we really? So then you look around and you get guys like Minister Farrakhan, who is notorious anti-Semite, who creates a new religion called Nation of Islam, right? Which is obviously not accepted by real Islam, because they have prophets afterwards like Elijah, Muhammad, and they call themselves Black Muslims, which is anti-Islam. You're not allowed to put a modifier before Islam. So you have that created religion. Then you have this other created religion created by Frank Cherry and William Cawley in the late 19th century called Black Hebrew Israelite, where they say, no, we're not Muslim and we're not Christian. We're those guys that you read about in the Torah. That's us. And then they add the anger element. Not only is that us, but the people who say that they're Jews, they're not really Jews because they're not us. And being a Jew has something to do with skin tone, which is obviously absurd because it has nothing to do with skin tone. It has to do with membership in a tribe and a family and a nation and a community. So that's my psychological explanation. They look at this story and they say, in this story, the suffering of the Jews is meaningful. And the Jews, despite their suffering, are God's chosen people, or God's children. Well, the truth is that everybody is a child of God. And the lessons and wisdom and light of the Torah is freely available to anybody who wants to take the time to study. And you don't have to be a Jew to have Torah, to study Torah. You might read it modified in the New Testament, the King James Bible, or KJV, or even in modified form in the Quran. You do with it what you will, and we will do with it what we will. And there's no resentment on our end. We can't control it, nor do we want to. It's there to light the entire world.
Well, it's also like a reading comprehension issue. You know, not everyone has a very high level reading comprehension, integration, getting the bigger picture, the bigger point, who you are, where you came from. So it's people are challenged. And, you know, that's why really maybe patience in this communication, even with the vulgarity, I agree with you, I think is like the right approach to communicating. To get angry over a racist bigot on this app, in many ways, like you can't break through, you know, their barrier unless you're kind. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Then there's the weird anger element, which is a whole other thing. Which is, it's not only that they read a book and they say, "Oh, this is us in this book." Then they say, not only is it us, but it's not you. Like they don't know anything about us. They've never met us. You know, if you're going to bear witness the Torah rules, that you have to experience it in person, not over the internet. And it has to be two people. So for them to make claims about somebody they've never met is a violation of the Torah. It's a sin. And this weird aggression and yelling and anger and you did this to me and you did that to me, it's a little bit deranged. Then we get into the realm of some sort of mental disorder. If you want to believe that you're XYZ, you can believe anything you want. Nobody cares. Mormons have some very unusual beliefs. Nobody really spends any time arguing with the Mormons. Mormons believe that they're the real Israelites.
Well, don't they declare that the Native Americans are the lost tribes of Israel?
I think they consider themselves one of them. They say they each get their own planet. They wear special underwear the way we do.
But the Mormons are okay. But the thing about the Mormons is, okay, they're also some very vertically mobile people. So they get married and they stay married and they have like a bunch of babies. And so if they have this quirky little belief, which Mormonism is, they do have the power to push it. So, I mean, they don't have to be as angry as opposed to like these Israelite types, which are like, you know, pretty like they're not all that competent. And it's like that. It's an impotent type of rage. So if they had a product and they were attracting people to it and they had like the funds to do it, then they wouldn't be so angry. I don't know if they think that like being angry is going to like solve the problem or whatever, but what I can say is if it makes sense to them, then that's proof positive that it's wrong. So, anything that I do or anything that I think, I have to make sure that it doesn't make sense to them. And that's how, at least I know I might be somewhat going on the right path.
But if you believed that you were the real Jews, like that would be an incredible discovery. You should have joy and not anger in your communication. So it's irascibility, immaturity, conditioned hate and anger, sadness and rage. So I just think like communicating with a BHI and getting upset about it in their,
talking astrophysics to a wino.
Well, what I'm saying is they can stain you because you can get so repulsed and angry over, what they're espousing and the way they say it and the vulgarity in itself, like the previous speaker, Jay.
Yeah, they started yelling all kinds of F-bombs and J-bombs and you name it, to distract. I think intentionally, maybe. It doesn't make sense.
Well, it's like being in the 8th grade and being on the playground and like being mercilessly cruel to other people based on appearances, whatever. I mean, with the knowledge and the wisdom of God, you don't engage in that type of vulgarity. I mean, you become, a wholly illuminated man or woman of God.
A lot of people were converted to this in prison. It's one of those weird cults. It's a cult.
Well, that's another sore point because a lot of black people find a lot of religions in prison. So I think that, I was reading that the population of Muslims in the United States is like 1%, but it's like 18% of the population of prisons. And it's this word called Prislam, because it happens so much that you have somebody and his dumb ass gets put in there for like 10 years for like robbing a liquor store for like $250. And so, 3 years into a 10-year stretch, he thinks, okay, I just might want to pick up a book and read something. And then there you have like these prison chaplains, and they convert people because they, if you need idiots, then you need to go someplace where you can find them all at once and where you have a captive audience. So prison is the logical choice. And so that's how it turns out. But it's also that stigma too. Because I remember I was sitting down reading the Tikkun one day. I was someplace and somebody came up behind me and he's like, what's that you're reading there? Is that a Koran? I'm like, well, no, I haven't been to prison. And then he laughed because it happens. I'm like, it's not Arabic, number one, it's Hebrew, and then number two, I haven't been to prison. Because somebody going to prison and coming out Muslim is the sociological cliche at that point, or at this point, because it happens so often. So, I mean, for like the Israelite types, okay, if they wanted to do what other people have figured out to do, if they wanted to have a doctrine in, they would try to to associate with like having the ability to finance it and support it, but they can't make that connection. So they're going to be with that, which is a bunch of angry, not so smart black people shouting at people on street corners, and they'll be just like, so many of these angry black people that decide they're Muslims, and they take up the Arab angst. So Arabs are angry about Western civilization, blah, blah, blah. So let's take up their grievance as black people, even though Arabs can't stand black people. Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah, like Nation of Islam and Farrakhan, it is so toxic and insane. But, in many ways, you can't have an identity. It has to be an in-group, out-group, compare and contrast. You have to essentially throw people under the bus in order to establish your own identity. And so from that basis, I mean, you can make up anything.
Well, it's true that you can, but I mean, the thing that's so bad about it is they have Islamic learning centers all over the United States. I mean, I live right near Dearborn, and they have like a Shia learning center called Imam Marja al-Mahdi, and you can walk right in there. They got people that study with you, answer questions. You can take books for free. They print up books at somebody else's expense, and you can take them. And so it's like, all of this foolishness that the Nation of Islam, which is essentially, Islamic plated Christianity does, it's one library visit away from being corrected. And again, because it's in a book somewhere, then it's top secret. And then, of course, they'll never read it. And so Farrakhan is like many of these other dynamic religious leaders where they need idiots to finance them. So they just go in and deal with people that are the most easily available idiots, and that you got what you got.
Is it like a Buddhahood? Like, who is Farrakhan going to pass the torch to? Like, who's going to be the next one? Who's the guy in waiting that he's been conditioning to take over the throne?
he has like 9 kids, number one. Okay, and then number two, his kids, as I know it, they live normal lives. Okay, so all of this stuff that he says, I don't know if he believes it, but as far as I know, because like the Nation of Islam, they lost a lot of their people when the last dynamic leader died, which was Elijah Muhammad. And Elijah Muhammad had a whole bunch of kids, like 17 of them or something like that. And so one of his kids was named Warith Deen Muhammad, W.D. Muhammad. And he actually took like almost like the great majority of the Nation of Islam, he took them toward mainstream Sunni Islam. So if this happens again, then instead of having like 20 people that practice the Nation of Islam, they'll probably be down to like 4.
I've been reading the Quran, and it really is, I don't want to say it's juvenile, but you can tell it's not constructed, I guess, linguistically in a complicated manner. It's very rudimentary in terms of, I guess, like expression. It seems very, I don't know, I don't want to say indigenous, but like not advanced in, development or even expansion. Have you ever actually read it and you're just like, yikes, this isn't, Shakespeare?
Well, no, it's not. But if you consider who he was writing to, okay, I can't believe this. And even Muslims have told me this, but they're like, Muhammad, he did not read himself. I don't know how that could have been, but apparently he didn't read. And so how common was literacy in pre-Islamic Arabia? How common was it afterward? So this has to be made in such a way that it's easy for somebody to remember, because like you see that the way that the mission is set up, okay, a lot of it is set up so it's easy to recite, to remember it, okay, so you can keep it in your head. So I think if the Quran was made for people that are like really illiterate, then of course they're not going to be like writing like Leon Bisseltier or Eric Hoffer or David Berlinski. This is something that people need to be able to have accessible. See? It's the opposite of why the Gemara is written in such a like different, clumsy, terse way. Because the assumption there is that of course people have books nearby, and if you need to sit down and look at this and read through it as many times as you need to, then you can, because it's always books available.
I've heard Christopher Hitchens referred to as a shameless plagiarism. And, if you look at the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Vedas in India, or the Chinese sacred texts like Tao Te Ching or Confucius, you can see the development of thought and how much how much thought went into creating those documents and those books. And they all deal with God and governance. And that's what Quran deals with as well. But it's not as complicated or, again, as expansive as other world religions, which are much more well formed and have longer periods of history of development in terms of, understanding or explaining God or the universe.
Well, I mean, people, when you have like religious books, okay, that's a good point. I thank you for that. When people have religious books, then the books, you like cut the feet to fit the shoes, for want of a better word. So if you have like a bunch of people that are like very tribal and they live in deserts and they're illiterate, then they'll cut the religion to make it such that it fits those people. Now, I could imagine in some thought experiment, if like you gave like the Quran to some Jews and they decided they were going to adopt it, then they would add a whole bunch of like expansion and analysis and commentary, a whole bunch of it, to where it turned into something that's like a different structure, because the people that use it would need it to be that way. But it will also work the opposite way. If you took like the 5 books of Moses or like the 23 the Hebrew scriptures, then if you had like a bunch of Muslims use it, they would reduce it into something that's simple enough to fit into their worldview. So.
Did you say that the facility near you is a Shia learning center and not a Sunni learning center?
Absolutely, because the majority of Muslims in Dearborn are Shia.
So do you think, because I know when I lived in LA, I know that the Saudi Arabian government like funded this massive what's an Islamic temple called? A mosque. Yeah. So the Saudi Arabian government, yeah, the Saudi Arabian government is, you know, literally building these masjids and funding it. You know, the king has, you know, a fund.
That's known. A lot of oil money builds a lot of masjids, but like Sunni people here, because some of the people in Dearborn are Sunni, some of the Muslims around here are Sunni, but they like hate each other. I mean, and it's like an incandescent hatred. As soon as you say, "Oh, I visited the Shia Learning Center," well, I don't know what those people are practicing. If you want to get like an Arab foaming at the mouth, it's an even faster way to do it. If he happens to be a Sunni and you say that you read something by a Shia, they'll have to get the paramedics in there. So they're mostly Shia here, and they want no part of the Saudi Arabian government because they are different things.
So, I mean, like in group dynamics or group psychology or herd psychology, I just find it amazing that somebody can say all or nothing statements, and then within their group, there's conflict. So even in, you know, Jewish clubhouse, you'll see tremendous conflict within a Jewish room. So there's conflict within conflict, group within group. And, you know, that's the most, to me, the most ironic thing about Islam is that, you know, the Sunnis and the Shias are technically in a forever civil war.
Well, in any case, as far as like the topic, I mean, I don't know if I want to sell too hard on like the Jewish like way of intellectual organization, because I think I did the statistics, and if you took like say 1.6 million Hebrew Israelites and you added them onto like Orthodox Jews in the United States and you average out the IQ, you'd have a 17-point loss on average. So I don't want them like to be too interested in it or too sold on it, because then what happens next?
Like, have you ever read Rumi? Because when I read Rumi, you know, I can see that this mystical version of Islam is not totally in vain. I mean, there's so much wisdom in Rumi, and he's so smart, and it's so poetic where you're just flummoxed. You're like, geez, this is incredible. It's brilliant.
I've not read any, I'm sorry.
I mean, to me, Rumi or Sufism, without that, it's absolutely an unredeemable religious cult.
Well, I mean, I got my hands pretty full with the Michigan Brewer. I'm actually just getting ready to leave out of here and write up the class that I did yesterday. I'm working on a Safrut, and so the Fabrusa that I'm working with, he seems to feel that you should go through all of like the, how do you say, Lamed Bet, section Lamed Bet in what do you say, in the Mishnah Berurah, and it's really very, very tedious. So Rumi, I have to stay a mystery is the short answer.
Oh, look, Yaakov is here, and somebody wants to look at the Talmud. Well, Yaakov, let us know if you want. If you want to help them unlearn the silly foolishness that they think about the Talmud. Because Yaakov has copies of the Talmud in his library, so that we could easily turn to the page and correct all these silly misunderstandings that they love so much, all this misrepresentation.
Well, no, because that's unlikely, because you're assuming like the intellectual foundations to follow the argument all the way through, and that's about as likely as that in a bicycle crash.
Yeah, bicycle crashes. Then they find some guy who claims to be a Jew who's like, we're going to give you the real story of the Talmud. So they pick one Jew that, like, you know, has the worst possible message and say, yeah, your old rabbi said this.
Yeah, I know. I've heard it.
Well, I know you have.
No, I'm actually generation will totally be the one to defeat the Jews.
What's that?
I just think this will totally be the generation to finally defeat the Jews.
What generation is this?
TikTok.
Oh, I guess you're being ironic.
The Jews' days are numbered. They can't keep up this game forever.
Yeah, they've exposed it. He's being ironic.
Yeah, I know, but the Fighters of America even commented on that. They said, like, they're one of history's exceptions. There are a few exceptions of history. Like, everything's totally normal. It follows pretty much predictably. And then there are exceptions that just break all the rules. The Jews are one of them. But I'm sure that TikTok will be the thing. That'll probably topple the thing that outlived the Romans.
Well, I see that you're being ironic. But the interesting thing, well, that's revealing a lack of confidence in the power of Torah, which I don't usually attribute to you. Huh?
Have a little faith in TikTok.
What?
Have a little faith in TikTok.
Okay, again, you
should be happy. You should be happy about the density of the Talmud, because then that's like an IQ bar. So because of what's necessary to like read that, or any of these halakhic texts, by the way, okay, makes it such that people who would be who would join Hebrew Israelism or of any type will never be interested in this. So thank your lucky stars.
And ChatGPT will figure it out. I'll have an AI rabbi. Before you know it, TikTok will defeat the Jews.
Somebody others was talking about how Talmud means opinion. I think, who is this asshole? It's a guy named, let's see here. Oh, Zero Celsius. Okay, you do know the Talmud does not mean opinion. Are you aware of that? Talmud actually means learning. It's an Aramaic word. And the Shoresh is Lamed Mem Dalet. And so you put it together, it means like the learning.
Yeah.
Well, I was just correcting it with somebody in the back. The Talmud means opinion, and no one cares about someone else's opinion.
No, it doesn't mean opinion. That's incorrect.
Well, I was just cleaning that up for you.
Yeah. It's basically, you can basically translate India.
Yes, TikTok is exposing the Talmud. You've got people with putting on makeup, and what else do they do on TikTok? They're cleaning their house, decorating their apartments, and that's going to be the end of the Jews.
That's right.
Absolutely.
You got it.
And
but in any case, I mean, this person here, Zero Celsius, he has like a picture of Malcolm X. Okay, next, I don't know who is this. It looks like some kind of Hamas dude. I don't know who that is. But my point,
yeah.
Okay, so
I know. That's what it's called. That's Yashra Sinwar.
Okay, so my issue is, okay, in case you're a black person in the United States and you didn't realize this, Arabs don't really care for you all that much. So, if you saw one of these women here in Dearborn and you're like, oh, look at that, Habib is looking pretty nice. I sure would like to get a whiff of what's under that abaya. And you think that you want to do it, you're going to probably get like beheaded by her brothers / uncles / first cousins. And the answer will be an emphatic no. So it's like, I don't see the
hang on. If anybody is listening who has a mod badge, please bring up Yaakov. Yaakov, put your request in the chat. That's what they told us to do.
Right.
Because he was going to be away from his phone. So he said, put your request in the chat. Now, but you could look it up from there. Tanya, if you want to look at some Talmud, tell us what Sanhedrin, and Yaakov will look it up and we'll teach you a little Talmud. Nowhere does the Talmud say you should sleep with children. That's insane. And if Malcolm X is anti-Zionist, okay, well, we're not big followers of Malcolm X, and he can be anti or pro whatever he wants. It's anti-Zionism, as Martin Luther King said, and he's more my, if he's away, that means he can't talk, Yaakov, but he's looking at the screen. If you're, in most cases, as Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Not always, but often. So, Brother Habib, if you want to look at a page of Talmud, put down in the chat the page of Talmud you want to look at, and we'll pull it up and we'll read it to you. And we'll clarify your misunderstanding of Talmud. I don't know, we did this once before, I think, with the sex with a child or something. People have these sick ideas, maybe because of their own pedophilic repressed tendencies.
Yeah, it's called Argument in a Mirror.
Oh, yeah. Read that Wikipedia article. Thank you.
Or what is that? Is that an internet thing?
Citadel.
Argument in a mirror. It's a common genocide tactic.
Right.
Like
and so, Malcolm X, by the way, Malcolm X ended up dead because he went to mainstream Sunni Islam and he went against the Nation of Islam, and they're the ones that shot him down. And so I think Farrakhan actually admitted years ago, he's like, I may have known something about the murder of Malcolm X. So he knew that happened, and he knows that, it's all finished now. But just a thought. And again, like I said, if you're a black person, okay, and it's like these Arabs that are all worked up about some territorial conflict, at a minimum, if you're a black person of any type, you have no dog in this fight. Because they were slave traders for like 1,000 years. Okay. Also, you read like the Arabian Nights, which is a tale that was, every time that they portray black people in that thing, they're in a bad way. It's a black slave. The woman in the house was copulating with a black slave. This person was cursed, and so she got turned into a black dog, and because of something that she did. Every single tangential reference to black people in the Arabian Nights is bad, bad, bad. And that's how they see black people. So I don't understand how come anybody like black is taken up for them, because they wouldn't do the same, and they didn't do the same all the years that they traded slaves. And even if you wanted to say, okay, it's water under the bridge, okay, so now can we be together, Habiba? The answer is still no. I mean, they had a TV show called American Muslim that was on here. And it was, they had like this woman who had been divorced once, and she had a baby, and so she was looking for some guy to play Captain Save-A-Ho. And so they found like this white guy, and this is all in Michigan, by the way, and he couldn't even read like the 28 letters of the Arabic alphabet. And so they're like, well, we'll convert you. All you have to do, and they transliterated out the Shadha for him, and then he said it, and that was it. And it's like, how many black guys in the state of Michigan know how to read the Quran in the original Arabic, and you passed over all of them? And how many of them are willing to play Captain Save-A-Ho, and none of them were good enough? You had to find like this hick that can't even read,
Excuse me. I don't know if y'all know me. My name is Eliel Ali Allah in Hebrew. A tribe is Sakari Yeshashika. I am with One Body in Yahushai in Dallas, Texas. I'm pretty sure y'all are familiar with us if y'all seen us on YouTube or Facebook or any type of other social media, XYZ. I just want to introduce myself, and I like a lot of the things that y'all are saying. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's very interesting to listen to. One of my brothers on here is Yama. Shout out to you, brother. And I think it's very interesting to listen to. Especially the last comments that's been made. Honestly feel like us Hebrew Israelites got bad representation. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Forgive me for interrupting, Eliel. Could I interrupt you to bring up Yaakov, please, from the audience? He's got Fred Fist under. He wanted. Okay, thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No problem, my fault.
Okay, so somebody said Pakistan has 215 million Muslims, and I tell you what, if you decide you want to peel one of them off as a wife and you happen to have too much African ancestry, you let me know how that works out for you. Because we have Bangladeshi Muslims here, by the way. It's in a town called Hamtramck. And Hamtramck started out as Polish, and then it was too many black people there, and they ran off the Polish people, and they destroyed the city. And so it's a lot of Bangladeshis that are taking the trouble to like rebuild and re-energize the city. And if you pass through Hamtramck, you see all of the store signs are in Bengali script. Okay? And so what you don't see there is any person walking down the street, any Arab woman with a black guy on her arm, or vice versa at all. So they don't care for them either.
It's incorrect, Honey Badger, that we don't use the Torah anymore. We use the Torah every day of our lives. I think what you're thinking of the Torah is not the same as what we're thinking of as the Torah. No, we don't stone adulterers in the gates of the city. We live in the real world. And we also have our rabbis to help us interpret the Torah the same way that we have Supreme Court justices who study the law all their lives to help us understand the Constitution. Yaakov, you were invited up. Eliel, did you invite Yaakov up? He's still asking.
Yaakov, you have to press on your profile picture and press accept speaker invite, and that should be enough to bring you up.
There you go.
As far as 0 Celsius, 0 Celsius, the Torah is not written in Aramaic. Okay, it's using the Aramaic script, but it's written in Hebrew. And I can tell you this because I just read it this morning, and I'm quite sure that it's written in Hebrew, and I know what Aramaic looks like, and it's not that.
No, I'm saying I don't think they're responding.
The Torah's clear. Listen to the priests for their counsel. I'm paraphrasing. So if the priests say we're not going to do this, I think there was not a single Sanhedrin that convened and said, okay, we're going to stone someone to death, because the bar is so high. Someone has to be warned. It has to be witnessed by so many people. It's not just, you see someone working on Shabbos and you're going to just convene a bunch of people with a bunch of rocks. It doesn't work that way. You need to study the oral Torah to understand all of the requirements to get to do that. It's equivalent to Ben Sara Amara, wayward child. No child has ever risen to the level that requires the intervention to take care of that problem. The problem people have is they read the Torah literally. The Torah is not meant to be read literally. It's meant to be read, along with the oral Torah, the Mishnah. The best example is an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Many people say, that's about retribution. It's not about retribution. It's about compensation. That's what we learn in the Talmud. It's about how much do I owe you for taking out your eye. It's not condoning, you took out my eye, I get to take out your eye. So I would suggest highly, highly, highly that you do not read the Torah literally word for word.
Well, they can't. Number one, they can't read Hebrew. Number one,
even if they read it in a really good translation on Sefaria and read it word for word in English and a really good translation, you'll still run into problems because you're not reading it alongside the oral law, which is given at the same time as the written law to help understand.
So the first thing you want to do is try to study Torah and understand what it means in the commentaries, which include the oral Torah. If you don't have both the original Hebrew and the oral Torah and a study partner or a rabbi, then you're like a kindergartner trying to read constitutional law. You're not going to get it because you aren't trained. It doesn't just mean whatever you think it means. That makes you, I'm talking to Honey Badger here, then you're trying to be a rabbi and you're going to miss the boat because you're not trained. It's like constitutional law.
So someone...
Nobody circumcises babies with their mouths. That's another weird anti-Jewish conspiracy theory.
As someone who sort of respectfully, the Talmud is a bunch of dumb edge cases. That's if the tree falls into your neighbor's yard, he's responsible. Even I know that as a Catholic. So it's kind of funny how people have this Talmud derangement syndrome or whatever.
It seems like you have the Talmud derangement syndrome. Let us do us and you do you. If you don't believe that it's useful in your life, fine. don't use it, don't study it, don't do anything. But if we feel it's a central part to our religion, that's our deal and our deal only. And you telling us that it doesn't make any sense is equivalent to me telling you, ignore the Pope on it. I would never do that because that's your religion, and it's your. Okay, fine. Then but there's no to disparage it and to discount its value to us because that's our religion. It's what we base our religion on.
If you're not saying it doesn't make sense, what are you saying?
It's not applicable to him. You don't understand. You say it doesn't make sense because he doesn't understand it.
Yato, wait a second. And also, we can hear your wife in the background.
I can't do
John,
anything.
what is it that well, you could mute.
Well, I'm talking. It's hard to do both.
Well, sorry. What? Yeah. It was when you weren't talking, Apple. John, what is it? You're not saying that you don't understand it. What are you saying about the Torah?
I was talking about the Talmud.
Okay. Let's start. What do you have to say about the Torah and the Talmud? Two books that you haven't read, presumably. Two work. You haven't. I mean, Talmud is numerous pages. You don't just read it; you study it. But what is it? I mean, I'm assuming you're not a Jewish person or a Jew. So what is it that you want? Okay. So what about the Torah and the Talmud?
Well, I'm just saying, it's funny how other non-Jews kind of have this Talmud derangement syndrome and they mention all these, nonsensical, I wouldn't say that, but it's sort of filled with stuff like if a tree falls into your neighbor's yard or whatever, and who's responsible. It's basically a gossip forum. I don't think a lot of these people I don't think a lot of these people even understand Talmud. So
that is accurate. What you're saying is accurate. Yeah, it's got everything you can think of, from what time Shabbos starts to not mixing milk with meat to, like you said, if the tree falls in your neighbor's yard, whose fruit is it? And on and on and on and on. I sound like a Muslim. Honey badger, I don't know what you're talking about. What does that mean that I sound like a honey badger? Elio, you're on stage. What is that? He's a fruit? Elio, what are you saying? Why do I sound like a Muslim? I'm not a Muslim.
Actually, sounds like all these Jews are coming. I'm sure that comment is more important. And I read it 3 times now and I can't figure it out. Maybe he can come up and explain himself instead of being a keyboard warrior.
Who are you talking about? Honey badger?
Norman.
Yeah, I'm here. Either way.
Yeah. So you're a movie producer, right?
Okay. Say it. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. That's funny because me and Eliel, we do watch a lot of movies, and one of the brothers pointed out in the movies, right, in a lot of these films that are produced, they have patterns in them. For instance, there's always a blackout scene in every single movie. And I'm pretty sure you know about this. You're aware of this because you're a movie producer. So I would like
What do you mean by a blackout scene? What does that mean, a blackout scene?
Every single movie, let's say for instance, movie of even in the Harry Potter series where there is no electricity, there's always a blackout scene where the lights go out. It's in a TV show called Supercell. The power goes out of that. Black Lightning. I mean, every single movie you can think of. Every single movie you can think of. There's always.
It's not every single, but it's a commonly repeated little gag. I guess you can call it a gag, and then they come out with the flashlights because it looks cool. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not in every movie, but it's in some.
Also, umbrellas, right? Umbrellas very symbolic. Okay. Because of the nuclear war, the nuclear prophecy. They always show umbrella symbolism or nuclear war symbolism, just like in Monsters Inc. Where they had. I've seen a lot of this stuff. So, would you care to elaborate on this, or would you not?
So I don't think I agree with you that there's a nuclear prophecy in the Torah, but some commentary could find it in there, perhaps. And there's certainly no rule in movie making that you have to put in umbrellas or blackouts. That's for sure. And I can't think of any of mine that have that in them.
What's one of your movies?
Driving While Black, an investigation of racial profiling in America, for which I won the NAACP Image Award.
It's in the title. Driving While Black. No, I'm just playing. But that's a documentary or?
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about like films, like actual like films and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're not talking about documentaries. So let's take one that I saw last week, Gladiator. No blackouts or umbrellas.
There's no blackouts, and I haven't seen Gladiator.
Seems like we're getting off topic.
I don't know. He's going somewhere. It's just somebody.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about like literally every single movie I see it. It never fails. But I know that that these guys don't know what we're talking about. I feel like you know what we're talking about, but they don't know. But it's very, very, very common. Every movie.
Okay, but I haven't seen it. And what does this mean to you? It has some deeper meaning.
Yeah. It's prophesizing the blackouts that are gonna happen in America, and a lot of I know about the gematria codes and all that stuff. Like we have people who can code these things.
The what code?
The gematria. You know about gematria?
Yeah, gematria is the numerical value of Hebrew letters and what they add up to in words. But there's no prophecy in movies. That's not accurate.
I mean, you do realize that the creators, the writers of these movies are using Jewish folklore, Jewish mysticism, Jewish mythology, Christian mythology. I mean, they're taking from all these symbols to create exciting movies because those symbols touch, at the heartstrings of the soul of the viewers. So, you have to know that it's not just religion, it's mysticism or magic, and even in the word Israel, is Isis, Ra is the sun god, El is God. So same with Torah, Turah. This is a historical.
Go, Adrian, you're on a roll.
This is a.
Go, Adrian.
You might be laughing, but these are the words.
I'm sorry.
This is not a Jewish thing that he's saying. This is him.
No, this is my interpretation, my opinion. Some people may not agree with this, but you can Google some of the things I'm saying, and you'll see there's a lot of people who play this word game, and whether it's true or not, I don't know. But I do know that if the Israelites came out of Egypt, supposedly they took a lot of treasures with them. I don't think it's just gold and silver. I think it's wisdom of God. That is what was, essentially brought with them. And whether they were in captivity in Babylon or Egypt, it's an amalgamation of philosophy, wisdom, God, and knowledge and understanding and culture. And so this is where we're at right now. You're on Clown House debating religious history.
I would like to pose a question. That word or that name, Israel, what does that mean in the Hebrew?
It's Jacob. It's to contend with God. And I was just looking it up a few minutes ago, but let me Google that for you.
So Jacob, maybe they know this. Jacob wrestles with God, with the angel, with the angel, and wins after wrestling all night, although he injures his hip. And for winning, the angel gives him a new name. Again, angel being the instrument of God, or like sort of the robot of God, and that new name is Israel.
Okay, somebody in the questions. Okay, I was trying to answer these. It was somebody here who was talking here. See, Kanye Ben Ephraim. Okay, so he was like, again, can you explain us why in the Talmud rabbis circumcise babies with their mouth? Is that biblical? Okay, this time you did a little bit better. You had 3 spelling mistakes in that sentence. Okay, so I'm going to read this actually because I just finished reading a book about this topic, and I actually took the trouble to extract it. Okay, so he's talking, first point is that rabbis don't circumcise the baby with their mouth, okay? They use like a razor blade, and these days, because people know that it can transmit diseases, they just use a tube to draw the blood out of the wound, okay? In times past, the question was, why did they do this? And I happen to have been reading a book that has nothing to do with circumcision, but it was talking about a history of the alimentary canal. And so apparently, saliva is one of the best disinfectants in the world. As much as saliva is a bacterial cesspool, it is also an antimicrobial miracle, the former necessitating the latter. As a germ killer, saliva puts mouthwash to shame. Saliva has anti-clumping properties, which discourage bacteria from forming colonies on the teeth and gums. There are salivary proteins that retain their antimicrobial properties even when they themselves are broken down. It is a known observation among the vulgar that saliva is efficacious in cleansing foul wounds and in cicatrizing reconceived wounds. Human saliva contains histamids which speed wound closure independent of their antibacterial actions. Okay, so if you want to know why that is the way that it is, then that is why. Okay, because it has antimicrobial properties in the past, and people found that out, and it also has properties in the wounds heal. So that's been known for a long time. Now, it was also somebody in the background, she was Honey Badger, that was asking the question, which Torah did you read today, Samaritan or Masoretic? Samaritan Torah is older. We are aware of that, okay? And actually, there's an entire book that quantizes all the differences between the Samaritan version of the Torah and the Hebrew version of the Torah. There are some small differences, but the Jewish Torah is accepted as canonical by Jewish people, the same way the Samaritan Torah is accepted as canonical by Samaritans, all 600 of them. Okay? So I don't know what you're saying. So the Torah that I read today was from a Torah scroll with 42 lines per column and 304,805 letters. So does that help you out, Honey Badger?
Yeah, I went to Chabad Shul today, and our daily study is from Vayigash, the second portion in Breshit, or what you might call Genesis. If that's what you're asking, and you could easily look that up. And we tend to read, one portion a day. In addition to yeah.
I just read Vayigash on Saturday afternoon because the full Vayigash will be read Saturday.
So you were preparing for the week ahead, which is good. That's what you're supposed to do on Shabbos.
Yeah, Mincha Shabbat is always for the reading that's going to be next weekend, so it's a little bit too laborious for me to prepare like these entire readings because they might be like 120 or 180 pasukim, and it just takes a long time to prepare it. So I get my reading in by reading on Mincha Shabbat, the first Aliyah for what would be the Shacharit for the next Shabbat. For Joey the Saint, okay, so I'm going to put you a link here in the chat here to something that somebody wrote when they talked about the antimicrobial, that's an academic word, you might have to look it up, and the cicatrizing properties of saliva. So people have known for a long time if you have a wound, then saliva is the way to clean it out, even as nasty as the human mouth seems to be. So that's what the tradition is. Okay?
The mouth has so much bacteria, though.
A dog's saliva is much more cleaner than a human's mouth.
That's probably not true, but okay, so you want to read the book by Mary Roach, and it's called Gulp, and it's just like a little 250-page history of the alimentary canal. And of course, the alimentary canal starts with the mouth, and so she starts with that, and then she goes all the way through to the other end. And so one of the things she mentioned in the book was the saliva has disinfectant properties. Now, there you go. So there you have it. I don't know what else you want to know.
Okay, pause. What about tea tree oil or some form of aloe? There's to me other antibacterial agents that you can use for herbs. Other than just using I'm sorry.
Okay, and so the answer is, okay, people didn't have tea tree oil. If you 1,500 years ago. So, people knew that that's something that worked. And so then once you start something, then you don't change it. So that's the reason that like the Torah has been written on like cloth for like the last 1,000 years. Because it's better ways that you can write a Torah. It's more convenient ways. But once you start it in that way, you don't change it. So at the time that people were discovering this, okay, which may be like 30 centuries ago, okay, people knew that it had antimicrobial properties in it before they knew that there were microbes, and they know that it helps with wound healing. And so if people started it all that time ago, then there's no reason to change it. Now, people don't use saliva anymore because of the communicable diseases. So in order to try to adhere to the tradition, they'll use a glass pipette, and they'll use that to draw the blood out of the wound so that there's no contact.
My question.
No, they just love babies.
Is why do we even circumcise? I mean, it seems like.
Sorry.
My question.
Can we clarify that even further? Just a little bit?
You're unmuted. Yaakov, we can hear your background talking. In the front?
Yama, can I just extend Laib's explanation here? It's important to understand that the mitzitza has nothing to do with disinfecting. It has to do with drawing the blood out of the circumcision. And there are many ways to accomplish that. And even in the Talmud, it speaks about other ways to accomplish that. And it has nothing to do with disinfecting. They might have thought that, but that's not the reason they did it. The reason is Yaakov.
Yaakov, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Mute
up, brother.
Sorry. Go ahead and back them up. Y'all need to clean that up. Explain how is it that y'all can go through the process of drawing the blood from the wound out.
So there's a number of ways. What Leib just explained, this glass pipette is used, right? That's mostly what is done today. In the past, there's also been, you could use a gauze, an absorbent material like gauze or something like that, and that also has a sort of capillary action that draws the blood out of the wound. It's not required to use the mouth.
So let me ask you this, right? What was the need for the change? Because we understand that in the
that's great.
community, tradition is a big thing. So what was the need for the change?
The need for the change was that the need for the change was that babies were getting sick and dying. And when they discovered that was potentially part of the reason. I mean, babies got sick and died for all kinds of reasons until the modern era, right? But once we understood science and virology and these kinds of things, right? So we took the medical information and said, within our tradition, is there a way to accomplish this without putting the baby at risk? And they developed these different phenomena, right? It evolved, it morally evolved, right? It medically evolved. I would even say perhaps spiritually evolved, right? But those are all the reasons, right?
It's very weird to attach a sexual thing to this. I think it's an expression of people's own repressed pedophilic tendencies. So this is a publicly performed operation, and there's certainly no sexual component to it. That's sort of sick to even go down that road.
If it was, who would the component be for? I mean, is it for like the baby who doesn't even know his ass from a hole in the ground? Is it for like, all the people that are watching? Is it, for the person who's like performing? Who do you think this is sexual for?
The person performing because they love babies.
I'll answer. Okay, so the reason why they're drawing this conclusion from some type of sexual act is the fact that there were constant reports concerning babies having herpes, and they were trying to figure out how is it that these children, these babies, like you said, that don't know they're growing from their asshole, excuse my language, how is it that they were able to, how is it that they were able to herpes is not sexual?
No, it's more than one different types of herpes. It's more than one type of virus.
In your mouth is herpes simplex 1, I believe, all the time.
That's true.
Let's be real.
So if you're supposed to be holy, you're supposed to be a leader, quote unquote, in your community, in the Jewish community, there should be no reason why you have such a disease at all.
No, herpes fever.
You're confusing the herpes simplexes. You are so completely confusing a sexually derived herpes simplex from a common herpes simplex, which can be very difficult for a baby who doesn't have a fully built out immune system. And we're also talking about a procedure that is done by, like, I want to say 0.000000002%. It's so uncommon as to be non-existent in the general circumcision.
Right. So what you want to do, like a Google search, HSV1, HSV2, look up the difference between these two so you don't like mix apples and oranges.
Well, I'm not trying to conflate the different types of diseases. I understand that there's different forms of viruses and bacteria. I mean, I did go to medical school. I understand these things. But, because I do understand also, too, it's a lot of propaganda as well. Like y'all were talking about before, considering the hatred, that quote-unquote black, quote-unquote Hebrew Israelites bring to the table out in the community. I feel like we get a bad rep, the same way how quote-unquote Jewish people get a bad representation. So when it comes down to these things, we have to really break them down, dissect them, and clean it up. But to put all of it in one basket, the same way how y'all jump to the defense of the Jewish rabbis, quote-unquote, giving children herpes by the process of which y'all go through the things.
It's not a defense. It's to illuminate it for you because you were under a misunderstanding that it was something sexual, which it isn't.
Well, I wasn't misunderstanding. I just wanted some type of clarity as to the reason why it's being viewed that way. Because one of you posed the question concerning that matter, or why people think that it was
so uncommon it's so uncommon statistically as to be irrelevant and non-existent. If you took the number of babies, this was done. Hold on. Yes.
People use this as a happiness.
You took the number of babies this was performed on as a numerator, and the denominator is the total number of brisses of Jewish boys. You would get a number that rounds to zero. I mean, it's just completely.
I'm not saying
so out of proportion.
I'm not saying all of them were doing that. I can't deny that there were.
There's probably out of 16 million Jews, there's probably less than 800 people, 800 families that are participating.
Let's put a finer point on it. I've never seen it done. Let's put a finer point on it, right? The charge, right, has nothing to do with the understanding of what actually goes on in the Jewish community, right? And if you want to talk about those communities that have evolved versus those that have rejected modernity and those that are continuing to be closed off and fundamentalist, right? Then it's no wonder that those are the communities that are still doing this practice because they've not evolved. But as Yaakov said, it's vanishingly small number. When it happens, those moils don't get jobs anymore. They are prosecuted by the police as appropriate. That is appropriate.
Wait, what are you saying? Who's prosecuted by police for what?
The moils.
For what?
The moils. They're prosecuted by the police, and then if they do mitzitza b'peh and the baby gets sick, or God forbid dies, those moils are prosecuted by the police.
What would the crime be?
Well, if the baby dies,
what would you be prosecuted for?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not exactly sure what the crime.
Well, it'd be a case-by-case basis, of course.
Yeah, but they are held accountable. They are held accountable by civil authorities.
Well, okay. Well, that's different than criminal authorities. These are prosecuted by the police.
Well, non-Jewish authorities. But you're missing a point, Norm. The point is that these people are shunned. They are not accepted when this happens, right? And they are pushed to the mark.
It makes them uncomfortable. I agree with you.
They're pushed to the mark, and that's the appropriate response.
Well, if somebody has a cold sore, and they happen to be one of the very few who perform this, and this is obviously accidental. This is not we're not talking about a crime. And again, I've never seen.
There are health codes. There are health codes.
Yeah. Sure. Who knows if a health code applies to this? But as Yaakov said, it's vanishingly rare to be non-existent. Okay, I think you're just trolling. So we're not really.
But El Normo, I mean, there should be absolutely no transfer of any fluids or virus or anything. I mean, it's 2024. If the Orthodox are going to refuse to use any kind of technology to prevent transmission of anything, that's absurd.
That's not true.
It's some very, 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 very rare group of people who actually.
It probably somebody like Naturi Karta or like, you know, maybe Tolos Arabs, or like one of these really small, like insane Hasidic groups.
Yeah, I don't. That's what I mean. I don't mean like Orthodox generally. I mean,
say it's probably less than 1,000, but I don't have the data. But it's a rounding error on the Jewish population.
You mean less than 1 in 1,000?
Far less than 1 in 1,000.
Okay, you said it's less than
1 in 100,000. I mean, or if not more than that, it's a rounding error. It's not even worth it.
It gets some rare things that they.
Well, it gets headlines, and the reality is
people like to pick some rare thing that they read about Jews, and then because Jews are supposed to be holy,
it gets
they made a mistake.
It gets a newspaper editor. They they get clicks, they get newspaper sales, they get whatever, and unfortunately we pay the price. But it's so completely blown out of proportion. There's so many other things that are much more consequential that we should be talking about. This is like
man bites dog.
I agree. I think the circumcision debate. There's a
dog bites man is a better story.
Yes.
If you go on YouTube, you can watch.
Man bites dog. Right.
You can watch Christopher Hitchens.
That's why I said that.
Christopher.
Dog bites man is pretty common.
There's a popular clip on YouTube of Christopher Hitchens debating a rabbi about circumcision. And, you know, I really like Christopher Hitchens, but, you know, the more I study, the more I realize why Christopher, you know, kind of had the attitude or personality that he did. To me, like when you study God, it rounds you off. It makes you a more loving, accepting person. So, I mean, the atheist debate with Christopher Hitchens and circumcision, I don't know. It is an interesting topic, but anyways, if you want to go on YouTube and find that clip, it's an interesting response that Hitchens gives regarding genital mutilation. And if you want to even call it genital mutilation.
I call it spiritual inoculation.
You can't call it genital mutilation because it's no more complicated than clipping a fingernail. And I know that they like to try to like draw analogies between like a procedure that takes about like 25 seconds and female infibulation, which is popular in Africa. They like to draw that symmetry, but it's definitely not the same thing. So, I mean, it's something because it also in the community that we live in, okay, because I live in an Orthodox community, and these houses here have like many, many babies. The largest family we have here has like 15 kids, and we've had people come to speak, and they had like 18 children, 8. And they were all circumcised, every last one of them, so it didn't damage them in any way, as evidenced by the presence of like so many children.
So what is the symbol, though, of the circumcision?
It's the symbol of the covenant with God. Most people in this country are circumcised now. It's really considered the normal thing.
Well, yeah, the doctors recommend it, and there's a reason for that, because people that are like circumcised, it's actually like more difficult to translate HIV because foreskins have these things called islets of Langerhans, and so HIV is like really receptive to those things. And people found out when they studied, I think, in like Nigeria. Okay, and half of the country is Muslim and the other half is Christian. And so HIV was a lot more popular in like the Christian countries, the Christian part of the country, because those guys were not circumcised. And they had to like estimate like a protective effect from circumcision. That's thing number one. And then thing number two for like other other diseases.
The islets of Langerhans are in the pancreas.
Well, let me think. I'm almost sure because it's Katz and Gerberding. They're the ones who did this study, and maybe they didn't say islets of Langerhans, but I'm almost sure that that's what the name of these receptors are in the foreskin that pick up HIV a lot more easily.
Isn't it also a technological advancement? I mean, you even have to create the instruments to successfully do it. So, I'm just saying, like, what is the history of it from beginning to end? I mean, the first circumcision ever performed, what was the person thinking when he did it? What was the divine instruction, if there was any?
Oh, you can read about it in the Torah. It was a rock.
A rock?
Tanya, nobody circumcises babies with their mouths in the Torah or not in the Torah. And that, I understand that you have some interpretation on it. Yeah, nobody does. I'm just responding to the chat. Also, somebody said they don't know anybody in Nigeria with HIV. I assume they're kidding, since there was a big problem with HIV in Africa. But that's not a slight against people. HIV spread around the world. It's most likely.
Okay, I looked it up, Norman, and it does say islets of Langerhans are in the foreskin. That's where it says. I don't know is it more than one place, but that's what it says.
Rabbi, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the oral thing is an interpretation of the Talmud.
I'll read you from the National Cancer Institute. Islet of Langerhans cell, a pancreatic cell that produces hormones, e.g. insulin and glucagon, that are secreted into the bloodstream. These hormones help control the level of glucose, sugar in the blood, also called endocrine pancreas cell and islet cell. So that's from the National Cancer.
That's the beta cells. That's what I'm missing, unfortunately.
That's the islet of Langerhans.
Yeah, that's what people who have diabetes type 1 get destroyed.
Well, but I'm looking here at a different thing. I'm looking here at PubMed. I'm looking here at a journal article here, and it's saying Langerhans cell density and degree of keratinization in foreskins of Chinese preschool boys and adults. Recent epidemiological studies have proposed that male circumcision reduces the relative risk of acquiring HIV-1. Here we evaluated the density of Langerhans cells and degree of keratinization in the foreskins of Chinese preschool boys and adults. So 60, okay, and then it goes on to the methods and the results and such like that. So maybe they're using the same word for two different things.
No.
But
the cells exist in multiple parts of the body. They're not mutually exclusive statements. They can exist in one place and in another place.
Okay, so
cells. They're cells. They can be all over the place. Where they're produced and where they reside is independent of it being only in one place. My understanding is it's all over the place.
Well, and so, but I guess it's more in some places than in others. And so they were saying that those things, it says it's been speculated that they help, like they make it easier to be receptive to HIV.
I think we can agree that we can get what it is that we need to fight bacterial infection from other places outside of just your mouth. Can we agree to that?
Well, yeah, it might be, but I mean, it's not saying that anybody does this anymore anyway. I'm saying in the past, because antibiotics are only like 100 years old, right?
I agree with you.
Okay, so
antibiotics, they go further back, but I agree with you. I mean, it's not
right in the sense that somebody extracted them out of something. Okay, so I'm saying that at that time, and so that was a tradition for much longer than what it was antibiotics. So when people figured out what could happen, okay, and it took like some feedback, and that's what happens with medical discovery. Some people have to get sick, some people have to die, so you learn what not to do. And so once people figured out that was a way to transmit unpleasant diseases, then they just stopped it and they substituted something else for it. But until you have a compelling reason to do otherwise, then the tradition usually stands. And not to go too far off, but when if you read through the Torah, sometimes you will see that they'll tell you, okay, the word is spelled this way, but it's pronounced this way. Okay, so we know that that's a scribal mistake that entered into the copying of the text, but you don't have a reason to change it, the text, because you can just correct for what it is. So the same thing, all right, until it was a compelling reason to change the practice, then people didn't do it. And then when there was that compelling reason, then they just changed it. So it's not common anymore. So I don't know what the issue is.
It's also a little weird, when people bring the critique of well, doesn't your tradition, why aren't you doing it like your tradition? People are so uncomfortable with that, a tradition can change and evolve and be compelled to dress itself, right? This is what reasonable religion looks like. I think having an alive tradition that can contend with advancements in technology and knowledge and science and medicine and all that stuff. Like, why are people trying to force us into, why aren't you a fundamentalist? You obviously don't believe if you're not a fundamentalist.
Well,
Just doing it.
as far as tradition, I mean, it's a lot of things. If you actually sit down and read something, okay, it's a lot of the things that have like changed over time, even in the most orthodox of circles. And the example that I can give you is when people lived during the time of Maimonides, if they wanted to write a Torah, they would write it on Kavil. Okay, and if you can find like some of these like really hardcore Sephardim that still use it, but these days people have found out that it's probably better to just write on cloth because like it survives better. But if you go back in time 1,000 years, that wouldn't have been the case. Also, you might find that people like used to make their own parchment, and they don't do it anymore because it's not necessary. And they also didn't always write it where a Torah scroll is 42 lines a column. That's something that people had to figure out how to do, and they changed to do that because it was a better reason to do it.
I understand. I agree with you. A lot of things change over time, due to, the growth in society, XYZ. One of the things I want to point out is even back in Egypt, I mean, they had, quote unquote, gods and sciences that predate that of Egypt. We find that, one of the first quote unquote condoms that were made were back in Egypt. So I'm sure that even in other cultures and other different regions around the world, they had different understandings and ways of how to cleanse the body, XYZ, due to the culture and due to what they had around them at that time period. You know what I mean? As far as herbs, water, food, XYZ. So I totally understand what you're saying, especially when it comes down to trade and things of that nature. You have people from different regions that were in contact with each other for many different reasons. So I understand exactly what you're saying.
Isn't the whole ceremony a ritual, which is to help illuminate God and our presence? I mean, are you missing the spiritual, divine aspect of the procedure itself and just, saying it's an anachronistic, pre-civilizational technique or, a legacy of history, which is outdated now? I mean, but do you not see the spiritual relevance and importance in Jewish ceremony and ritual for the families, for the culture, for the moil, for the rat? Like, there's a divine aspect to this ritual and ceremony that I think you might be missing, the importance of it, at least.
Are you talking to me, Adrian, or is that for...
Yeah, you or anybody else who is poo-pooing circumcision. I mean, everything always seems to be, that, I'm an atheist and therefore this is all madness.
I completely see the connection of the quote-unquote spiritual meaning or divine essence through the process. I think what's got people alarmed is people getting sick from it, but I don't think they're really understanding the totality, like the other brother was saying, concerning the procedure and how they go about doing this type of thing. Me personally, I think there are other ways to do certain things, like when I observe Torah, when I observe Tanakh, from the way that I was taught and from my research, I understand it to be different. But I do understand the line of reasoning as to why the Jewish community uphold these traditions in that manner.
Let's get back. I can't emphasize this enough. This is not some widely held belief of doing it the way that people are alarmist about. It's like it's equivalent to the cases of rabies per year in the United States, which I think is 1 or 2 on a population of like 335 million people. Like, it's just much to do about nothing, literally.
And that's a fact. But I mean, if you want to talk about, talking about like STD rates and things like that, if you look it up, all right, I think I was reading a book here not too long ago called Strange Bedfellows, and it was written by Dr. Ina Park, and she was talking about like various like, neat factoids as far as like STD research. And something that she said in that book that was like really uncomfortable was that when they want to trace contact networks of diseases, I think they said that they actually look in Black Americans faster because like the rate of STD is like between like 4 and 8 times higher for almost every STD category, and they can trace the progression of STDs a lot more easily. So, you know, statistically speaking, as much as like Hebrew Israelites like to like bang on about like this extremely rare communicable disease from the circumcision that doesn't, you know, it's actually a lot more of them statistically to have STDs of various types than other people. And, you know, they were adults. They didn't need to get them. They could look up how you avoid these diseases, and they likely still have them anyway.
Well, I have a question and I don't want to belabor this point anymore because it's inconsequential, but you said Black Hebrew Israelites bring this up. Do they bring it up in the context of, well, we're the real Jews, and that we would never do such a thing according to Torah and Tanakh, and because you do it, you're not the real Jews? Like, that how it came to fruition as even a talking point? Like, I don't understand why it's a talking point. It's ridiculous.
Well, I can clarify for you. Being a so-called quote-unquote Black Hebrew Israelite, as far as honestly, I feel like we're being misrepresented in that regard, especially on that topic. Now, do we have, you know, subgroups that using certain words that kind of like trigger, you know, emotions in that regard, especially on that topic? Absolutely. Just like in every other school of thought, they teach things that are not accurate according to the teachings of their schoolmasters. But you know, in our defense, you know, we teach to abstain from sexual immorality. So, because we understand, like the other brother had brought up, when it comes down to our communities, especially the Black and Hispanic communities, you know, we have a lot of STDs running rampant around here because we cannot exercise sexual discipline. So we actually teach, and we're coming from that angle or that point of view, to abstain from certain things. And honestly, I truly believe that from the way we were brought up, especially in our school of thought, you know, the information that was provided to us in that regard, due to quote unquote what y'all claim a small amount of Jewish rabbis getting these children sick, honestly, I think it's being overinflated, and you know, it's a lot of things that's been propagated. So, you know, to kind of I don't want to say side with you, brother, but I do want to gain common ground in that regard, and you know. What we can have an understanding. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's why I asked the question. But no, KNOW. It's so inconsequential. It really doesn't happen. It's unfortunately something that just gets over-reported. It has a huge index, meaning its relative ratio is enormous compared to actual occurrence.
Yeah, your audio is really bad.
Sorry, yeah.
Your audio. So
to the topic of the room.
The point is that I've never seen it done. I don't know if anybody in this room has ever seen it done. It's not done by rabbis, by the way. There's a specific job called a moil who does circumcisions, and people seize on this in order to hurt Jews. Just to repeat, the reason why they apply all sorts of sick sexual things to circumcision is it's a way to hurt us and accuse us of one of the most disgusting crimes that are now currently discussed, and that is pedophilia. That's why people emphasize it, focus on it, and obsess on it, and repeat it over and over and over and over. It's to hurt Jews, and you hurt us by justifying doing bad things to us, because now you're falsely accusing us of pedophilia. That's what's going on.
Okay, so for Eliel, you were talking. Okay, the title of the room is like the truth behind why Israelites are being attacked. And let me just give you some information to think about. Okay, and it's it's shown up in a lot of different books, like Blink, Think and Fast. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and like Think and Fast and Slow. And what it talked about is this. Okay, if you see something, okay, you can have two ways to approach it. The first is with like the fast and associative part of your brain. Like if you see like a rock coming towards you, you don't like calculate its trajectory. You just get out of the way.
Okay, and then the second way is if somebody asks you to solve an algebra problem, how do you sit down and like think and you work through the steps, you know, associativity, commutativity, additive inverse, and so on and so on. So what a lot of these authors have talked about, because this is like a big topic, is if you see something and it's associated with something that's bad, then you will imagine that that thing is bad and you can't come up with a reason why. So an example that they gave is like if somebody like had a dog and it was the dog was a pet and the dog died and then the family like ate it. And you're like, oh my God, that's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. But you can't come up with a logical reason why you should not have eaten the dog. And so you just use the part of your brain that associates it with disgust or revulsion for doing something like that. So with respect to the Hebrew Israelites, this is a subset of something that's been known for a long time, which is if you have something, okay, and you associate it with Black people, that's a way to smear it. So I told you that like the Arabs don't care for Black people, and especially in the United States, nor do the Bangladeshis or the Pakistanis, none of them, because they have the idea that if they want to connect with Black people, it'll associate their religion with prison, okay? And it's the same thing with like a lot of these. It's not just Islam. It's not just Hebrew Israelism. A lot of people associate Hebrew Israelism with like prison conversions and with people that are like maybe not so smart or not so capable. And it's other religions or other like groups of people that do that, where they have this thing and they want to make sure that they don't have too many Black people associated with it because it'll become guilt by association. And this is like a very common thing. So that could be one of the reasons. And I think that like the Israelites think that, well, if they just redefine themselves as Jews, then all of these negative associations that people have with Black ancestry, somehow they'll just magically disappear. It's a very interesting magical thinking, but ultimately it's not productive.
I feel you on that. And with that line of reasoning, we can say the same thing about Christianity. Me personally, now a person being a quote unquote Christian is one thing, but the indoctrination of how Christianity was brought to the world, we can honestly, truly say and agree that, a lot of people were forced under the sword to be, and it has stripped a race of people from their identity, and honestly, with that line of reasoning, we can say the same thing with Judaism. But of course, we'll have people that actually practice that way of life, the conversion or the keeping the traditions, observing quote unquote Talmud. They'll I don't want to go on rambling, but hopefully you can understand how we can make the same argument regardless of what school of thought you come from. Because we understand that criminals are emphatically made. The stomach is like a brain itself, you know what I mean? So if you take things from a people or from even just an individual and you bound them up, at some point, their body will go into overdrive and they'll be wanting to survive. Their body would naturally operate that way. Not saying that, people are purposely out here making criminals, not speaking that way. But we do understand that, we are all hungry out here. We're all trying to find a way of life. We're all trying to find some sort of a tradition to uphold, some sort of a measuring stick to live up to if you want to function in society. But to kind of like throw it all in one lump and, kind of put Black folk in one area and then put Hispanic folk in one area and then put white folk in another area, honestly, I think that's kind of insane.
Well, it is overlap. It's overlap between the populations. But if you could do a thought experiment, okay, and make it such that, okay, everybody who was a Hebrew Israelite and everybody who was a Jew switched places, all right, and they kept everything the same except for those labels, then what you would find out, it would still be like Jewish physicians and like, account executives and things like that. And, it would be Hebrew Israelites that were now redefined as Jews. They would still be like the same per capita income, the same level of like, involvement in the criminal justice system. And so at that point, Judaism would be associated with something bad, okay? And then Hebrew Israelism would be associated with something positive. If you were to do this experiment.
So this is why, like, when people talk about like they keep changing the word, okay, like Negro, colored, Black, African American, inner city, person of color. The reason that people keep changing that words, and this is out of a philosophy book, by the way, is because people were Black in this generation, and then you associate Black with like high crime, poor areas. Then let's just change the word and let's call it African American, and you see that it still corresponds to the same thing. So then let's find a new word. And so you look at this word person of color. Part of the purpose of it is to try to mix apples and oranges between people that are non-white and people that just happen to be Black. They're not all the same thing. So if you meet like a Tamil Indian or like a Brahmin Indian, they may happen to be non-white, but they certainly don't think that they're Black just because you try to use the same word to refer to both of them. So if you just think about like stigma, attachment, words, there's plenty there to explain.
I agree with you there. I think honestly, even like that word Negro is kind of overinflated and slap on a people that have nothing to do with being quote unquote African American or even African. You have a lot of indigenous peoples here in the Americas that were labeled Black or Negro. Even the Spanish word for Black is Negro. You know what I mean? The first Negroes were the quote unquote what people will call today the Latin community or the indigenous to here in the Americas. So I think it's kind of it's pretty accurate on what it is that you're saying concerning labels or what they call bywords, So I think that's very interesting to think about. It's kind of like you have to look at the origin of things and look at how they play a part in society today. Regardless of what label you want to slap on it, people are going to be how they're going to be. I agree.
Well, now, you look, it's a book that I just read here. Like, it was in this year's reading list. It was called The Color Complex. Actually, it's two books, The Color Complex and then also New People by Joel Williamson, which was a better book, but I digress. And so they were talking about, like, in the earlier parts of the history of the United States, like, you had, like, a lot of people that were products of, like, mixed relationships, mixed marriages. Like, so Louisiana Creoles, like people like Jelly Roll Morton, people like, say, Fats Waller, and then they also had people, and so what they were saying in this book, and in both of these books actually, was at the beginning, people that were like Louisiana Creoles or like mixed race people from the mountains of like, Kentucky, they didn't want any part of Black people because they saw the association with it. So they were not natural allies because, they didn't want to associate themselves with other Black people. And it talked about associations like where they had like a paper bag test, like if you were lighter than a paper bag, or like the blue vein test, where if you could hold up your arm, if you could see blue veins, you were light enough to join these societies. Of course, you think this is funny now because all of that is past, but at that time, they didn't want that association of like poverty and just bad things with them. So anyway, so the truth by Israelites are being attacked. I think that a lot of them think if they like change this identity, then they'll change the underlying reality, and that's probably not the case. And if they wanted to change the underlying reality, then you deal with it in some way other than religion. You deal with it by like being educated or learning a trade or something like that. But that takes a lot of work and it's not reliable, as opposed to something like this, which is 100% unreliable, but it's also very easy.
So let me ask you a question. With that being said, the image of the so-called Black man, woman, and child, by being, not very good in the public eye, where do you think that comes from?
I think it just might be, it generates itself. I mean, if people they had Chinese people come to the country, and like Chinese people are known to be industrious, they're known to be family oriented. And when they came, they were thought to be like the yellow peril. And it's all these Chinese exclusion acts, and they stayed here long enough, and people started to see, these guys are good mathematicians, they're good piano players, they open up businesses. They aren't as bad as what we once thought. And so Chinese people, the Exclusion Act disappeared, and Chinese people, for example, are accepted in almost all parts of society. And if you go to the wealthiest neighborhoods, it's them there. It's also like a lot of Indian people from the subcontinent of that type. So I think that, once people found out the underlying reality was different, then the stigma left. But in the case of Black people, the underlying reality, it really is what it is. And so the stigma stays there no matter how much you wish it away. And I'll give you an example. They have a website called Crime in the D that's on Facebook here where they talk about, different criminal activities. And also like the scanner of Warren, the scanner of Oakland County, where it's like police activity. And like for the ones where they catch videos of them, like 99% of them are black people. Okay, like, stealing a car or like, knocking over a liquor store, or they just had one guy that went to trial because a white lady stopped to help him after his car slid into the ditch and he like tried to kill her and steal her car after she tried to help him. It's not like, black people are like 10% of the state of Michigan, 10, 12%, and they're like only 10 or 12% of the criminal activity on like the various scanner and Facebook video channels. It's more like they're 12% and they're like about 90-95% of all the criminal activity. So it's not like it doesn't exist.
So let me ask you this, right? On that note, do you think it's just in our nature to rob, steal, and kill? Like it's just in our DNA embedded, or like do you think we just choose to be that way as a whole, or do you think we were conditioned that way?
If you want to negative commandments, that's why we have negative commandments to put don't say and don't kill.
Okay, so Elliot,
our natural inclination is to do certain things. The negative commandments are there to provide guidance that helps abate those, and the positive commandments are there because we tend to not do those things. So it's there to say, hey, do these things. So it's all about it's like a reward system. The Torah is beautiful in that regard. Like it says everything that we shouldn't do because it's in our nature to do those things.
Eliel, is it in the nature? Okay, so the answer I give you is, if you happen to be this woman that's on the wrong end of the gun or somebody that wants to jack your car, or you don't really care what is the reason, you just know that it is. And if this guy, like let's say it's a black guy who just got to do it a 10-year stretch, and you had a daughter that was like 18, 19 years old, and he's like, damn, girl, you look good to me. It's been like a long time, and he does something that's not too nice to his daughter. He has a perfectly good reason. You just don't really care what it is. So the same way when you see, like, if you have a neighborhood and you work really hard to get your mortgage paid, and you see as soon as black people are coming, you know it's finished. You don't care what's the reason. You just know that when they're coming, it's bad news, and you want to go someplace else. Even if there might be a reason that has nothing to do with them. The fact is that the reality is what it is, no matter the reason.
So let me ask you this, right? Given, that line of reasoning, right? I guess what I really want to ask you is, do you think our enslavement in the Americas, due to the so-called, what people would call the white man, woman, and child, do you think that has anything to do at all with why it is that Black and Hispanic people of Negro and Indian descent, why we react in the way that we do today? Like, for example, when you look at Hebrew Israelites on the street corners, a lot of people, they'll say that, we teach hate, we're full of hate, everything that comes out of our mouth is always negative, we always got to point out the white man, XYZ, and then when you look over in our communities, we don't really own anything. It's like we circulate the money, but we don't really just have our own schools, our own hospitals, our own grocery stores. We don't even have our own banks that really just provide for ourselves and our communities. So do you think our enslavement here in the Americas the enslavement in the past had any effect on our mindsets today?
Well, okay, what I'll say is this. You can have black people who have not gone through slavery. If you look on like the African continent, okay, the ones that are left behind, they didn't go through slavery. You look at Liberia. I just finished reading a book about them. And Liberia is like a dump, and they generated it themselves. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, you left them alone, and they had the ability to do their own schools and their own banks and all of that stuff. And what they came up was nothing. And you can tell the same story on almost every single country in Africa south of the Sahara. Maybe two exceptions, maybe Botswana and maybe South Africa, which, by the way, has fallen back into developing status. You can look at the case of the Detroit school system or the Inkster school system. That city became majority black in 1968, okay? and they ran that city into the ground, and it just never came back. So it's like the excuse of not having your own schools. You have many cities here in the state of Michigan where Black people had their own school boards and their own superintendents, and they were able to collect taxes from people at the point of a gun to finance these schools. And even with all of that, with tax collecting power and everything, they just could not get it together. So I don't know if it depends on slavery, because, again, it happened in sub-Saharan Africa where there were not slaves, and they fucked up just as bad. And then if you put like these Black American people in a place where they can have their own city, they managed to destroy it. So I don't know.
Yaakov,
What about
Yaakov, are you near your Talmud?
Yaakov is gone.
Oh, God. Okay.
So, Elliot, what were you saying?
No, I wanted to pull up this thing that some weird pervert in the chat is obsessed with baby's genitalia. And he mentioned Shabbat 133a. Do you have a Talmud there, Lee?
I can pull it up on Safari.
Yeah, but it's worthless unless we read what is the subject of the discussion. Otherwise, they take it out of context and they pick a few words over here and a few words over there and splice them all together and come up with some sicko message that they then run around with, which is reflective of the sickness in their minds.
Look, that guy has spelled 3 words per sentence wrong. Okay, you should never have a long conversation with somebody who says between you and I, and you should probably never have a long conversation with somebody who does not know the difference between there, and there, and makes not more than not 2 but 3 spelling mistakes per sentence. Okay, that's not a worthwhile conversation. Elliot, what were you asking?
No, but what about, do you have Shabbat 133a? This is what he's saying is the Talmud.
I can pull it up right now. Hold on. And Elliot, I'm listening to you.
Folio.
Not a problem. I just wanted to because you already know my stance or whatnot as far as me being a Hebrew Israelite. Even the fact that they put that they coined that term Black Hebrew Israelite when we don't even teach that in our quote unquote doctrine that the quote-unquote real Jews are not just Black. We teach about the 12 tribes of them being different quote-unquote races of people that we call today. Because even when you look in our communities today, you see the Black and Hispanic communities divided, but we are trying to bring them together. So it's like, the fact that going back to the whole word game, playing semantics, XYZ, things that are propagated out in the communities on social media, when they call us Black, anything that's got the word Black on it usually is not deemed to be a good thing. You got blacklist, I can go down the list, but or blackmail, you know what I mean? So it's just like, that term Black is kind of it's a negative connotation to the plight of our people, you know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, you already understand my stance on that. But what I kind of want to harp on a little bit is the science, because understanding science is just dealing with the nature or measuring the nature around us to bring what is true, right? So that's just to kind of break down in layman's terms, how it is that we kind of deduce the truth from the lie whenever we're just looking at the things in front of us. You know what I mean? So it's like there are different ways to determine, like I said, the truth from the lie. You just look at what's in front of you. But going back to the point at hand,
how do you?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In terms of like priority of questions, who is the real Jew is not a prioritized question. I mean, the priority of question is who, what, where, when, why, and how is God? I mean, debate God, don't debate who the real Jews are. I mean, it's a low priority question. It's a trick question. I mean, if all the Jews on the planet suddenly disappeared and all the books are still here, you would have people who are not Jewish picking those books up saying, I'm Jewish now. And they would go on with the story in the books and they would read the information and incorporate it into their lives. That's what's happening.
I agree with you in that when you put it in that type of light, and honestly, it wouldn't really matter which audience you came from, whether it be the Nation of Islam, from Kemet, people who practice Egyptology, XYZ, even, Catholics, you know what I mean? So it's just like, I understand your point, but it's like, it's we have many problems in our communities, especially Black and Hispanic people, trying to find our identity. You know, most people will kind of be like, well, it doesn't really matter as long as you have a relationship with God, but you have other people in other cultures, communities, countries that follow a school of thought or a so-called quote-unquote religion, and they still have their culture, their language, you know, they uphold their history, you know, and they thrive off of that. That's why they're able to, you know, keep organization in their communities. But when you look at the Black and Hispanic community, it's not there. So when you look at us, you know, not you personally, but when the world look at us, it's in a negative light. And like the other brother was saying, you know, we're having a hard time getting it together and being unified under one umbrella. You know what I mean? So it's just like if you're talking to a person that don't believe in God at all, like a quote unquote atheist or however, you know, it's their culture, their language, their history. You know what I'm saying? Their holidays, if they celebrate XYZ, you know, it's important to them. You know what I mean? Even if they didn't believe in a quote unquote God. So to kind of like chop it up and be like, oh, well, God is the only thing that matters. We have people out here that don't care about God at all. And honestly, I think we can both agree, quote unquote, Black Hebrew Israelite or somebody of the Jewish faith or the Jewish community, we are against wickedness in the earth. You know, so it's like, if we're going to be against wickedness in the earth, you know, then we should cut down everything that's not beneficial to our people. You know, but for some reason, it seems like you're constantly at odds with each other. And, you know, which is a good question, the truth behind why Israelites are being attacked. I think that's a really, you know, good state. That's a really good topic to uphold to talk about. You know, we have on this panel right now people of different faith, different background. You know what I mean? We might even
I know, but Judaism doesn't teach, you know, strip the wicked from the system. Judaism and esoteric Judaism says that good and evil are inherent in the system, and you can't remove the evil without removing the good. They go hand in hand.
And that makes sense. But with respect to the Yama, you're talking about people who have an identity. People who have an identity. Okay. This is something that you can look and see, okay, it's a lot of people in a lot of situations. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. They know who they are the entire time. So if I give you the example of like the Great Famine that happened in China, and they had like 32 million people die over like about 3.5 years. That's the equivalent of 29,000 people dying per day. Okay, they knew that they were Chinese the whole time. But if you don't have any like food to eat and you have people dying at the rate of about 29,000 a day, it doesn't really make a difference if you know who you are. If you look at the events that they had in Rwanda, where they had like the Hutu and the Tutsi massacre, those people knew who they were from the very beginning, and they knew every day, you know, from the beginning to the end, and every day in between. And it didn't help them like stop massacring each other. And so with all of these events in the world where people end up on the wrong side of something, okay, they knew who they were the whole time, but that wasn't enough to save them. Now, if you compare like some Black people here in America, like let's say a Hebrew Israelite for the sake of argument, and you compare them to like a Black person in like Burkina Faso, let's say, where the literacy rate is like about 15%, okay? That person who is a Hebrew Israelite probably only speaks English, probably can't even read 10 letters of Hebrew, and they have all of this anguish about knowing who they are, but the life quality that they live will be much better than somebody in Burkina Faso who is like, let's say, I don't know, let's say he speaks Bambara or something like that. Okay, he knows exactly who he is and what his ancestry is, but it doesn't help. So I don't understand why people keep loading identity onto what it has to do with your real life, because lots of people know who they are and they don't end up any better off because of it, and it's not going to solve any problem. Also, Black people and Spanish people don't have a common identity. Even if you want to try to create one, if you see like, you know, a nice looking, I don't know, let's say an Argentinian girl, they look really nice. And you're like, hey, girl, you look really nice. Let's go out somewhere and like, you know, do the things that boys and girls do because we have a common background. You're probably not going to hear the answer, yeah.
More than likely, you probably wouldn't, especially in today's time. You know, a majority of the people here in America is, you know, we have to learn English. You know what I mean? Like the language we were speaking back then. I mean, what is that? During the Greco-Roman period, half the world was speaking Koine Greek. But today, you know, we're speaking English. You know, we have to learn it for trade and business and, you know, things of that nature. But I mean, I agree with you in that area. You know what I mean? But I'm sure that you know, can agree but you are Jewish, correct?
That's right.
Okay, sweet. So you have some type of knowledge of the 12 tribes, correct?
Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact.
Okay, so those that are scattered abroad, do you believe in that type of thing?
Okay, so it's a lot of lines of reasoning about that, and I don't have time to like turn this into a whole Gemara class. But it's, one school of thought says that those tribes that are lost are permanently lost and they're not coming back. So that's somebody like Rabbi Akiva that would say that. Okay, it's other people who will say that the idea of the 12 tribes by the time of the Gemara was not an issue anymore, because in this confederation it was so much mixing that people were not identifiable as separate tribes. Because you know that when you read like the Hebrew scriptures, this is talking about like a time period that's way before the latest dispersal of Jewish people. It was several other conquests that happened after the time of the Bible. So when the Assyrian conquest happened, okay, I'm giving you the third line of reasoning. People, historians said that what the Assyrians did was they just relocated the tribes and mixed them into surrounding people, as conquering powers tend to do. So some people could say that they were lost at that point, that they're never coming back. So, it's also hard to imagine that you would have a tribe of people and they would maintain their integrity as 12 separate tribes in a confederation for a period of 20 centuries past the time when the confederation ceased to be an issue anymore. See what I mean? It'd be like if black people were like, if the United States was conquered, let's say China came through here and they conquered us tomorrow, and they said, okay, we don't want to make it such that any movement is able to reestablish itself, so we're going to just move you to different places, and we'll move different people in America to help dilute what used to be an American identity. Do you think like maybe 1,000 years past that point, somebody would say, oh, I'm really a black person who was originally from Mississippi, like 1,000 years ago before the Chinese conquest? I mean, that doesn't make good sense.
I think you also have to realize that this whole conversation is in context of being an American, where it is your right to pick and choose what religion you want to follow. You could change it daily if you want. It's your right in the Constitution to be and choose and do however you want to do you. It's a question of freedom and transcendence. I mean, the information in the Torah should help liberate you. It doesn't matter whether you're from the actual historical lineage or not. The information is transcendental. It's all about God and about you.
Please excuse me, guys. I'm doing a little bit of reading, and I'm having to text real quick. I'm gonna respond in just a second.
Yeah, my fault, y'all. I've been in the middle of working, trying to listen and spit it out of here. So, but yeah, I heard everything you guys were saying in like the past 5 minutes, and to me, like I said earlier, I think there's a reason why everyone's pointing their fingers at the Jews. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you know what y'all right about? They do have to take self-accountability for allowing whatever, they feel like they are against it to happen. So, that's one thing that I also say. We should have more accountability over our own lives,
Well, I don't think everybody is pointing their fingers at the Jews. Jews are one group of people. We're part of the Abrahamic trio, the Christians, the Muslims, the Jews. I mean, those are the most popular, I think, religions of Western civilization. And Western civilization's been running the planet now for a while. Probably because the ideas of Western civilization work the best, whether it's tolerance and liberalism and government by law and democracy or human rights. These three religions are the foundation. And of the three religions, Judaism comes first, and it's the foundation of the other two. And I'm just speaking chronologically. And the foundation of Judaism is the Torah.
So, I mean, maybe people point their fingers at the Jews because they are in awe of the reality that we're still here. We're not Christians. We don't follow Isaiah, and we don't follow Muhammad. And I say peace be upon him, out of respect for any Muslims around. We're just the Jews. You know, we have our Torah, we have our land, Israel, we have our language, Hebrew, we have our communities, Yisrael, and we're proud to be Jews and practice Judaism. It's Hanukkah now. We're delighted that it's Hanukkah, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the King's speech, the Christmas speech of the King of England, but you would.
I started to hear some of it, and it seemed so boring that I just.
Well, listen to it, because he's making Kabbalistic references in it to angels, you know, and so the British, you know, have had a long history with the Jews, and they expelled them, they brought them back in, but the mysticism within Judaism was used in courtly decision making, because it. You know, the Christians who run England look at Judaism and they say, well, there's something here. You know, this is our legacy too, as a Christian.
Something there, because their whole Old Testament is there. You're more of a mystic than I am, but I can tell you that King Charles is very respectful of Jews, and he had the chief rabbi of England at his coronation, and he had special plates. So that to know that they were kosher, and a special mashgiach to make sure that the food was kosher. He's very respectful. He wanted to know everything about how to make food kosher. So that's very nice and respectful.
That's a court. That is a wise court that brings in a lot of intelligence to make the most optimal decision. If you're a Black Hebrew Israelite and you're just pointing fingers at a Jew, you haven't established a kingly court of wisdom. What you're being is a hypocrite. And, you know, when you point fingers get pointed back at you. That's the criticism of an all or nothing Black Hebrew Israelite.
Well, if you follow a religion, say it's just called Hebrew Israelite, and it's your religion. You have Torah, you have New Testament, you have Jesus. Okay, that's your religion. It's like the Mormons. The Mormons think that they're the one of the tribes of Israel that found itself in America. They think that the people who are here, the Indians, are like the remnants. They've got all these wacky beliefs. They believe everybody gets their own planet. Nobody cares about the Mormons. Nobody cares if you make up a religion. If you're a Scientologist or a Theosophist or a Seventh-day Adventist or a Jehovah, nobody cares. You have freedom of religion in this country. What gets weird is that a part of this religion, and present company accepted, but we ran into it before in this room, is some people get very loud and angry, and you're a devil, and you're a fake Jew, and you're not a Jew, and you stole my leg. It's like, I was born a Jew. My mother's a Jew, my father's a Jew, my brother's a Jew, my grandparents on both sides, my cousins on both sides, my aunts on both sides, my uncles on both sides, and back and back and back and back. And we trace our genealogy because we're obsessed with it. So we have the birth records of the grandfather, the great-grandfather, the great-great-grandfather, we have the death records. We have the passages that we went to on the ships. We have the records of the Holocaust. We have the record. We have the Kaddish books. We keep records, so we know who we are. We've been buried on the Mount of Olives, overlooking Jerusalem for millennia. We have our great rabbis and sages and scholars going home to Israel and writing from there, whether it's the Kabbalistic Tzfat or the Rabbs of Jerusalem. We know who we are because we are effectively record keeping. Because we effectively keep records and write books. So it's not like it's controversial to us. Other people, I think, want, they accuse you of what they want to do. They want to steal our identity by claiming, because of something they heard in prison, that having read this book, they're the people in this book that they read. And by the way, the people in this book they all have the same color skin, which is absurd. And furthermore, that you have the wrong color skin, so it's like you're at the wrong water fountain or something. It's like reverse apartheid. And frankly, it's silly, and the world is laughing at people who make these sorts of weird arguments. And it's sad. Have your own identity, like I said before. Go figure out who you are. Go read a book. Go check your DNA. Go talk to your parents. Go check the records so you can find out who you are. You don't have to steal somebody else's identity.
Yeah, but it is in America. You can essentially do that. You can steal identity. You can recreate in however you want. It's the freedom of expression. But the problem is, you become a hypocrite, and you're maybe not authentic or original. So if you're not really telling, the thing is, what they are trying to do is be original, I guess, because the origin story is originality in itself. So the problem is there's not enough time to absorb enough information to get past the game that they're playing. And like the previous speaker, Jay, on here, I mean, that is the epitome, and there's many people like him on this app. They're not just religiously uneducated; they're sociologically and psychologically maligned or malignant. I don't know what their lives are like in the real world, but you can pretty much tell that the way that they act, the way that they spoke to you, calling you a toucan Sam, big nose, this, that, all that type of.
I didn't even hear that. That's very flattering.
Yeah, all that rhetoric, it just shows that that in the real world, I mean, how do you get along with people? The whole point of religion is to essentially create equilibrium in your mind, in your heart, in your community, in your city, town, state, country. It's to create balance, joy, harmony, and happiness, not this verbose, vulgar, ad hominem attacks. That's the antithesis of what you're proclaiming. So
that's a good point. I mean, it's racism at its purest form. You're literally screaming at me because of the way I look. And the way I look is associated with a certain ethnic identity. It's pure racism. So what they have done is borrowed the very worst negative traits of the people who oppress them, thereby becoming their own oppressor. It's what did they say in Gladiator 2? The best revenge is not to become your enemy. And that's people who yell and scream like that have become their own enemies. It's very, I mean, in their part, they are.
That's why you should read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, and that's a quote from Marcus Aurelius. But
you should see Gladiator 2, because Marcus Aurelius is actually an off-screen character in that film.
Well, you should read the book. Honestly, it's a brilliant book, and it's an incredible book. It's just, there's so much wisdom in that book that when you read that, I know that Judaism is wonderful, but when you read Marcus Aurelius, you're like, whoa, there's a whole Roman perspective to morals and ethics, behavior and conduct, governance, friendship, kindness. It was all there. And it's all about God. And a lot of people think philosophy is devoid of God. But when you read Marcus Aurelius, the whole thing is a soliloquy or a meditation on God. So, Stoicism deals with the divine, and it's so intelligent and it's so many overlays to Kabbalah and to Judaism because, it's not atheism. So, in all theistic religions, you see this overlay. But the wisdom and the intelligence with regards to decision-making, to proper conduct, to historical events, I can't stress reading Marcus Aurelius' Meditations enough. It's a very transcendent document. I would say it's almost like a Gnostic text. And this is post-Christian, and he murdered a lot of Christians in the end of his political reign. I think there should be a movie about it because it's so close to God, and it's not far away. I mean, you should really read it. When you read the Emperor of Rome writing about God, you're like, whoa, this is a very good person, but yet he still murdered hundreds of Christians for political reasons, and I don't know. I think a lot of people just don't know enough about the Roman Empire and its history and its impact on our modern thought about, God, about governance, et cetera.
Well, it's interesting. I've been studying Roman law and Roman history, mainly by listening to these really smart scholars on YouTube. And the influence of Rome on contemporary life is really remarkable and wonderful and interesting. Like, really, the basis of our legal system is Roman. And, a lot of our food, a lot of our language, a lot of the way we make and enforce contracts comes from Roman law. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah, even the widths of our roads. I mean, go to Washington, D.C. It's like you're walking into ancient Rome or something. I'm surprised there's not a huge white pyramid. I mean, there's the obelisk, which is a symbol out of ancient Egypt, which was so close to Rome. So I think the two biggest events that determine our reality is really World War II and the Roman Empire. It seems to me that they are in the subconscious of our existence and everything we do and think and say and decisions we make as a country. That victory in World War II and really ancient Rome. I mean, to me, those two, I guess categories are inextricably linked to our reality. Especially if you live in the U.S. I mean, the founding fathers had to have been well aware and well versed in ancient Roman documents. For example, like Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. Like you said, the laws, the contracts, everything. I mean, it's hundreds of years of legal history. Mick Zed would be great because he probably knows a lot about this.
Well, a lot of people recommend Marcus Aurelius.
Well, it deals with emotional intelligence, intellectual intelligence, but the emotional intelligence, like the former speaker Jay, or even myself or other people, can come on this app and totally go toxic. When you read Marcus Aurelius, it's all about understanding you can't control your environment. You can only control your emotional response to the situation. And when you read his intelligent information, you realize every time you read it, it's like another gem just gets put in your bag. And I don't know, it's a very transcendent document. I've read it many times. I've recorded it. I've listened to it many times. And every time you listen to it, I'm just blown away.
How many meditations are there?
It's a book. It's called The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. You can read it in an hour.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours, something. I think when you record it, yeah. It's a very short book, and he would use it as a daily guidebook. He took his best thoughts, wrote them down, probably reread it as a meditation and as a tool for conducting himself every day. Because every day you're going to meet people whose breath stinks, whose attitudes suck, who they're angry, they're depressed, they're this. So how do you, it's an incredible book. I mean, it's like a really positive, joyful book on IQ, EQ. Once I read it, I was blown away. I was like, this is maybe the smartest thing I've ever read.
Maybe I should buy it.
Yeah, it's $5. Go on eBay or Amazon.
Really?
Yeah, I have many copies and I give them out as gifts all the time. I've been giving the Tanya out as gifts. I've been buying, the Tanya and giving them to Jewish friends. And
very generous.
There's no better gift than a book. There's nothing you can give to somebody. A very valuable book, is its weight in gold.
If they're gonna read it.
Exactly. You can't force them to read it, but if you talk to them on the phone, you say, "Hey, let's do 10 minutes of Tanya," and you can, get people to engage that way.
That thing that guy was yelling about, it was just completely misread. The what do you call it, Jeremiah? I mean, it was just wrong. So dumb. Anyway, no point in complaining about dumbness because it's everywhere you look.
Yeah, man. It's kind of crazy, man. I think that the truth will be revealed, in the future. And
this is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Or to find out how to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.
The thing is like, it's deeper than just like records, papers, and stuff like that.
Chapter 1 of Mansfield
I'm
Park.
talking about
This is a
DNA
LibriVox recording.
itself.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
There's some things that most people are not aware of.
This is a LibriVox recording.
Some of the things
All
that are not
LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
DNA and blood.
For more information or to find out how to volunteer,
That's a
please
relatively new
contact
thing. We have
LibriVox.org.
our DNA in our blood.
It's very
translated.
We've been studying that for a long time. We have a lot of scientific studies. Say over the past 20 years or so, there are thousands of studies. And the more we look, the more we see, now speaking as Jews, our genetic link to our homeland. The more we look, the more we see. So, but that's not really the basis of our identity or our link. But it's interesting to see that science confirms what we already knew from our own traditions, I guess you could say.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say is the DNA shows who you are. You know what I'm saying? And literally who you are, everything about you, from your hair to your intelligence to your eye color, all that stuff. It's all written inside of your blood. You know what I'm saying? Because the blood is the spirit. It's connected to your spirit. That's why when you lose blood, you die. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but when you read a book, like the Torah, you are literally re-engineering your DNA because you're installing memories and your brain has to create new code to store that information. The thing in Judaism is that Yiddish expression, all is just God, all is God. So as a Jew, if you meet somebody who's very disagreeable and is an vehement anti-Semite and a vulgar person, if you're, and you believe that all is God, you have to still understand that horrible person still has a divine spark in them, which is a manifestation of the Creator. So that can help you rationalize extremely toxic people.
Yeah, everyone comes from the Creator. You agree?
Yes, but not everyone is aware of that. And so when you meet a very egregious person who uses vulgarity, slander, ad hominem, that person is, on the tip of the iceberg. They haven't gone deep enough below the surface to really understand why they don't have equilibrium in their life, why they don't have peace in their life, why they don't have joy in their life. You have to keep going deeper within to find the truth. And, that's why all is God. You look at the word Allah. So I don't know. I think that, all the Abrahamic faiths have that same concept that the all is God, which is like saying the one God, or that there's a unity throughout the universe.
Yeah, I agree, actually. The whole universe, is related to us. And actually, if you look at the family tree of the animal kingdom, literally everybody's related. You know what I'm saying? From the trees are related to the animals. We are related to all of the other things because we all here manifest on Earth. The only difference is the DNA or the blood code. You know what I'm saying? The DNA strains that give us our form and our ability. So, as you turn it, it's like tweaking a code in a video game. If you want certain things to manifest in a video game, you tweak the code and you can make a couch appear. And then if you tweak the code again, you can turn that couch into a chair. Same thing with us. It's more stable than a computer game. So it's like The difference between me and you is just the different codes that are written inside of us. You know what I'm saying? But they're all made up of the same thing, though. It's kind of crazy. It's paradoxical, but it makes sense when you understand that.
I mean, our codex, you know, is so similar to gorillas and chimpanzees. When you go to the zoo or you watch humans interacting, you know that it's a similar code, a similar program. And really for all of noses and tongues, you know, we are tubes, essentially. But the thing about Torah and wisdom is that you are essentially a storage device like an iPhone, and it's up to you to try to increase your database. The bigger your database, the more words you have under your command is what wisdom is. And it is a form of hypnosis to a certain extent, because you can have longer form communication with an integrated knowledge. You know, that's basically what it comes down to. And if you could actually just plug into something and be a plug and get an upload without having to do the mental processing, you wouldn't get what you're looking for, because you literally have to encode it. And word by word, you're changing your consciousness when you read wisdom. So, you know, the whole Hebrew alphabet, this 22 plus 10, you know, you could talk to other people about this who know more, like Caleb. He's an actual rabbi. He knows a lot about this. So it's 22 letters and these 10 verbs. It's like called the 32 paths of wisdom. It's Kabbalah. So most Judaism runs, you know, most Jews who are spiritual, they go Kabbalistic, because that is a way of enlightenment, or a path, you know, to unite with God.
Yeah. Well, I think I should end the room now. I am working while doing this. Everybody that left, I done added you. And
Okay, take care. God bless. Have a great week.
All right, you too.
Hi, I hate to interrupt, but I came to convince you that God exists.
Welcome. I haven't had any personal experiences with Ouija boards. I guess I used it once when I was a kid, but for all intents and purposes, we know it's just a board game, and it's not really anything.
In the wilds. He was
they've done tests where they've
girded with a rope,
blindfolded
and was
people
singing as he played
while
on the
they're using it, and they found conclusively that it's the people moving the planchette on the board, and not the other way around. Filming with a high-speed camera, they zoom in on the planchette, the thing that moves around on the board, and what you see is the fingers move first before the planchette does. So it's always the humans
Well, duh.
moving it. Yeah.
But it's a Gestalt tool. That's all it really is. It's a way to create thoughts based off of letters. I mean, it's like
Not even that. You don't even create thoughts, because it's an idiocentric movement. It's all done subconsciously, so it's not even a conscious thing. You ask questions.
What I think is interesting about it is that you can sort of create a collective consciousness doing it.
Yeah, that's true. It does actually create like a trance.
Yeah.
But again, it's not having to do with anything with consciousness or some collectiveness. It has everything to do with sort of subconscious functions of the brain, moving a thing around on the board, moving a thing around on the board, and then making a connection.
Hold on, Mark. You wouldn't say that subconscious. It has something to.
And then making a connection through the board and the sort of
Ragnar
information that comes, and it comes randomly. So
Mark, it's just a game. It's a toy.
Yeah, of course, and it's even deeper than that in the sense of like the psychological effects of the actual effects of the humans doing it. Yeah.
Well, that's why I say there's a feedback system to doing whatever the hell that shit's called. What is it called?
heliocentric motor effect.
No, what's the name of the game called?
Well,
Oh, Ouija board.
it's commonly known
Ouija.
as, yeah, it's commonly known as that, but Hasbro bought it recently, and we know Hasbro is a game company. So if you think you're channeling anything special off of it, you might as well think you're doing the same thing with Uno or.
Well,
or,
look at it as like the most basic. The thing is, though, it deals with letters, and the sacred letters. Like the first Greek letter is alphaism, or alpha, and so if you believe that God created. Mark can't take it.
Experience happiness.
Where are you? I met people all over. Ask Abby. I met the one from her town. My masseuse.
Oh my God.
The fairies accept my wave to fairies.
She married a Costa Rican and she's staying there.
Oh my God.
For years. She's from the Netherlands. She sounded just like me.
Why are you ignoring me?
Is there Jews in Costa Rica?
Oh yeah. Just talk to Diego and Nora. They got them tracked. They know exactly how many are there.
Hello, Adrian, and happy holidays to you too. How are ya?
Oh my God, we missed 60 times.
For Boina Shaloiloim, I am one with the Lord.
What happened this week?
Tell us, did you get smuggled?
No, I told Abby earlier.
Well, tell me now, because obviously I'm not here.
I heard somebody threatened somebody to kill someone's kid. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Wait, me? I never did that.
Not you. Not you. You're not like that. You're crazy. We're not that crazy. No, like literally, like freaking dox them.
In Jewish clubhouse?
No, well, I mean, it's with my Jewish friend said I don't think she's Jewish.
Damn, you Jews are really ghetto now. Like, you guys became the niggers of clubhouse.
Whoa. You have to flirt with this F word, N word, this figure picnicker if you don't want him to use the N word.
Adrian, I do not like these racist words.
I do not like figure picnickers, but that's what this conservative is.
I do not like Sam I am. I do not like it. Yes, I am. I don't eat ham. I don't eat ham. Because I'm a Jew and that's what I am.
A nigger and ham.
That's just a reference to Satan. That's why Jews are all Satanists, because of Sam. I am. Yes, ma'am. No ham, ma'am.
Zeke Kyle, he said.
Oh my God. Oh wow.
So Abby, I mean, you're still here on Clubhouse, aren't? When you move, don't you usually like have to move? But I know you don't move that much unless you're with the grocery store with coupon aisles. How's the trip going?
It's amazing. I'm in the train.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a cattle car. Do you have any water? Is there like 500 per box? How many people are there in there? Are you part of the mass de-immigration renaturalization process?
What's next to me?
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
You probably have like a giant fruit basket. Congratulations, Abby. Can't wait for you to come home. Because all fat people think that by eating fruit you can lose weight, but really you're just putting a ton of sugar in your system.
Here, PCR.
Are you shitting me? I hope I wasn't right about the fruit basket. Let's see. What is
No,
that?
there's no fruits.
That's a cat?
No, this is a big ass wolf.
Oh, it's a Siberian Husky.
Yeah.
Is that your dog?
No, I don't have a pet.
So wait, you mean there's somebody listening to our conversation, another passenger?
They don't understand English.
Well, what do they speak?
German.
Oh, tell them, hallo wie geht's? Danke. Hintige danke.
People have earphones in, so they don't hear us.
Oh,
Ask them
they're,
how many times has Germany won the world?
they were
How many times?
they were only 10 miles from Paris in World War I. They could have taken Paris if they wanted to, but instead the Kaiser made a bad deal.
After Napoleon, France fell off.
How many times Belarus won the war?
Oh, many times. Oh, they beat,
How
let's
many?
see. At least probably about 8 times.
Yeah,
Usually
right.
The Mongols.
You know, there's
They
some.
destroyed Napoleon
I
French.
didn't.
Yeah, they did. That's where. Look where the Mongols stopped.
You know, I think for the Battle of the Reichstag in World War II, I don't know if it really was this battle, but you're talking about like, 2,000 soldiers raid the facility. They kill all the people in the facility, then another 2,000 from the other side and kill those 2,000, like 15 times back and forth, thousands and thousands of dead, another thousands and thousands. They just keep raiding the same place over and over again, like it's a fucking VR simulator. Same thing, World War I, 100,000 people would just get mowed down in a field for no fucking reason other than groupthink and horrific leadership.
World War I and II should have never happened. With the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, the Archduke Ferdinand getting shot, and then everyone just picking up sides, and then a whole bunch of unnecessary people getting killed for no reason.
Yeah, but this is like European conflict between royalty and New Age politics. If everything was courtly and kingly, it would be a lot less mass violence. But instead, because of the mass industrialization of mankind and thus the mass politicization and new economic theory and rights of man,
And money to be made.
Yeah, money, that's the big one. That is the subconscious motivation for almost all behavior is reward.
Adrian, are you recording?
Am I recording?
No.
Just go to adriandittman.com to see all my recordings.
Are you recording? Take your time.
Yeah, I'm looking at about 8. I'm looking at about 8 cell phones right now. They're all filming my beautiful face as I pontificate my bullshit.
Okay. I heard a rumor
It's like a really deep hypothesis.
that on Twitter people are hacking people's accounts.
Elon Musk knows who Adrian Dittman is. I'm just saying.
What do you mean Elon Musk is?
Yeah, he in his rooms he says that fucking fake Adrian. He's creating fucking all these fucking Instagram accounts and all these fucking YouTube videos about me. We need to get this fucking guy mass deleted, mass reported. This fucker.
Wait, didn't someone do that to you already?
No, I'm doing that to Elon Musk right now as Adrian Dittman.
No, didn't you say someone got you to lose all your accounts on YouTube?
Oh yeah, I've been battling people here who hate me, but that's life.
Aw.
But sometimes you gotta give them reason to hate you. You gotta flex.
It's
them.
just because I push 2 buttons, start and stop, and they are the loudest, most obnoxious, toxic people you've ever heard, and they hate the fact that they've been recorded being pieces of shit.
How much do you do bench press?
That's right.
I usually
Another
just
bench press.
I just do
Nobody
two
can.
45-pound discs, so 135 is generally what I do, and I just do one set of 10.
So
That's a lot.
would you say like 495 would be a mass achievement?
495 pounds, that would be physically impossible. I only weigh 220.
Or would you say 495 is a pretty solid achievement?
Oh yeah, you're a big man.
I know.
Oh God bless you, you're okay?
Yeah, he is.
Oh my
What
God.
happened?
I was genuinely worried.
Why? What happened? I thought he got clipped, but he deactivated. Bussy did? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I
Bussy over
cried.
here?
Cried to Abby about it.
I'm gone a week and all this shit goes down. He left and came back before I came back.
I'm so confused. Well, what happened exactly? What are you even referencing?
Yeah, what the hell's going on here? So this morning I couldn't find his account. I thought he got clipped. Then you found him and he said?
Or maybe you switched
Yeah,
names?
because he deactivated.
Let's be honest. I mean, the fact that Clownhouse hasn't deactivated his account, he's one of the most toxic, racist slanderers on this app. I mean, what can we say? It's a miracle that he's here right now chatting with us and still using the N-word repeatedly over and over again. It's okay if you are an N-word, or a picnic or figgot, but you can't just constantly use the F word.
Stop bullying him. It's rude.
Bullying him. He's a racist. He's a bigot.
You're jealous him.
Jealous of Bussy?
I'm here to save the day.
Hi, Danny.
Hey, how are you?
Danny, does your dishwasher go clockwise or counterclockwise? I mean your washing machine.
I don't know which way it goes, but you could change the door to go open either way.
Wait, can your husband scream at you from the other room, please?
No, because he's not home.
Call him.
Pretend to be there.
Call him on the other. No, I'm good. Call him on the other phone and pipe him in here so we can get the full extension of all your anxiety.
He says he hates you.
Ooh.
Really, during Shabbat Shalom?
If you want, I can be the new Bussy for the day, you guys.
It's not Shabbat Shalom. No, I'm not.
Shabbat Shalom every day.
No, it doesn't work that way.
So, Danny, what are you productively doing with yourself today? Anything? Anything?
I'm teaching my son how to spell Christmas, actually.
Really?
He self-taught himself to spell Christmas. And when we added the T, he didn't want it. He took the Christ out of Christmas today.
Is Christmas just a deviation or derivation of charisma?
Yes. Stop screaming. No, I can't stop screaming.
No, I have a headache.
You should take a medication.
Danny, do you want to play the game? How many migraines and how many seizures can we cause?
Yeah.
Okay, first, before we start the game, we have to figure out, will it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seizures or 1 through 5 migraines? Like, we have 9, 10 people here. So any bets, any estimates, anybody?
We have what we call...
There is a very anti-Semitic...
I'm thinking 3 migraines and 1 seizure. Is Brian here? Okay, well then I'm not going to bet on the seizure.
We have contraceptives called admin status.
Is Lil Haiti here? Because I'm going to go with a migraine on Lil Haiti. Conservative, yeah. So I'm going to go with 3 migraines.
Well, I already have one.
Well, there we go. Well, I got 1 out of 3. Anybody else having a migraine? Not yet? Well, just wait. It's coming. Hello? Hello? Okay, anybody got a migraine? Can we get a second migraine? Anybody?
Yes, here.
Okay, sorry. I guess we don't have any partakers. Why is Danny in the audience? I was hoping to cause her a migraine. Danny, did I give you a migraine? No, negative.
And how could that be? You know, the Jews are at the bottom and the Gentiles at the top.
Abby, why did you take a train home? Why didn't you just fly home?
I just explained it before you came in. So if I take a flight, I have to take a train to the airport, which is going to take 2 hours. 2.5 actually. And then I have to be there 2 hours in advance. And then I have to do all these things. It's going to take another 2 hours. And then I have to fly. And I take 1 to 2 hours. And then I have to,
Just give me the final numbers. It's called a summary function in Excel. Maybe you've heard of it, Doctor.
I would say if I take a flight, it will take me around 10 to 13 hours. If I go with the train, it will take me 6.
Ah, think about that.
Plus, I wouldn't trust the airplanes right now with the 2 plane problems this week.
Yeah, but I mean, one of them got shot down by, a fucking rocket.
I do not like flying.
Listen, you think...
Hold on. I couldn't have a migraine if I went with the flight, right? I can only have a migraine if I go with the train. I can do that.
No, you're being migraine bigoted right now. The point is, a flight is generally shorter.
I have a migraine because I don't sleep.
I took the train from Chicago to St. Louis, and you think it's like a straight shot? No. You go town to town to town, and then you gotta cross tracks and wait for the other train to cross the track. It's like, are you fucking shitting me? This was the most horrific fucking train ride of my life. I could have driven there and back by the time this piece of shit train finally got us to where we had to go. It was horrific. And I paid for first class tickets, and people who didn't pay for the first class tickets all sat in the first class area. And I was like, show me I didn't even want to say to the people, like, show me your ticket, because I didn't want to be that asshole. But, they didn't pay for those fucking first class tickets.
You should have told them I pay extra money so I don't have to sit with
Well,
you.
they're obligated to show you.
I know. I didn't want to even talk to people. That's how much of a Zen Buddhist monk that I am. I put my earplugs in. I looked at the stinky piece of shit who decided to sit down next to me in a seat that they did not purchase. I gave him a smile, and I said, God bless. But that's not Clown House. Here on Clown House, I like to give out migraines.
Why don't you do that in real life?
Because in the real world, you see somebody can punch you in the nose. That's what philosophers, they say, talking about philosophy is not popular right now.
I bet you also do it in real life.
Well, according to you, I am a creep and maybe some other things.
It really bothered you, didn't it, my words?
No, it really didn't.
Still thinking about it today?
No, you just gave me fodder to just put the grass in your mouth.
Think it bothered you.
Think about that.
Think about that.
Think about that. I'll tell you what, let's ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, ask ChatGPT.
Let's just have a conversation with each other, but you can only read from a ChatGPT screen. But you can't use any, nothing outside of what ChatGPT tells us to say to each other. Is that David Bobadilla's new account? Oh no.
Hi, I'm back.
Where have you been?
Hi. I was eating. Is that Ryan?
Hi, Figget. Picnicker.
I missed you so much, and then Abby said you got sick, and I was so sad. And then I found out that you're still here, and I got really happy.
Oh.
Like, I got really upset.
Dopamine.
Where have you been in my life?
They clipped Diego's account.
Chicago.
Oh, sorry. I was about to go into my Princessia Diego routine.
Okay.
You need to work on it. You need to get better accents. You need to work on the way you speak when you're imitating them.
Is there any truck driver here? Yeah.
Yes, me.
So wait, Al, who's a bigger creep, Diego or Adrian?
You.
Really? I'm surprised. I mean, you do know he's a neo-Nazi Jew hater, right?
But I wouldn't think you're creepy if you didn't record everything. I would think that you're just like.
It's not like I'm recording you and posting you to OnlyFans. I mean, I'm just like live streaming my face. So
That would be better. That would be better because OnlyFans is like private. Instead.
Oh, I see.
I would say OnlyFans is more of like a secure platform. I'd be more comfortable with that.
So you endorse OnlyFans?
Yeah.
Okay, quote it. Put it on the board, everybody. Quote post that.
Do not.
You have 300 people watching you right now.
I think it's okay. Fine. I think it's safer for sex workers to perform on secure websites than be in person with people. I think if you can make a lot of money in the sex industry online and you don't have to physically interact with anyone, then that's great. And that's safer.
But then the reality sets in.
Yeah, but Elon Musk would say that these online prostitutes are destroying men's minds.
But men's minds have been destroyed from porn for years, for decades.
What's the difference? It's all porn.
The difference is that it's safer because these women or men are not.
Oh, I see. So porn is safer as opposed to like in-person sex work. Got it. Duh.
No, OnlyFans is especially safer. It's more secure.
It's have you ever purchased pornography on OnlyFans? It's fucking porn. There's no difference. It's porn. Porn is porn.
Yeah, but you have to exactly. You have to like literally pay for it. You can't see it if you're not paying for it. It's more protected.
Danny, that is such Lashon Hara. Don't you dare say there's such a thing as OnlyFans. Don't you dare take the sexual perversions of OnlyFans and cast that on OnlyFans.
Tonka truck.
Money for something that's going to collapse society.
Yeah, but that's your own personal decision. Your choice.
I like Tonka.
Oh yeah.
Elle, did you ever like win a spelling bee or an essay contest?
She's Jewish, of course she did.
Think about that.
Yeah, due to nepotism.
He's just jealous. He's just jealous.
Due to nepotism. What do I just do to my?
I'm joking.
She's not a nepo
Abby,
baby.
don't start with me.
She's not a nepo
Cool.
baby. Are you a nepo baby?
Abby, you don't want the heat.
Oh.
Damn.
You can be aggressive, and I can also be aggressive.
That's very anti-Semitic, you know.
Be careful because Elle, her name is the last word in the word Israel. Israel.
Oh my goodness.
You know, is in Israel is Isis. Ra is the sun god, and El is the divine Elohim.
Or is it
I saw the side and it opened up my eyes. Yeah, that's about that. The ink, you know?
Oh God, you just come into the most retarded times.
Danny, can't you go to like a senior assisted living facility and bring joy and cheer to like people in a hospice?
No, that's not good. I had a question.
Oh damn, Danny, great PTR.
Didn't I win the discussion yesterday?
What?
Yes, you did. Oh yeah.
Who won the discussion?
Wait, I can't hear you. What did you say?
She's saying who won the discussion yesterday between you and her.
Well, I wasn't trying. I was just listening. It wasn't.
Girl,
There's
you
no
were
way.
trying, girl.
No. If you want to actually have a debate, we can have a debate. But I wasn't.
You were trying.
No, I wasn't in that conversation to have a debate. It was a conversation to
You were
listen
trying.
to.
Let's vote again.
Okay, let's vote. Okay, well, there you go. Adrian was not there. Q, conservative and Tonka truck.
I'm neutral.
Aww.
Swiss cheese, baby.
Biased. I try not to be biased.
Because you say gay people can't vote either, so that's why I'm neutral.
Yes, good job.
Moderators, can you please kick Kaiser from the room? His PTR is racist. Thank you.
What is it?
Okay, Tonka truck.
Silence, please.
What's up?
Abby, we should have an actual conversation about it, though. It was
Let's
also
see.
like.
Make him vote. Let's see, take the lead.
Oh, I'm a gay man. I don't have a voice.
I said, make Tonka truck.
Tonka truck, vote now.
Abby, you sound super Jewish right now.
Who won? Well, he wasn't there yesterday, so he wouldn't.
This is Texas
Wait, there's no vote, Abby. It's not fair. It wasn't like I was listening
It
to
is
you.
fair. No,
I
it's not.
literally said to you, I said, I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to listen and not judge. So how can we like
You
have
were
a winner or a
debating,
loser? Like I was asking you questions, but I would not say that's debating.
Who won the debate?
Yes, it is.
It was not a debate,
Questions are
Abby.
debate. It's called the Stoic method or the Socratic method.
Go ahead.
All right, what am I voting on?
I think I won the debate because it's insane to live in a world where women
Somebody
can't
say
vote.
it. What's it? Can you tell him what it is?
I think Abby won.
They're voting on
Thank you.
yesterday's debate to see what women should vote or not.
I won.
Really?
Not just that, Abby thinks people of certain racial subgroups should also not vote.
Oh, that's because you didn't know she's a bigoted racist? Everybody's talking about racism again because Elon Musk keeps calling people racist.
Abby, we will have another discussion where I am fully debating you, not just listening and not judging. Okay?
Maybe you guys can both get like a sandwich or something during the debate and eat it while you're debating.
Are you scared to debate me?
I'm not. I'm in the train right now.
No, not now.
Abby, have you been to the bathroom yet to see where you're going to have to poop out all the food you ate for dinner? Have fun going in the John. It's called the latrine or the lavatory.
Oh, the latrine. Oh my goodness.
No, in trains they call them lavatory. It's not disgusting. This is the thing about fat people is whenever I see a fat person, you got to realize like they eat so much food and then every morning they must like have to flush the toilet 3 times to get the fucking 12 pounds of food that they put in their colon into this fucking sewer line. It's a lot of shit. Sorry for grossing you out. I was just trying to cause a migraine. My bad.
You made it worse.
Yeah.
Abby, did you wipe last night? I can smell a linger.
Oh my god, this is disgusting.
Listen, eating and farting and shitting, those are like human realities. Everybody does
Do you guys want to know what I'm eating right now?
a sandwich.
Falafel.
Corn soup.
Ooh, did you make it?
Since when freaking Israel's becoming like a ration state? Like
Red flag.
Have you had
That is my.
Have you had green pea soup?
I love all soups.
What's your favorite, matzah?
Oh my god.
Wonton.
Really? Have you had kreplach?
Yeah.
What do you think about minestrone?
Too many floating green herbs.
It's pretty healthy for you though, no? Like what about
You gotta get lasagna.
Never had it.
Wow. Everyone, if I said that, you're gonna be like, you're fat bitch, blah blah blah. And as soon as she said, oh, that's pretty healthy.
you might not even be able to fit in that lavatory. You're gonna have to go in sideways and then like use your hand to like shovel it into the toilet or something.
You may have to pee in a bottle.
Did you see the video of the woman with like the insanely huge fat ass who couldn't get out of the grocery store door on her scooter? So she had to stand up and slide through the door and then. I'm not. I'm talking about like horrifically obese people, like horrifically obese.
You've mentioned people's weight that you don't know, like 7 times in the last 10 minutes.
He's just joking with me.
He's just very passionate about.
I'm just always making.
No,
I'm
not
trying.
just you, about fat people in general.
He's just joking with me. Don't worry.
See, if she was really fat, then maybe she'd be offended, like Monica. But maybe she's not fat, so she just lets it roll off her. Are you fat, Al?
Yeah, it's funny to me.
No, I just think you're weird.
Well, you're the one eating all the soup. I'm here drinking water. You can always be thinner, Al. You can always be thinner.
You can always be thinner.
Everyone's looking at me.
That's why I'm eating soup.
Reminding us 1940s.
So you're eating soup, so there's no buildup in the colon. It just flows out of you like a liquid.
I'm eating soup because it's cold and raining outside.
Interesting.
We're not allowed to.
I'm just listening to everyone's amazing perspectives. I don't want to cut them off.
Do you guys want to talk about circumcision?
Yes, I would.
I mean, we could talk about, body genital mutilation if you want in terms of ritual, religious sacrifice.
Love these clues.
Oh my god, you weren't born when it came out first.
I watched it when I was younger.
Honey, it came out in the 90s. You weren't born in the 90s. You were 2000.
Yeah, I was.
Al, do you live in Tel Aviv, and did you go out on your coffee date yet with the black rabbi?
I told him I'm not ever seeing him.
You do realize he wants to obviously he thinks in his subconscious mind that he has a chance of fucking you.
He's in his 50s.
Did it ever stop a man from fucking a light post? No. A man will fuck anything. If there's no badussi around, no bussy, a man will just fuck a tree.
I think it was strange to ask if I wanted to get coffee.
Well, don't you know he's the true Mashiach and he knows the Torah more than any other rabbi
What is
who's
the
ever
whole
lived?
African American Jewish community? What is that? 41 million people. Who are they?
It's his people. It's his flock.
Jewish people are racist.
Oh wait, we're on a being recorded.
It would be amazing though.
Maybe we could have better conversations.
Whatever, Al. You think you're like an academic professor, like some super special person? Nobody even knows who the hell you are. You're a Mickey Mouse named Al. You don't self-identify. Listen, I have no reason to come here to waste my time with you.
You do though. So
Because I'm recording myself. To me, that's the value of coming here. Not talking to you. Sorry.
Then why do you need us to record?
Do I have to? Sorry for merely existing. I didn't mean to exist. I just happened to exist.
If your goal was just to record yourself, you would not be recording yourself, explicitly on Clubhouse. You would
Explicitly? No, I record myself doing everything. I don't know if you know that.
Okay, but if your goal is just record yourself, then you would not be recording.
Okay, well, I hate to tell you, but you probably don't even know what the word Genesis means, do you? Okay, tell me what the word Genesis means in English.
In the beginning, there was. Genesis.
Hello? What is the translation? You speak Hebrew and English. What's the translation?
In the beginning, God created the heavens.
Okay, that's a whole sentence. It's one word.
Genesis.
Stupid. It's create. It's called create. You fucking losers don't create anything. You just sit here and hypnotize each other with stupid chit chat like a bunch of fucking girls in high school on AOL Instant Messenger.
Oh my God, Pussy, what was your AIM?
AIM?
You didn't have AIM?
I didn't have MSN message as a kid. My mom didn't allow it.
What?
Didn't allow it. They didn't have internet in the house.
Yeah, we didn't have internet. Yeah.
Really?
It was the devil.
You got dishes to clean, you got stairs to sweep, you got beds to make. Ain't no motherfucking internet going on in this house, pussy. But mine, all my friends are on the internet. And stop talking like that, pussy. Talk like a man. Fuck you, mom.
What?
iChat?
What's iChat?
iChat is when like AIM sort of.
Honey, have you heard of freaking Facebook?
Yeah, no. This is
MySpace.
Yeah, of course.
You weren't born yet.
Yeah, I was.
You were like born in 2005.
What?
How were you?
Damn, did you guys report Ibrahim 000? I don't know. Ibrahim, man, I got to tell you, I think it was conservative that reported you. Yep, he was hitting up your DMs.
I can't stand it anymore.
Abby, you're almost free. You know what you should do? As soon as you get home, you should delete this app and never come back on and go live the best life you've ever lived.
I might. But aren't you gonna miss me?
No, that's one of those things where if you come back and you do a survey and you say who missed me and you get like a 0 out of 10 across hundreds of people, you'd be like, yeah, this app really is just a hypnosis app. It's ruining my life.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they say. If you take an extended leave absence from work and everything went just fine, that means they don't really need you.
Do you think that's the case for me?
Fuck yeah.
This room. The birds has other room. That's what I think. How come you don't go to other rooms,
I like how Taco Truck is eating while he's bitching.
I'm eating a Kit Kat.
You fat ass.
Kit Kat.
He's like you.
Yeah, I get shit on for eating corn soup.
Was it cold? Please don't tell me you're eating a warm Kit Kat. I hope you put it in the refrigerator first.
It's not warm. It's room temperature.
Oh, that's disgusting.
But the room temperature is about 58 degrees.
Why? I'm about to go insane.
Are you having a migraine?
Yeah, are you having a stroke, Brian?
Oh, I forgot. You were already having a migraine.
Seizure.
You're going into seizure mode? Damn. I didn't bet on the seizure.
She's shutting down.
I didn't bet on the seizure.
I guess Ryan got taken out by a seizure today. Otherwise, he'd probably be here.
Soon I have half an hour outside the train, so that's amazing. I'm going to go have some coffee.
Oh, resist, Abby. Resist the baguette.
I can't. You should get a croissant. Resist the baguette.
Resist the baguette. Don't be a baguette.
Oh my god, that's funny.
And the French fries.
I went to shower to meet myself.
Okay.
Really?
No, leave it on so we can hear the soap, flowing down your strong, vivacious picnicker figget legs.
You wanted to say we could hear the soap dropping on the floor. You P. Diddy.
No, Epstein.
Do you think Adrian Dittman was compromised by P. Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein?
Is Adrian Dittman Elon Musk? Yes or no?
100%. Yeah, it's 100% confirmed now.
Why do you think it's 100%?
Just Google it. You can see all the major headlines.
Doesn't he have a picture?
No, somebody did like a word analysis and did a perfect pairing between what Elon says and what Adrian says, and it's an absolute perfect match. So they did a voice recognition, pattern recognition analysis, and it's 100% confirmed.
Oh, by the way, can you remind me to get my luggage with me when I step off the train?
Yeah, just remember there's grocery store coupons in there, and you don't want to forget those.
Yeah, exactly. And start my luggage.
Do you have Slim Jims like stuffed inside of your like carry-on, like Jujubes, Skittles? Like
what the fuck is that? What are Jujubes?
Jujubes are just like gummies.
That sounds good.
No, I don't have any food in my luggage.
Really? Not even a granola bar? You know those horrible granola bars that like when you open them and eat them, they like make a mess and they go everywhere?
Not even Swedish fish?
Ew.
They get that candy.
She is a Swedish fish. She's a catfish. Ooh, that would be a good name for a new product. Swedish fish, this is a good business. Let's get Swedish fish to do a white label printing. And
Why are you hating all of a sudden? You're like...
Your seizure is not yet complete.
That's true.
Just wait till you leave your bags because you're sitting here yelling at somebody on Clubhouse.
Who else are you going to think every day like a million times?
This is it. I don't know if you know this, but I'm doing return to work. So I only have a couple more days left before I go back to work, and then I'm done with Clubhouse. I'm deleting the app.
Well, maybe me too.
Sayonara. Enjoy your best Jewish life on Clown House.
Wait, but like, you said when T-Rex was talking to me that I look good.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a catfish photo. I've been on dating apps for years. Oh, really? Catfish?
You've never had luck on those dating apps?
Oh, no, I'm actually involved in a wonderful relationship right now.
No, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
YouTube thing a secret, or
he's not
open about it?
Oh, I don't know if she can Google search me. Maybe she could figure it out.
Why is it so difficult for you to stay on your compliments?
Listen, Abby.
What are you running?
Abby, you're like a lot of people that look at Al. No PTR. We know you're ugly.
I used to have a PTR, and then people were creepy.
Listen, I'm sure you're a beautiful person, but let's be honest. You're not the sharpest tool in the shed.
And you don't have a PTR either.
Do you want me to take a selfie right now?
Yeah.
Dopamine.
This guy's blushing now.
Kobe, this is okay. You really want to see a PTR of me? I don't really care. I'm live streaming myself on 8 devices right now. Do you think I'm concerned about taking a selfie?
To be honest, Evan, I like that you can do that, but like I like to remain anonymous.
I get it, but it's not for everybody.
I used to have my picture on here. I used to have my picture on here. Yeah, all the time. But then I realized I like it much better without.
Think about that. self-confidence, self-esteem.
You can ask Arjun how pretty I am.
Oh yeah, Diogenes, that fucking neo-Nazi piece of shit hasn't been on this app in months.
Isn't that good for him?
Well, he's probably locked up in some Homeland Security terrorist, watch center.
That's funny.
He's probably like talking to the prison guards like, hey man, do you think I could use your phone just for like 10 minutes? I got this app called Clubhouse and I got a big audience on there of people that I have essentially been trying to condition for the folk nation of the white supremacist neo-Nazis, but oh, you can't give me your phone? Oh, that's okay. That's cool, bro. Thanks, man. Thanks for the extra little piece of bread.
That's funny.
See, you're funny. You have potential.
Yeah, no shit, Al. You're just, listen, you're a harsh critic. I have many harsh critics. I have audiences that have thrown oranges at me, but I voted Trump twice.
I'm not a harsh critic. I just don't like the recording thing. That's it.
You don't understand. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, you keep harping on that, but I'm not going to change based on your opinion. It's just not happening. I'm totally set in my ways.
You won't, Dad.
Listen, I have to live with this. Do you think this is easy?
You don't have to do it. What if you woke up tomorrow, you threw out 7 of your 8 devices, and just lived your life with 1 device?
Oh, wow, that would... You're so boring.
You're boring.
I'm not boring.
I'm not boring.
You're boring.
He's into you.
What?
He's into you.
No, I'm not into Al. I don't even know what she looks like. And once I find out what she looks like, I'll be even less into her.
You wish you knew what I look like.
Abby, I'm always teasing you. You're like that fat cousin who has horrible self-esteem and has accomplished nothing.
Bad phobia. Whoa. You're really
I need to go to the gym, everybody. I'm projecting. Sorry, guys. You caught me. I'm busted.
You keep calling people fat.
I know. Actually, it's because I'm looking at myself in so many cell phones right now that I keep thinking I'm really fat. So that's probably why I keep talking and projecting my fatness onto your absolute perfect body type.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw a video of Tel Aviv, and I've been to Tel Aviv, but wow, I've never seen so many beautiful women just like hanging out in the streets, waiting for a rocket siren.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's beautiful here. Even the men. Also the men.
Oh, yeah, the guys are in great shape. The women, I mean, if you jog, I used to jog the beach there at sunset, and wow.
Violet, yeah. I love jogging there because because the motivation are the people around you.
Well, also that sunset, because you get so much vitamin D on that jog, and it's just like you feel like you're so ready to go out, take a nice shower, have a night. It's like being on vacation. It's awesome.
It is, and the sun sets right above the Mediterranean Sea. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, people don't realize that the sunset, I think, is like much better than a sunrise. Like if you can catch a sunset, west facing, it's so much better than a sunrise because you get so much more.
I love when it's towards the end and it's bright red, or bright pink,
Yeah.
bright orange, the red of the sun. So beautiful.
Unless you're in an open air prison facility known as Gaza.
No, they still get the same sunset over the Mediterranean.
I know, but the point is they don't have like a nice, jogging trail.
They used to.
Really?
Yeah, there were some nice areas, tourist areas of Gaza.
I'm just saying it's not like a...
Yeah, now there's multiple jogging trails.
Now you can jog in all of it because it's all just, rubble.
Zach Gruda, who was just there, he said he looked at it. He's like, the whole thing isn't rubble. He's like, there's still a lot of infrastructure there.
Who was just there?
Zach Gruda.
How did he get in?
He said he took you out on a date, but he wouldn't buy you yogurt, so you got pissed, and there was no nookie.
No, in Gaza.
He said he was on the border. He was looking in. I mean, I'm sure there's buildings that are close to the border wall that are totally intact, but like certain, you know, the certain areas of operations, those are wiped out.
Totally. Decimated.
Yes!
So beautiful to see the destruction.
Take a deep breath, Abby. Take the deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10 seconds.
I can't smell bad here.
Why do you think you have a headache? You're not breathing enough.
No, it's really.
I know, but you have no choice. You're deoxygenated. You don't have enough blood, oxygen in your blood flowing through your brain. This is why people do this thing called breathing. Guided breathing meditation. Have you heard of it? Hello?
Oh, no, don't do that.
Just imagine Jazzy going through the drive-thru at McDonald's and they didn't give her her extra large Coke with her number 2 order. And she's like, hello? You didn't give me my Diet Coke. Hello? Open up. Hello? Don't make me come in there. I told you. Motherfuckers, I wanted the Diet Coke. Hello? You're the one in a German train car that can't breathe and you have a massive migraine and you're calling me insane? I'm sitting here in the luxury of the sun, filming myself. I'm having fun. I feel great.
Are you having fun?
I may have an eye infection, though.
Ew. You have a sty in your eye?
Yes, I do have a sty in my eye.
Who farted on your pillow?
No, I was...
Warm compress. You need to do warm compress.
I know. I gotta do it right now.
Meditation.
All right, I need to hurry up.
Have you ever had a sty in your eye? Anybody?
Yeah.
I don't know what it means.
Yeah, basically it's like a bacterial infection in your eye.
It happens when you like accidentally sleep in your makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I never do that.
It's your eyelid like fills with pus to fight the infection, and you.
No, not always. It can also just be in the form of a tiny bump.
Right.
In the water line, right above.
Exactly. I stabbed it with a needle and the pus came out.
No, you're not supposed to do that. It goes away in like 2 days with cream.
Oh really? Well, I popped it.
You do sound like the kind of person who would like try to empty the pus of his.
Oh, shut up, guys! Shut up.
Abby, just go on mute.
No.
You mean this extremely interesting conversation isn't bringing you joy?
Oh no, it's horrible.
If you think
I just want to sleep.
If you think that this is toxic, just do a rehash of everything you've ever heard on this app, from Randy to Diogenes to all these people, and you will realize that this is about this is even less disgusting than all the racist, horrific bigotry and stupidity you heard from these
Randy,
losers.
definitely. I don't want to think about Randy. My head is spinning.
Yeah, Randy's a special one.
Randy's probably find water.
Yeah, no, after this, so I have half an hour outside. I'm so happy about that. So,
oh my God,
I'm gonna go get a baguette just for Edmonds. I haven't eaten anything today.
That's probably why it's such a bad headache.
No, it's also because I only slept 2 hours.
Yeah, it's like the mixture of it.
Yep. Everything together. And I forgot my water bottle.
Go buy one.
Yes, I will. After this fucking train stops.
You should go to a coffee place, get a little croissant or a little like pastry.
But yeah, it's just for Edmonds, you know. As he said, resist the baguette.
What's his name? His name's Edmund.
Yeah, well, I call him Edmonds. His name is John, but I call him Edmonds.
Yeah, that was my first account on this app 5 years ago.
No, it's not. This app is not even 5 years.
Oh, yes, it is. I started in December of 2019.
Oh my God.
You did?
I did. Oh, I did. I've had over 30 accounts.
That's not true.
It is true.
You're a Fed.
I am a Fed. I'm constipated though at the moment. Have any ideas on how to dislodge a large colon impact?
Oh, you scared her away.
She fucking probably was like, this is a waste of time. I'm going to go on with my life in a positive, productive manner instead of listening to these fucking losers.
No, she'll come back. All right, I can finally step out.
Oh, you don't pay homage. Little talking truck. You got to pay homage.
Yes, you don't even pay how much, little nigga.
You didn't even pay me no homage, nigga.
Oh, it's raining?
Oh, good.
Oh, hell no.
You don't have an umbrella, do you?
No, of course not. I literally packed my shit in the last 20 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Where do I have to go?
You have to go stand in the rain. Talk to us on Clown House while your migraine expands into the rain
I feel
cloud.
so much better now I stepped out of the train. I think the fucking dog smells so bad. So we are in Germany for the last 1 hour.
Have fun. Have fun.
Yeah, and then I'm officially Dutch.
You're Dutch?
Yeah, I'm Dutch.
What's that?
From the Netherlands.
Is there a country called Dutchland?
No, the Netherlands.
Netherland?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So Netherlands is from Nederland. Nederlands is like from the lowlands.
But you weren't born there.
Yes, I was born in the Netherlands.
You were born there?
Yes.
Wow.
You didn't know that?
Think about that.
Think about that. The reason why I say that, because we talk with the D. It's just my natural way of speaking.
So when you say Diogenes, what you really should be saying is Diogenes.
Yeah. No, that is a little difficult.
Are you still in love with him?
Yeah.
What are you going to do now that you have like unrequited love and you have to move back to your parents' house and live in the basement?
I don't have to live in a basement.
You don't?
No.
That's nice of your parents.
My parents love me.
They do?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, my parents hate me.
My father loves me more though than my mom. How the fuck does this work? Oh, here.
Why don't you bring Lieb up and you can compare and contrast him with the Black Rabbi, because Lieb is like the nicest guy you could ever meet.
Oh yeah, I can't remember. I was not looking.
Lieb, I don't know if you, I'm sure you know the Black Rabbi, but like he was on here the other day and I'm pretty sure he was drunk and he kept saying, "You have no idea how holy I am. I am the leader of the Palestinian people."
Okay, look, the Black Rabbi, he's like a glistening pink asshole, and nobody anywhere is paying any attention.
Wake that shit up.
And the reason is because he doesn't have like the academic credentials to do it. Okay, and so if you want to find somebody that's like a serious like black person about Judaism who like knows his stuff, it's one guy who shows up on this app just once in a great while, and that's who I would recommend you to. But the guy's name is Mordecai Ben Abraham, and he was a Muslim for like 15 years or some amount of time, and then he decided he was going to be Jewish. And so what I think happened is he went to Israel and he lived in a black hat community, and he tried to just like walk in there and be like, I'm such a great guy, you're supposed to know it, and they laughed him out of Kollel. So that's it. He's been publicly executed on Clubhouse many times.
Yeah, I agree. Oh my God.
So wait, what you're saying is you're not going to buy his newest book?
No, somebody said that the book. Okay, the first is I have too many books that I'm backed up to read. I got I did 58 books this year, and I'm trying to do like 58 next year because at that rate, it would clean out my Amazon wish list in 2 years and 3 months. So his book is not going to be the one that I.
Sorry, what is going on?
Who's this? I'm not looking at my screen.
It's Ella.
Hello? Oh, okay. You sounded different all of a sudden.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me try again. Hey.
No, you don't sound like that. You sounded like, what's going on?
What's going on?
Oh my god, there are only SSN words. Oh, baguettes. Okay, I'm definitely gonna buy some water. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, let's see what we want. No, you can go, yeah.
Don't forget your coupon, Abby.
Tampon, fuck you, bitch. You little bitch. Where you running, bro? Where you running, bro?
Shut your
Fucking bitch.
fucking crackhead Kurdistani.
Shut the
Benny Blanco, I love you.
I love you too.
Can you also buy me a diamond ring?
A diamond ring? Who told you I bought you someone to buy the diamond ring?
You want Selena one. I want one.
Selena?
You all some boring ass motherfuckers.
Your mom is boring.
How do you have your name on Clubhouse as Benny Blanco? We don't really know who Benny Blanco is. Stupidest thing.
It's Benny Blanco from the movie with Al Pacino, I don't remember. Carlito's Way. That's the Benny Blanco that I'm thinking about. It's a movie with Al Pacino.
I'm thinking of Selena Gomez's fiance.
Oh, no. I'm not thinking about him. That's not why it's creepy how much you sound like him. It's crazy how much you sound. I still can't believe. I know you're not M, but my God, you sound similar.
No, she doesn't.
Oh, I think so.
Danke.
I guess you've heard that before.
Yeah, we heard it like a billion times.
Yeah. But do you live in the US or do you live in Israel?
I live in Israel.
But you're from the US or Canada, right?
US, yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody stole my wallet.
When did you move there?
Okay, 8 years ago.
8 years ago. That's cool. That's good. Where did you live in the US?
What is this? 21 questions?
Yeah.
I'm just curious if you're from like the north of the
It doesn't matter where I'm from.
No, it doesn't matter. You can just say no if you don't want to ask it. I mean, if you don't want to
No.
ask it.
No.
Okay, cool. Anyways, I gotta go.
Weirdo. I don't like that guy. The thing is, like, he's weird. He used to do that to me, and one day he just turned against me. So be careful. Oh my God, there are so many immigrants here. It's crazy. I haven't seen one German. Wow, crazy. Well, I hate to break it to you. I did buy water, but there are not many nice shops open. There's literally sausage and Asian foods.
They've not been choices. There's no like coffee shop, like little shop thing.
Okay, there's something open there. Let's see if it's actually open. It looks like it is, but I don't know what type of store that is. Is it too loud from my end?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let's see what's over here. They only have sweets. Banana bread. What is this? Hi. Nine. Can I sign with Carson? Yeah. Yeah, sure, now. Okay, I took a baguette. Not like a very small one. Are you working?
A little bit.
Two more hours and I'm home. Jeez.
What up?
Who's that?
Tea time.
Oh, hi, Tea.
Hello.
What's up, Tea time?
Just going to the dentist.
Oh,
My favorite place, not. That's probably my least favorite doctor.
Yeah. I hate, like, when they have to do all these things here. Like, it's the first time, actually, they had to do a root canal on me. And I was, like, traumatized. I never had, like, how do you call it? A carie? Yeah, cavity.
Yeah.
I never had a cavity in my life until like last year.
How did you get it to the point of the root canal though?
I don't even know. Maybe they scam me. Like sometimes
they do scam.
Yes, I have the feeling because I never had really pain, and all of a sudden they were like, "Yeah, you have to do root canal." I was like,
"You didn't just have to do like drilling, cavity drilling?"
Yeah. It was like 3 appointments. So I have no idea. And the thing is like they were like erupts.
Wait, did you have pain in your tooth or no?
No.
Okay, so you should have got a second opinion. Next time they say, okay, let me fix that in. And then go to another dentist. Don't even tell them what they said. Say, you look at the X-ray and tell me if anything's wrong, because I'll tell you a story. My daughter also never had a cavity, and I took her to this place, and here's a guy selling his bullshit in the lobby, dentist, and he tells me, oh, she has 7 cavities. I said, what? He goes, she has 7 cavities. I go, okay, great, thank you. I went for a second opinion, they said not 1 cavity.
Oh, sorry for the laugh.
Did you hear that? Second dentist said, I don't see 1 cavity.
Yeah.
So a lot of them are full of shit.
Well, listen, Abby, I know I make fun of you a lot for being, you know, pleasantly plump, but let's be honest. You know, I just want to wish you well, and I hope that joy and prosperity and love and health come your way on your next journey. God bless you.
Hallelujah.
And just give up Diogenes because he's a neo-Nazi piece of shit, and doesn't really, you know.
Like him. You're always in his room.
I think he's fun. Like, you know, his voice is fun, but like at the end of the day, as they like to say in the Clown House way, stop projecting your love onto me. I am not Diogenes.
Okay, don't be hateful. Don't be hateful.
Go eat your terrible German food and get home safe.
Thank you. Why are you leaving?
Because I have a life to live.
Okay, give me a kiss before you leave. No, I'm joking. Wow.
That was like a juicy one.
Yeah, that was too juicy. That's like almost suspicious. All right, Adrian. I wish you joy. I wish you well. I hope you can record Adrian Dittman tonight.
I will be. It's been an exciting 24 hours. He's been having a mental health breakdown, screaming. He's crazy.
It must be so cool.
He's like, anybody who says that I'm a drug addict because I use ketamine to deal with fucking having to deal with all these fucking companies, I'm working myself to fucking death. They fucking have no idea. I'm on. You know, he's losing it.
Yeah. Imagine being Grimes, like that's your ex-boyfriend.
Ew.
Yeah.
She also has to be kicked.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
And apparently he has him most of the time. It's like shocked me because I feel like Elon Musk would not be the dad.
No, obviously he's not.
He has like 12 children.
It's not about the amount. Yeah, Em was on the other day, and then she got into a fight with Lucy. And then she wrote me that she's not gonna be on the app anymore.
Did somebody else just think I was Em?
Yes, this guy.
Yeah, I always think you're M when you talk. I always think
you don't sound like her at all.
Oh my god,
I don't know, Abby, there must be some truth to it if they keep telling me that.
I have to actually look down to make sure that it's not M.
No, the thing is like, M and Yael sound like each other, not you.
What?
Yeah, you sound. Maybe because like I'm not an English speaker, like I can't hear the difference.
Maybe.
Well, actually, the guy that was saying that's also not an English speaker, so.
Maybe you just like.
No, the way you speak is a little bit more. I don't know. More American in a way. I don't know. I see the difference. She's a bit more like, like she prolongs her words more.
Okay.
Yeah, yours is like, I don't know. It's different. For me, it's different. Because in the beginning, when everyone's like, "Oh my God, there's a girl that sounds just like you," I was like, "Oh, let me listen." And then I heard you. I was like, "Is this it?" Like, I don't.
Oh, you were disappointed.
Yeah.
Sorry to disappoint.
No, it's not disappointing. It's just you didn't disappoint. The people disappointed because they compare. But Yael and M sounds the same. Like,
they do. They have that like vocal fry to their voice.
Yes.
They talk
and they prolong their words also.
Yeah, it's like a vocal fry.
Yeah.
They talk like this and.
Exactly. Yeah.
Guys, I went to the gym.
Yes, like this. You don't do that.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah. So that's why I feel the difference is there. But one time when we were in the room together, then I had to look at my phone sometimes. But yeah, that's also because it depends also if I'm on my earphones or not.
We've got to get the three of us in the room together.
Yeah.
M and Yael.
Yeah, and then
I don't think I sound like Yael. Yael has a little bit of a pronounces. She has like weird pronunciations sometimes.
She feels very condescending.
she like says her O's a little harshly sometimes. She'd be like, I don't do that. Or something.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That. Right?
Yeah.
Elle, are you from New York?
No.
She's not willing to say it.
Like, are you East Coast?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I feel like you're from Mass.
Massachusetts?
Yeah, where
Really?
Big Jiva.
No.
Where Big Jiva is from.
No, I feel like she's somewhere between like she's not a Carolina girl, somewhere between.
She's
like,
also not
Washington,
Florida.
Connecticut. Somewhere between New York, Washington, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, New Jersey.
Yeah, one of those.
Oh yeah, I forgot Pennsylvania.
I know my accent.
Yeah, Pennsylvania.
It's very
could be.
If you know my accent, you would know where I'm from.
Yeah, you're probably from the northeast.
I'm gonna say like New York.
No, it's not. I just said no to New York.
No, you said no New York. Okay.
But you're definitely not Florida.
I mean, New Jersey
No.
and New York are pretty similar.
Yeah, but
There's Pennsylvania.
say
You
certain
know,
things sometimes.
And I gotta pay attention.
Okay.
If you say the word June, you're from Pennsylvania. Don't say that word. Yeah. You know what that means?
John.
John. I know where you're from. Okay. That's funny. Gotcha. When did you meet my daughter? When did you meet my daughter?
Do I know your daughter?
Maybe. It's a very small world.
How old's your daughter?
28, 29.
I'm 28.
See? You didn't go to Westchester, did you?
I did for like a semester before I came to Israel. Just one first semester.
Wait, so you're in Israel now? No, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Israel. No, I'm in Israel now.
Like you're not. So then you did Westchester. Okay. So then you.
But not really. No, I went to Westchester for like I would say a few weeks, and then I was like, I need to leave and go to Israel. And I went to Israel.
Yeah.
I also was in like the teaching program of Westchester.
Oh, she wasn't. Okay. Well, unless you lived in the same. Was it a separate dorm? Was it a separate dorm than the teaching dorm?
I'm trying to remove Adrian. Abby, remove him. He's not here.
Oh shit.
Okay, no worries. I'll leave. Have a great afternoon.
Oh, I thought he was gone.
You stopped like answering my last message, you know, because I figured you knew it was gonna. If you're making between $40,000 and $130,000 a year on your family, you're in the middle class, and that accounts for like 90% of Americans working white-collar jobs.
Hello.
Thank you so much, Patricia.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thanks for sharing. And I'm going to send the mic over to Dipti.
Thank you, Coach Les, for the mic. So I would like to start off with a quote by
I adopted 100 sheep, and I'm going to be giving it away to one lucky person. One ducat or the mystery chest. Ooh, I think I'm going to have to do ducat. Ducat? Oh my. It was raised to a new horse. Are you subscribed to Mr. Bub? Yeah. Pull out your scroll. You're not subscribed to. The last to leave this castle gets to keep it. Oh, that's it. I adopted 100
I, William, Prince of Wales, pledge my loyalty to you, and faith and truth I will bear unto you. as your liege man of life and limb. So help me God.
He will stand, kiss his father on the right cheek, and touch his.
John, it's Ken. Returning your call.
Message marked for deletion. New message.
Hey, John, how are you? Met you all.
Message marked for deletion. New message.
Hi, this is Princess. I'm going to meet Diagolo or Diagolo, Sky or whatever. Listen, John, you know who the hell I am. You're high all the fucking time, man. But I don't know what's wrong with you again. You're afraid to talk on the phone for real. You're scared. Because you didn't want to give 8,000 posts in your picture like that means what to me? Nothing. So give me
message marked for deletion. New message.
Yeah, it's Festival Club on an apartment for rent. It doesn't have an address or please call back again.
Message marked for deletion. Confidential message.
Hi, yes, my name is Shamira, and I was calling about you guys, like, apartment or housing. My callback.
Message marked for deletion. There are no more messages. Ma-